Chapter 850. After Dongfang Yi woke up, his entire body was like a heavenly sword that was unsheathed. There was a sharp aura around him. His eyes shot out two beams of divine light that were dozens of feet long. In this kind of difficult situation, the more he trained, the sharper he became. They were all very excited. They thought they would never see each other again. They never thought they would see each other again. They had experienced life and death together in the past, so this feeling was very warm. Open! Yi Fan and the others were shaken at the same time. The heaven-devouring evil jar shot out a strand of black light. Even though it was small, its power was as vast as the ocean. It scattered the divine laws of over 1,000 immemorial heroic spirits and saved Dongfang Yi. The savage leaped up and let out a long howl right away, and it shook the entire primeval battlefield, causing this expanse of the primeval battlefield to instantly start trembling. His aura was continuous and long, and it was like a heavenly river was descending down. This is great, Brother Dongfang, it's great that you are safe. Otherwise, I would not be able to rest in peace. Li Heishui rushed over. Back then, Savage had stepped in to save them, blocking Zi Tiandu and the Valley of Gods, killing until the sky was covered in blood. Everyone rushed over. Dongfang Yi was also very excited, especially when he saw Yi Fan. He had seen him leave this world and never thought he would meet him again. When old friends met, there were endless words to say. Only those who had experienced death would know that it was good to be alive. There were many things that one would only know how to cherish after experiencing it. The reason I was able to survive was all because of the divine bone that Brother Yi gave me back then. I fused it into the mace here and completely restored the ancient divine weapon. In the past, when they had ventured into the immortal estate world together, they had discovered the immortal teardrop green gold book, which had been inscribed with a fragment of the Sun Sutra, as well as the true bone left behind by a saint who had transformed into the Tao. Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi had divided them up. There were all kinds of laws here. They were formed by ancient heroic spirits and had existed for millions of years. They could be said to be ancestral king-level light. After being tempered thousands of times, the ancient barbarian weapon fused with the Tao bone and restored it to its original state. This ancient weapon is amazing. It came from the southern mountains god of war. The barbarians now have another sacred weapon. At this moment, only one person was unhappy, and that was Duanda. He stared at Dongfang Yi and found that this barbarian in ragged clothes had the same outfit as him from head to toe. The wooden hairpin in his hair was definitely his. It was dug out from a royal tomb and made of dark phoenix wood. Dongfang Yi's divine jade clothing was even more amazing. It was Duanda's armor that was stolen from an ancient tomb of a divine dynasty. What made the heartless Taoist angry the most was that Dongfang Yi's socks were also his. They were made of natural silk, and the shoes that had already melted a long time ago were also his treasures. Back then, Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi stripped Duanda naked and only left him with a pair of underpants. The barbarian did not care about meat and vegetables. He even took all the miscellaneous treasures. Taoist, I miss you after so many years. Thank you for your jade clothing. I would have been shattered if not for it, the barbarian said honestly. Duanda snorted and rolled his eyes. We'll settle this later. Even though I've escaped, I'm still a bit reluctant to leave this place. This is a cultivation immortal land. It can be said that it's painful and happy at the same time, Dongfang Yi said. Rumble. All kinds of lights danced about. This was a sea of interweaving divine laws. Thunder rumbled unceasingly. Without the protection of a sacred weapon, even a great success king would be turned into ashes. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if over 100 archaic saints were contending against each other, displaying the essence of their life's divine laws as they fought intensely. This is a good place to refine weapons. The Black Emperor said. Refine weapons. Everyone looked at those divine laws. They were all at the saint level. If they could copy them and imprint them into weapons, the benefits would be endless. Even if the Yuan Taoist master came, it would be difficult for him to pass through this area. Maybe we can stay here for a while and refine our weapons, Duanda said. They were able to enter quickly because they had half an imperial weapon and a corner of the Wu Shi killing formation. Otherwise, there would be danger with every step and it would be difficult to enter so quickly. That's right, we can stay here. When we leave, we'll let the Black Emperor carve a corner of the imperial pattern and travel through the void, Yi Fan said. In the end, everyone sat down cross-legged. They each took out their weapons and entered the divine laws. The monkey was the most straightforward. He placed the pitted black iron rod at the center of the Tao laws. It was immediately bombarded and lightning filled the sky. Bang! Li Heishui was the most speechless. He tried to take out a divine ruler-level weapon, but it turned into powder on the spot and scattered with the wind. However, the most shocking thing was Yi Fan's cauldron. It contained 9 strands of primal chaos energy. At this moment, they all awakened and turned into dragons, phoenixes, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and all living things in the world. The myriad chi cauldron was rumbling. It floated up and down in all kinds of Tao light. It was baptized and struck here and there, but it still remained intact and absorbed the laws of heaven and earth. This cauldron is too shocking. Everyone present was shocked and looked forward. There were 9 strands of primal chaos inside the cauldron. They absorbed all kinds of divine laws and seemed to be forming a divine fetus. It was incomparably strange and gradually strengthened. The 9 Tao patterns extended and evolved into plants, flowers, birds, fish, insects, qilins, and immortal phoenixes. There were thousands of forms and all living things in the world existed. Yi Fan was also shocked. He suddenly remembered that these were the 9 strands of primal chaos that he had imprinted in the cauldron when he broke the curse of the divine body and faced the heavenly tribulation for the first time. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the primal chaos light before, but that time was absolutely extraordinary. After the 9 strands of mysterious primal chaos lightning struck him, they struck the cauldron and were forever imprinted in the cauldron. This is the birth of a divine fetus. To become an extreme imperial weapon, this is the first step that must be taken. To give birth to a deity in the cauldron and use the primal chaos as the embryo skin, this divine fetus is truly astonishing. The Black Emperor said, if one wanted to obtain an imperial weapon, they needed to nurture their own spirit in the artifact. The baptism of heavenly tribulation and the evolution of the great Tao were all essential steps. Those 9 strands of primal chaos patterns are not simple. They contain fragments of the great Tao, and the divine fetus they give birth to is no small matter. Duanda's expression was also solemn. Can I forge the king's cauldron here? Yi Fan asked. That's not the best choice. The main weapon should be compatible with one's body. Every step should be taken together like an arm and a finger. There's no distinction between them, the Black Emperor suggested. That's right. Now, every step you take will allow the cauldron to advance a step further. Only by harmonizing with the Tao can it become a supreme weapon. Duanda also nodded. Yi Fan was enlightened. The Tao scripture's one tool to break all laws and the army character formula's sacrificial weapon technique all appeared in his mind at this moment. He began to diligently forge the cauldron. The 9 primal chaos patterns turned into all kinds of shapes. Divine phoenix, black tortoise, vermilion bird, plants, fish, insects, and others appeared in a myriad of colors. They evolved an indescribable Tao mechanism and appeared incomparably mysterious. During the primordial era, there were countless divine laws left here. This cauldron frantically absorbed them and carved an unknown number of imprints. All of them entered the 9 primal chaos patterns. The area within a radius of 30 meters has become a vacuum. All of the Tao laws have been refined by the patterns within the cauldron. This central battlefield has a radius of 500 kilometers, and there are ancestral king laws and Tao light everywhere. If the cauldron is allowed to float here for a few years, it might be able to completely devour them all. The others were all very shocked. This was a result that shocked everyone's hearts. The cauldron didn't change at all. It was as if it contained a divine fetus that had completely fused into the primal chaos patterns. There wasn't a single trace of excess aura leaking out, and it was no different from usual. As expected of a sacred object exclusive to the ancient emperors. Not to mention anything else, just based on the current atmosphere of this cauldron, It can definitely become a sacred weapon that has been passed down through generations. It was too difficult to evolve it into an emperor weapon. Only a great emperor would be able to forge it. After all, only the light-shaking realm had produced a dragon-marked black gold cauldron. This miracle couldn't be replicated. Brat, let me give you an idea. Based on this cauldron's aura, it might be able to forge a supreme emperor weapon in the future. The Black Emperor suddenly said, "What idea?" In the future, if you become a saint and come to this primordial battlefield to undergo tribulation. The Black Emperor had only spoken halfway when he was looked down upon by everyone. Don't listen to his nonsense. Isn't this a scam? Who would dare to come to this place to undergo tribulation? That's purely courting death. There were countless battles in the primordial era, and the most terrifying one happened here. At least hundreds of saint-level experts fell, and the divine laws still haven't dissipated. If one were to undergo tribulation here, it would be equivalent to dragging these heroic spirits along with them. Who would be able to withstand that kind of power? This was the truth. Unless the ancient emperors were reborn, the resonance of all the ancestral kings' laws was equivalent to hundreds of saints undergoing tribulation together. Even a saint physique wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was practically the end of the world. This might be the only feasible way to forge an extreme emperor weapon without verifying the Tao. The Black Emperor sighed. According to what he said, using heaven and earth as the furnace and the divine laws of hundreds of saints as the fire, drawing the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of the saint physique down and tempering the cauldron thousands of times, only then would there be a possibility of becoming an extreme emperor weapon. This was undoubtedly a crazy idea, but who could withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Even if one had a saint physique, it was practically a dead end. That was equivalent to withstanding the most terrifying attacks of hundreds of saints and the merciless obliteration of the heavens. A very good idea, but we don't have time to stay here any longer. I can sense that they're coming. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Through the endless divine laws of ancestral kings, he seemed to see a pair of terrifying eyes staring at this place from the darkness hundreds of kilometers away, and they were as sharp as knives. The Yuan Taoist master had arrived. A terrifying aura filled the air, and the entire primordial battlefield started to tremble. The mountains, rivers, and veins seemed to be shaking as if they were alive, and were about to boil. Black Emperor, it's all up to you now. You must carve a corner of the great emperor-level teleportation formation, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Little Yi. Li Heishui cried out in shock. Ah, Brother Yi, why are you? Yen Ishi's expression also changed. At the same time, Duanda's reaction was the fastest. Almost like a conditioned reflex, he pulled out a ghost-binding chain and was about to tie up Yi Fan. His movements were extremely swift. Yi Fan retreated, stretched out his hands, and placed them in front of his eyes. He said with a trembling voice, he almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes. His hands were slowly growing red hair. It was such a ghastly sight, and each hair was horrifying. His hands couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? What happened? Yi, what's wrong? The others were all shocked, and they couldn't do anything. Inauspicious old age, but I shouldn't have reached that step. Yi Fan was horrified and couldn't help but cry out. He felt that every inch of his body was in pain, especially his face, where things kept drilling out. The others were scared. At this moment, Yi Fan had become incomparably terrifying. Even his face had grown red hair, and he was no different from the red-haired monster they had seen before. Inauspicious is happening to me? Yi Fan shouted loudly. Then, the golden blood energy all over his body boiled, and he began to struggle with all his might. He couldn't give up his body. Boom! Golden flames raged and surrounded him. Strand after strand of red hair fell off, but every time they fell off, new red hair would grow again. It was terrifying. Wu Shi Great Formation Pattern, kill! The Black Emperor shouted. He used the formation pattern to trap Yi Fan inside, helping him destroy the strange power. Heaven-devouring devil lid, suppress. Duanda also shouted and brought out the devil lid. Streaks of black light fell down, burying Yi Fan below. Yi Fan's golden blood was burning, and finally, All the red hair was refined clean. All of them fell off. He was gasping for breath, but he still felt that the inauspicious thing was shrouding his body. As expected, when the Wu-Shi killing formation disappeared and the heaven-devouring devil jar flew up, his face felt as if it was being pricked by needles. Blood-colored red hair kept growing out. Yi Yu, the Yuan Taoist master's inauspiciousness is happening to Yi. The monkey, Li Heishui, and the others were helpless. They couldn't help at all unless they used the emperor weapon to suppress him forever and used the Wu-Shi formation pattern to trap him. Don't come over. I'll cross this hurdle myself. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void. The Tao scripture, Western Emperor scripture, and other scriptures rang out in his body at the same time. It was like the chanting of the great Tao, resounding between heaven and earth. His appearance was solemn, and his whole body was shining. The red hair on the surface of his body was destroyed and reborn again and again. His expression was also constantly changing. Peace and anxiety coexisted as he struggled with all his might. A cold laugh came over like metal plates rubbing against each other. It made people feel uncomfortable and their hair stood on end. In the eternal darkness, there was a pair of emotionless and awe-inspiring eyes staring coldly at this place. Being the Yuan Taoist master. In his later years, I will come and receive you. A sinister and horrifying voice came over. It was as terrifying as a devil that escaped from hell. Boom! Yi Fan's body shook for the last time. The golden blood qi that filled the sky rushed up and drowned the sky. Finally, all the ominous things were dispelled. The red hair fell off and no longer appeared. Maybe. I don't need to wait for my later years. In the near future, I will come and receive you. The sinister voice was like the wailing of an evil spirit. It was intermittent and incomparably difficult to speak. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Was this their destiny? It was like Judgment Day. Did every Yuan Taoist master die like this? Let's go. The Black Emperor did his best to carve a complicated formation pattern. Everyone walked up and with a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were. When the light appeared again, they had already arrived at a world full of flowers and birds. There were steep ridges and mountains everywhere. It was full of vitality. Southern mountains. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they had crossed from the northern region to another world. How terrifying. Don't be in a hurry to go back. Let's wait a few days. The Black Emperor still had lingering fears. The ominous Yuan Taoist master had cast a shadow over their hearts. Several days later, Yi Fan took out a piece of green copper from the Sea of Bitterness with great difficulty and suppressed it in his immortal platform. It was better to be safe than sorry. He needed to be more vigilant. This time, he resisted strongly and nothing really happened. It was hard to say next time. It would be too late when he realized that something strange had happened to him. Do you dare to fight with the divine physique? I, Yuan Gu, will kill you in the northern region. Half a month later, a piece of news spread throughout the 5 regions. An ancient prince had issued a challenge to the human race's divine physique, causing a huge uproar. The entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar, and the news quickly spread to all regions. Fight. Yi Fan only had one word in reply. Oh no, Yuan Gu has severed his Tao and entered the 3rd stage of the immortal realm. He wants to use you to test his blade. Dongfang Ye's return to the southern mountains was like a dragon returning to the sea. All the barbarian tribes were pleasantly surprised. He had learned of this news through his clansmen. He has severed his Tao. Yi Fan looked into the distance from the peak of a mountain in the southern mountains and pondered silently. The ancient emperor's bloodline had severed his Tao. This was an extremely terrifying thing. His battle prowess would be unparalleled and invincible among his peers. Let me go and kill him first. The monkey spoke. The golden fur on his body was sparkling and resplendent. No need, I will fight this battle myself and take his life. Yi Fan said resolutely. Chapter 851. The moon was round, and the mountains were filled with fog. All kinds of beasts were roaring, and the bonfires in the barbarian tribe burned brightly, dispersing the fog in the mountains. All kinds of meat fragrances floated in the air. Jars of old wine were carried by the barbarian children. Yi Fan, the monkey, Duanda, Dongfang Yi, and some elders of the barbarian tribe sat together and drank to their heart's content. Dongfang Ye's return brought joy to the entire barbarian tribe. The blood of the barbarians flowed in his body, and if there were no accidents, he would become a war god in the future. His physical body was second only to the human's divine body. Yuan Gu is not the son of the ancient emperor, but a descendant a few generations away. People sat in front of the bonfire, eating the flood dragon meat and drinking the old wine. Naturally, it was inevitable to talk about Yuan Gu. Although he was not the son of the ancient emperor, his blood was not thin, and the difference was only a few generations. Moreover, his aptitude was superb. In terms of cultivation alone, he was the best in their tribe, or else he would not have been sealed. The monkey said, "He is the 8th-generation grandson of the primitive emperor, and the power of his bloodline is not weaker than the real son of the ancient emperor. He is the best in the tribe." "It can't be. Is he stronger than the son of the primitive emperor?" And in the end, he replaced the ancient prince. Li Tian asked in shock. "That's not the case. In the year when the primitive emperor passed away, 2 terrifying holy spirits were born one after the other. They were both at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, and each of them could fight against the ancient emperor. The 2 holy spirits were born, and they wanted to take away the weapon left by the primitive emperor. They came to the tribe and almost wiped out the great imperial family at the peak of its glory. It could be said that in that battle, the earth was dyed red, and the 8 great royal families were their subordinates. They received the royal family's order to rescue them, but all of them died. The primitive emperor had 3 sons, and each of them could shock the gods and make the immortals cry. They were all half a step away from the path, but they all died in that battle, and even their sons were sacrificed. In the end, only a dozen or so descendants of the youngest son of the primitive emperor were left. The most prosperous royal family was almost wiped out from the earth, and it was a tragic sight. One had to know that from the birth of the ancient emperor to his death, and then to the rise of the princes, there would be at least tens of thousands of years of golden age. However, they only enjoyed half of the heavenly fortune before they met with a great disaster. And it was also because of that battle that it was impossible for the descendants of the primitive emperor to survive. In the end, they chose the most outstanding descendant, Yuan Gu, who was almost as good as the son of the ancient emperor. At night, the mountain forest was bright. The mist drifted over from afar, turning into a dense, colorful light. This place was very lively, and the barbarians were incomparably enthusiastic. When they finally left, Yi Fan took out 9 drops of the true dragon immortal herb and gave them to the barbarian king, telling him that they could extend the life of the barbarian war god who was sealed in the origin. "This gift is too precious." The barbarian king was excited. Even the black tortoise poked its head over from the side of the pond and said, "The true dragon divine medicine of vicious in the past is truly rare." In the end, Yi Fan and the others embarked on their return journey back to the northern region to fight against Yuan Gu. Although the time was not set, they had to plan early. The monkey said, "I reckon this was Yuan Gu's own decision. The people of the primitive lake will definitely oppose such a life and death battle. They can't afford it, especially if you also cut your way. They will be even more worried." "Cutting one's way is too difficult," Yi Fan said to himself. The 3 slashes of the immortal path would cut off a cultivator's future path. There would no longer be a path to seek. Many people would struggle their whole lives and still not make any progress. At this checkpoint, some people would be enlightened in a single day, while others would sit in sorrow for thousands of years. Many heroes would vomit blood and die, and many beauties would turn white and turn into bones. The heaven slashes of the Tao would destroy one's foundation. If one couldn't be enlightened, it would be useless even if one had great perseverance and diligent cultivation. One would be stuck for a lifetime. The so-called 3 slashes of the Tao is to cut off a cultivator's path, the monkey said. He spoke of his own experiences and all sorts of things for Yi Fan's reference. With the great battle approaching, who among the younger generation would look down on a challenge from someone with the bloodline of an ancient emperor? If an ancient prince were to cut off his way, he would be an invincible existence in his generation. How can one resist cutting one's way? Perhaps it can be understood as cutting off one's way, cutting off the thoughts in one's heart, cutting off everything and cutting off one's way, Qi Luo explained at the side. In the following month, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. He observed the rosy clouds of the morning and the stars at night. He breathed in and cultivated his qi, drinking dew and eating the rosy clouds as he comprehended his own way. Every morning little K would run up shakily and call out while sucking in a pacifier, "Did the divine sun cut off his way?" As the eldest disciple of the mountain, Tong Tong naturally wouldn't fall behind. He would sit on the cliff every day and breathe in and out with Yi Fan, swallowing the rosy clouds of the morning. Now that the Bodhi seed was being used by him and little K, Yi Fan no longer needed it. 1 month of contemplation, 1 month of Tao comprehension, and 1 month of meditation. Although Yi Fan's heart was as calm as still water, he still couldn't take that step. In the end, his heart was in chaos and he couldn't cut off his way. The opportunity to break through this barrier wasn't apparent, so he stood up. "Did the divine sun cut off his way?" asked little K as she sat on the grass one morning while carrying a milk bottle. She wiped off her sweat and sat on the grass. "Is Master done?" asked Tong Tong expectantly. "We still have to wait." Yi Fan stroked their heads and walked down the mountain. There were too many things on the other side of the starry sky that he was worried about. He wanted to go back at all times, and this had almost become a curse. Could it be that he had to cut off everything related to Earth? This was equivalent to denying himself, forgetting the past, and erasing his true heart. At the same time, there were also many worlds on this side. Perhaps he would leave in the near future. There were also various kinds of helplessness and reluctance that made it difficult for him to calm down. Severing his emotions, severing his way, severing himself. Yi Fan had once calculated in silence and thought about it carefully. There were many things he couldn't let go of and all kinds of entanglements. If he were to really calculate it, he would have to cut off himself. What kind of way was that? He didn't know and wouldn't do it at all. The Silver Blood Emperors were screaming miserably as usual. The Black Emperor had trained them to the point of almost going crazy. It was like this every day, resonating with the barking of the dogs. Li Tian and Yen Ishi would often disappear for a few days and go to the Divine City's Merak Stone Square to ask for guidance. It was possible that they could become disciples of saints. Apart from the occasional appearance of Qi Luo's wine cellar to steal some divine wine, the monkey had always been outside and rarely returned. Li Heishui, on the other hand, had officially become a disciple of the northern region's #1 bandit and had less time to return. It was very likely that he would seclude himself for a few years and never appear again. As for Duanda, it was said that he had discovered an ancient tomb that was constantly haunted. He had escaped back with his face covered in dirt several times. He speculated that it might belong to an ancient tomb of a divine spirit. With a fiery heart, he threw himself into the great archaeology cause and didn't show himself anymore. Ji Ziyue would come once every few days, but seeing that Yi Fan was comprehending the way, she didn't disturb him. She held her chin and was lost in thought on another mountain peak. On the other hand, Dongfang Yi came often and was very enthusiastic about helping Duanda with archaeology. In the end, the heartless Taoist wouldn't agree no matter what. That was because the barbarians' holy weapon had been taken back by the race. If they really dug out a treasure, he was afraid that the barbarians would snatch it from him. Half a month later, news came from the northern region that the human race's divine physique had established a religion called the Celestial Court. Who leaked the news? Yi Fan was stunned because they hadn't announced the Celestial Court to the world at all. Otherwise, it might be nipped in the bud by hell and the human world. The two little fellows have divined. Someone is deducing everything about you and knows that you've established a religion, Qi Luo said. He also felt the seriousness of the situation. Beside him, Gu Fei and Gu Lin nodded seriously. Their big eyes were incomparably pure. Their heaven-stealing art was still lacking and couldn't reach great success. However, they were talented and could still make some divinations. It might be one of our uncles. After a long time, the two little siblings concluded that it was the work of the marvelous diviner's descendants. The father of the two spiritual children still had 1 or 2 senior and junior brothers who were still alive. The human race's divine physique had established a religion called the Celestial Court. This news was like a gust of wind blowing to the ground, causing a wave of discussion. It's actually the Celestial Court. What does he want to do? How could it be this name? What does he plan to do? Almost everyone was stunned. These two words weighed millions upon millions of people and had an extraordinary meaning, causing them to feel uneasy. Even the 10,000 ancient races were extremely sensitive to this name. They were all shaken. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the 10,000 ancient races, there were myths and legends about the Celestial Court. Even though they couldn't be verified, everything had vanished like smoke in thin air. However, many ancient races believed that in the distant past, there was a period of annihilated history where gods existed, immortals were born, and an ancient heaven had appeared. The divine court of assassins, the Celestial Court, had also left behind an unforgettable memory for human cultivators. In that dark era, the Celestial Court ruled over the world, and the entire land was shrouded in death. Later on in the Desolate Era, it was rumored that the Azure Emperor also had the intention of establishing the Celestial Court. He had entered the ruins of God and the immortal mausoleum. He had even wanted to move the southern heavenly gate out. However, everything was left unsettled in the end. The great emperor of the demonic race passed away in meditation, leaving behind an eternal mystery. No one knew why he would do such a thing in his later years. Perhaps the Azure Emperor had discovered something and wanted to realize something. But in the end, it was all in the past and the secrets could not be uncovered. The human race's sacred physique has established a religion. Do you guys know? It's called the Celestial Court. I've long since heard of it. He actually came up with such a name. How bold. It's called the Celestial Court. Who can tell me what he wants to do? Isn't his ambition a little too big? At first, there was nothing much. But as people began to discuss and recall the various aspects of this name, many people couldn't sit still. Even the ancient races found it hard to calm down. Yi Fan establishing a religion caused a huge uproar. Because the Celestial Court was too important, many people couldn't say anything. However, they knew that this name couldn't be casually used. Did he pry into some heavenly secrets? This was the question of many great powers of the human race and the ancient race. The entire world was paying attention to it. But he established a religion now? My father didn't even dare establish the Celestial Court back then, so what gives him the courage to do it now? In the northern region, the one who couldn't calm down the most was the Heavenly Prince. Great waves surged within him. As for the two words Celestial Court, he had long thought about it. It was unknown just how long he had thought about it. He said to himself, I was originally waiting until the day I confirmed the Tao before trying to establish the Celestial Court. In the future, I might establish a religion ahead of time and seize everything you have. In Heavenly Village, the two children were divining again and again. Cold sweat poured out from their bodies. They only divined the two words Celestial Court, but the results were horrifying. They couldn't divine anything at all. We only know that using this name to establish a religion will have incomparably far-reaching effects. Whether it is good or bad, we really can't calculate it. The two little fellas were both mentally and physically exhausted. Right now, it still isn't time for us to reveal all of our trump cards. Do you guys have any methods of concealing all of this? Yi Fan asked. There's no problem. Grandpa Divine Diviner gave us the symbols refined by past generations of ancestors. We can suppress all heavenly secrets. The two little fellas were full of confidence as they replied with certainty. Then that's good. I will establish a religion outside. It will be a single-person Celestial Court. Cover up everything else and don't let heavenly secrets leak out. Yi Fan turned around and left. That day, great waves rose in the eastern wasteland again. Yi Fan established a religion named Celestial Court. It was only a single person, but it left all sides shaken. Many people headed north. Many great powers moved out. They all wanted to see why a person dared to come up with this kind of name. Of course, this was also a great danger. That day, there were people who said that this name couldn't appear in the world and that there was no one who could use it. Chapter 852. The great era had arrived with great momentum. Now that experts from various races had appeared, it was difficult to remain calm. During this period of time, there was a continuous flow of people heading north into the divine cities. There would be a battle between the strongest in the northern region. The human race's divine physique would fight against the imperial Yuan-gu. It might be held soon, and many people were interested. At the same time, people also wanted to know how the celestial court had been established. Has the divine son severed his Tao? Every morning, little Go would run to Yifan with a milk bottle in her arms, panting heavily. She blinked her big eyes and asked persistently. Yifan felt that this little fellow was even more tenacious than him. He would always smile and rub her head. Every time, the little fellow would blush and shout that she had worked hard and succeeded. In the end, the monkey, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian all returned. They could sense that a great battle was approaching because Yuan-gu was about to come out. After successfully severing one's Tao, one needed to consolidate their foundation. Otherwise, this realm would be very unstable and might even fall back to its original state. 2 months was enough. From this, it could be inferred that Yuan-gu would appear. Moreover, Yifan had already asked Yuan-gu if he dared to fight. If he could, then get out here. If he was a coward, then he should shut up and not challenge him. He didn't want to give this great enemy too much time to prepare because he hadn't severed his Tao. This in itself was a disadvantage and unfair. Everyone believed that Yuan-gu wouldn't bear the shame of being a coward and would definitely make a strong response in the near future. You should go out and take a walk. Sitting here like this isn't a solution. It's useless for severing your Tao, said the monkey. In the end, Duanda also appeared. He gave up on his tomb raiding and said that he wanted to watch a fierce battle. The others all scolded him for being heartless. Could it be that he wanted to watch a show? Ji Ziyue also appeared and asked Yifan if he was confident. Yifan replied truthfully that everything was unpredictable. He didn't know how strong Yuan-gu was. When the various races of the primordial era came into being, they created a heaven square that floated in the sky to exchange for all sorts of precious materials. Many cultivators of the human race were lured there, and no fighting is allowed there. Ji Ziyue looked forward to it and really wanted to take a look. Do you want to go? Let's go together. Yifan laughed. They ascended the formation platform and disappeared into the realm gate together. With the Black Emperor's Wu Shi killing formation and Duanda's half of the Emperor's weapon, no one could stop them in the era when the saints did not appear. The heaven square drifted about in the sky above all the major cities in the northern region. On this day, it arrived above Kaiyuan City. Yifan and the others walked out of the region gate and soared into the sky. In the sky, there was a huge mass of darkness. It looked like a piece of land. It floated past like a dark cloud, casting a large shadow on the ground. Monkey led the way. He could be considered half a tour guide and had a good understanding of this place. This place was huge, and it was as if they had entered a huge city. Arriving at this sky square, it was like being in the habitat of tens of thousands of races. There were all kinds of races with different appearances. Some were as dignified as gods, and some were ugly beyond belief. Brother Black, we've encountered your clan again. There's a cultivator from the heavenly dog race over there, and he has a divine ice platform. Li Tian pointed ahead. The heaven square was bustling with activity. There were creatures everywhere, and they came from all races. There were many stalls that were filled with dazzling treasures. Not far away, a cultivator from the heavenly dog race with a pair of pure white wings on his back and a divine halo on his head stood in front of an ice soul that was 1 square meter in size. It needs to be exchanged with a divine bloodstone. That's a rare treasure. Who would be willing to exchange it? Is this piece of ice really worth that much? There were many creatures gathered there. This is a piece of extreme Een ice soul, and it's priceless. It's an essence core of extreme Een, and people with extreme Een constitutions can cultivate with half the effort. Duanda's eyes lit up. The large black dog couldn't sit still anymore, and he circled around the divine ice. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people, he might have directly robbed it. It didn't matter whether it was useful or not. As long as it was something good, it wanted to get its hands on it. However, everything here had to be exchanged. Even if you had a divine source, you might not be able to buy precious materials. The ancient race didn't lack sources. I definitely have to exchange for this thing. If I give it to little Ting Ting, it'll speed up her cultivation by a lot, Yi Fan said to himself. Let's go and take a look around. Divine bloodstones aren't that easy to obtain. It's said that they're stones soaked in the blood of immortals, and there are patterns of the heavens and the earth engraved on them. They can only be found by luck, and they're priceless, the monkey said. There were many creatures in the heaven square, and they rubbed shoulders with each other. There was no lack of powerful human cultivators, and their appearance didn't make the ancient race feel strange. Of course, the monkey had changed his appearance. Otherwise, his characteristics would be too obvious. As the son of Emperor Fighting, he would definitely attract attention. There's a whole gourd of divine earth milk, and its fragrance is so strong that it can prolong one's life. This is a rare treasure, Duan sighed in admiration. They discovered another rare treasure, a green jade gourd that was releasing a fragrance. The liquid inside was spotlessly white like jade, the fragrance tempting. What a pity, it's still a few thousand years away, or else it would have already turned into immortal elixir. At that time, it would be even more precious, second only to undying medicine. On the side, an aged ancient creature shook his head. Suddenly, there was an uproar up ahead. It was unknown just how many people were crowding over, surrounding a straw mat so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone was shouting that a divine object had appeared. What kind of thing exactly appeared to trigger such a commotion? Even more people hurried over. Heavens, it's 9 apertures psychic divine liquid. This is an exceptional precious liquid used to nurture heaven warping geniuses. How could someone be willing to exchange this type of thing? This place immediately became noisy. It couldn't be squeezed over, and it was filled with experts from all different clans. Their eyes released green light. If not for the Heaven Square's restriction formations preventing conflict, they might have long looted and seized it. A stone that was a foot in height was placed on the straw mat. It had a human form, and its chest had already been cut open. A type of 5-colored liquid flowed out, and a fragrance pervaded the air. Even this type of heaven-defying thing can be discovered. Are they not scared of heavenly lightning striking them? Even the Black Emperor was stupefied. This was the most initial stage of a Holy Spirit. When the liquid solidified, it would become a stone person. Then, after several million years, it would become a supreme Holy Spirit. This type of thing could be said to be heaven-defying. Even though it couldn't be used to prolong one's life, for young children, it was a priceless divine object. It was full of spirituality, able to reconstruct bloodlines, immortal foundations, and other things. It was an unmatched divine liquid used to nurture heaven-warping geniuses, something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Its effects on young children were the greatest, and the effects on adults were greatly reduced, because their potential was already set in stone. Little Sparrow, Tong Tong, the 2 spiritual children, all of them are needed. Yi Fan said with a sigh. Meow. This emperor needs them as well. Even though my arms and legs are old, baptisms a few more times are just as effective. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, feeling extremely restless. Who is this? Why is this type of heaven-defying thing being brought out to exchange? Many people were confused. He's great sage Hunchuo's eldest grandson, already 1 foot into the ancestral king realm. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing the mysterious individual who was sitting on the ground covered in black. What do we need to exchange for it? We can use king medicines that can prolong one's life for 800 years, immortal jade elixir, rare dragon marrow, earth fate fruit, and other things. The black-robed individual replied. In that instant, many people understood that great sage Hunchuo's lifespan didn't have much left. This was his final struggle, using his 800 years of life to contend against the heavens. Even during the archaic years, it was difficult to find more than a few great sages in the entire star domain. This type of heaven-defying existence was still distressed over the fact that his lifespan didn't have much left, making people feel disappointed and frustrated. The area around the straw mat immediately quieted down. Who could take out a divine medicine that could prolong one's life for 800 years? The psychic divine elixir was indeed precious, but the undying medicine was also peerless. I want the psychic divine elixir, but if Great Sage Hunchuo's life is extended for 800 years because of this, then that would be too terrible. This kind of unmatched existence can wipe out half of an ancient star's life by himself. Yi Fan said to himself. Let's take a look around elsewhere. Li Heishui said. Even though the psychic divine elixir was heaven-defying, the things it needed to be exchanged for were similarly difficult to find. There's a divine blood stone there. The Black Emperor's eyes were sharp. He immediately discovered a stone that was scarlet like blood that had just been placed on a straw mat. Its color was bright, and there were streak after streak of Tao patterns rippling outwards. It was extremely mysterious and eye-catching. Many people immediately surrounded it, asking how they could exchange for it. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to obtain it. It was rumored that this stone could be used to refine forbidden weapons and possessed inconceivable power. I need 100 gene of Yellow Springs water. The person who responded was filled with sinister energy. It was unknown what kind of technique he cultivated, but it made people feel as if they were facing a malicious spirit. This is an expert from the life ghost race. No wonder he needs this kind of thing. However, even if the Yellow Springs water accumulated for tens of thousands of years, only a few bowls would be produced. Everyone shook their heads and left one after another. I'll exchange with you. Yi Fan made his move. When they had just retreated from Fallen Eagle Cliff, they had previously picked the netherworld grass in the underworld. They also took away the Yellow Springs pond within a circumference of 10 zhang. After obtaining the divine bloodstone, they immediately returned. In the end, the lunar ice soul was still there, so they successfully traded. This trip was not in vain. There are so many good things here. I really don't want to move anymore. If I continue, I'll most likely find even more heaven-defying precious materials. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist looting them. The Black Emperor mumbled. They passed by the straw mat of the Great Sage Hunchuo's descendants and saw the 9 orifices psychic divine elixir again. The few of them still couldn't move, but they still left in the end. A naging immortal puppet. Ji Ziyue cried out in surprise. She stared at a stone table in front of her. A divine flower was growing in a pot, waiting to bloom. There were words carved on the stone table, and it was written very clearly. Only the instant the immortal puppet bloomed, it would have a divine effect. Consuming it would allow one to remain young forever. It couldn't prolong one's life, nor could it increase one's lifespan. It was of little value to male cultivators, so not many people valued it. However, many female cultivators went crazy for it. This was their nature. Even someone as powerful as the Great Sage Hunchuo would have a time when his lifespan would dry up. All living beings would grow old, and every female cultivator wanted to remain young forever. Ji Clan's little moon's large eyes blinked. She was obviously tempted, and she kept staring at the unaging immortal puppet. That kind of hopeful and adorable expression made one want to laugh. Don't worry, I'll definitely exchange for it for you, no matter what he needs. Yi Fan said. After so many days, it was rare to see Ji Ziyue so happy and excited. He naturally wanted to exchange for it. Stone shop, the archaic races also sell stones. Quickly go over there. The large black dog's eyes were sharp, and he discovered the stall in front. The street there was filled with stones, and he immediately cried out in excitement. He grabbed onto Yi Fan's shoulder with a large paw and said, just like how the immoral fatty is an expert at digging up ghosts, this is your domain. Cut out a treasure and exchange for the 9 orifices psychic divine elixir. Yi Fan swatted away his large paw and asked the stall owner in front of him how the unaging immortal puppet was going to be exchanged. Unaging immortal puppet, a female cried out in surprise. Her long blue hair flickered with luster, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Not far away, over a dozen people appeared. Among them, a few were especially eye-catching. Their identities were indescribably noble, and they were all from the archaic imperial race. Many people couldn't help but make way for them. Among these people, Yi Fan only recognized 2 people. One was Hua Lin, and the other was Yuan Gu. Chapter 853. Yuan Gu's aura became even more vigorous and suffocating. Dao patterns appeared on his bronze-colored skin, and his thick black hair blended with the void. The aura of the great Dao pervaded the air. Yuan Gu. Yi Fan didn't say anything, but the monkey almost swung his big stick at him. They had fought a few years ago. It's you guys. Yuan Gu also raised his eyes. Wu Fa danced like a waterfall, and his tall body was like a demonic mountain. It was so oppressive that people almost stopped breathing. Yi Fan stopped the monkey and took a step forward to confront the enemy in front of him. Dense Dao patterns appeared between the two of them and turned into a domain. Clang! Suddenly, a Dao sword appeared in the void and slashed down. It split open the domain that had formed between the two of them and disintegrated the attack that was about to erupt. There was a forbidden formation in the Tianfang square that forbade fighting. At first, it would be stopped, but if it continued, divine laws would descend and cause both the spirit and the body to perish. Yi Fan and Yuan Gu both retreated and didn't continue to fight. They couldn't fight here, but the battle intent between them had already risen. Yuan Gu, how long are you going to hide? The monkey asked. So it's the sacred prince. I've already severed my Dao. After killing the human race's sacred physique, I will fight with you and suppress your father's inheritance on behalf of my ancestor. Yuan Gu said domineeringly. This wasn't just strength, but also a kind of self-confidence. After entering the third immortal realm, his entire aura had changed. He had established an unrivaled belief that he could sweep away all opponents. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You've been hiding in a corner to consolidate your realm until now, and now you finally dare to come out? All psychological attacks are useless against me. I'm currently unrivaled, and whatever you say is useless. This time, the time is up to you. I'll accompany you at any time. Yuan Gu's words were sonorous. The two sides' encounter in the Tianfang square immediately attracted attention from all directions. Countless eyes were looking over. The most powerful battle was about to begin. We'll have a life and death battle in half a month. Yi Fan said. Very well, let's do it at the ancient battlefield of Sunset Perch Plain, the Ancient One replied. After both sides finished speaking, the heaven square descended into chaos. Everyone discussed fervently, anticipating the arrival of a great era. The first blood-stained battle of the Emperor's Road had begun. On this day, the news seemed to have grown wings and spread everywhere, attracting the attention of all the major forces. The battle between the sacred physique of the human clan and the ancient emperor bloodline was going to be a significant one. I want this unaging immortal puppet. What do you need to trade for it? Yuan Gu asked the stall owner. It was obvious that he wanted to give it to the princess of the Fire Qilin Cave. At this moment, the stone table had already been surrounded by people from all walks of life. All kinds of people were paying attention to the strange flower's owner. He could not afford to offend people like Hua Lin and Yuan Gu, and the people behind them were also from the royal family. Their pressure made his body tremble. There's an order to things. We were here first, so I'm definitely taking this oddball, said Yi Fan. Brother Yi, long time no see. Let's compete fairly for this divine flower. Hua Lin smiled. His blue hair was as bright as silk, and his smile could topple cities. All right, fair competition. Ji Ziyue smiled and walked forward with graceful steps. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons, and a bright smile hung on her jade-like oval face. This flower. The stall owner became timid. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave and the primitive lake had taken a fancy to this oddball. Don't be afraid. No one will force you to buy or sell. What do you want in exchange? An old man from the Fire Qilin Cave asked from behind. He was the expert in charge of protecting the princess. He just said that he wants a king jade from the Nine Heavens Divine Jade series or the Great Luo Silver Essence, someone said from the side. What? His appetite is too big, Yuan Gu muttered to himself. The old royal guard behind him also raised his eyebrows. The Nine Heavens Divine Jade series was a priceless treasure that could be used to forge divine weapons. The Great Luo Silver Essence was also the same. It could only be discovered and not sought. Even the ancestral kings would find it difficult to obtain it. It's a bit outrageous. The old man behind Huolin said. Even someone of his status had no hope of obtaining it. It was too much to want to trade for a worthless oddball. Although it was an exorbitant demand, there were still many female cultivators who stopped in their tracks. They all wanted to obtain this oddball. Yi Fan sighed softly. It would be difficult to obtain this flower. He had the myriad origin chi and the phoenix blood scarlet gold on him, but he didn't have the great luo silver essence. He didn't want to disappoint Ji Ziyue and said, "Let's go somewhere else first. I'll definitely help you obtain an immortal flower." Back then, he had cut out a pair of twin divine flowers in the Jade Lake. He hoped that he would be able to obtain some on the street ahead. If he was lucky, he might be able to find one. Obviously, Yuan Gu, Huolin, and their guards didn't have such a divine material on them. They could only turn around and leave. You must keep it well. I'll definitely send you a divine Jade King in a while. Yuan Gu said as he left. The Heaven Square was a land of crouching tigers and coiling dragons. They wanted to use their connections to borrow a small piece of divine material in exchange for this flower. Yuan Gu naturally didn't think it was worth it. The protectors also opposed it, but Huolin wanted it wholeheartedly. Now, the primordial lake was proposing to the Fire Qilin cave for a marriage alliance. No matter how precious this flower was, they had to obtain it immediately. How nostalgic. The days when we roamed the divine city are truly memorable. Li Heishui sighed. Back then he and Yi Fan had slaughtered everyone in the stone square of the Holy Land. No one knew how many precious materials they had obtained, causing a sensation time and time again. Speaking of which, the day I become the Yuan Taoist master, I'll definitely go to the divine city and capture that stone king. I'll see just what kind of background it has. Yi Fan laughed. They entered the strange stone street and saw nothing but stones piled up into small mountains. They occupied 1/5 of the Heaven Square's territory. Clearly, this was an important place. Many people entered and exited here, and there was no lack of heroes and clan leaders. All of them had great origins. During the Archaic era, there were many precious materials under the earth. Many of them were raw ores that were excavated and auctioned off. The monkey explained. Yi Fan and the others were moved. These stones had been sealed for tens of thousands of years and were much more valuable than those in the divine city. This was because these stones were not only a source of gambling, but also various divine materials. There were many people who had cultivated the heavenly eye, but Yi Fan was the only one in this world. His heart wasn't at peace after arriving here. This is too much of a scam. Yi Fan walked a few hundred meters and found that there were only useless stones. Occasionally, there were precious materials inside, but they were pitifully small. It wouldn't be worth it to buy them. As long as they have the slightest bit of confidence, they wouldn't bring the stones here to sell. These are stones that have been filtered several times, the monkey said. Moreover, these sellers rarely asked for source materials and would only exchange for the materials they needed. This was because they really didn't lack source materials. After walking for half a street, Yi Fan finally found a few good things. Unfortunately, the things the owners wanted were either hard to find, or the asking price was too heaven-defying, far exceeding their actual value. Finally, they found a place where they could use source materials to exchange for wondrous stones. However, the amount of divine source required was stupefying, requiring a piece the size of a human head at every turn. After arriving here, Yi Fan calmed down. After choosing a square meter of greenish-brown stone, he haggled a few times and paid half a human head-sized divine source before starting to cut the stone. First of all, dazzling divine light immediately flew out after cutting through the stone's skin. There was divine source inside, so no matter what, it was definitely not a loss. Then, Yi Fan continued to brandish his blade. The stone's skin fell off, and the divine source was cut open. There was no dazzling light inside, but instead, it was divine and gentle, making one's heart calm down. This is heaven-defying. Such a large piece of great luo silver essence, just how rare and precious is it worth? The stone was cut open, immediately drawing cries of alarm. This place almost erupted. Many people rushed over. They were all stirred up, wishing they could immediately seize it. The thin layer of divine source contained more than half a square meter of silver metal, flowing with Tao patterns. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The owner of this pile of stone was immediately stupefied. Then he cried out, "Damned divine source!" Divine source was a mysterious substance that could float in the air and change the weight of the stone. It was difficult to judge the weight of the things sealed inside. More than half a square meter of great luo silver essence. If not for this layer of divine source, it would be enough to crush the ground. The owner of the stone pounded his chest and stamped his feet, cursing the divine source for making him miss out on a treasure. "Brother Blackwater, you have the materials to refine your weapon this time." Yi Fan smiled. Most people had a main weapon that they refined themselves. It accompanied them as they grew, and it was the king that controlled other weapons. Of course, there were also people who did not choose this path. For example, Duan De, who only focused on assimilating the weapons of others. If he forged a weapon grandmaster after obtaining half a sovereign weapon, then there would be something wrong with his brain. No weapon grandmaster could control the heaven-devouring demonic lid. Previously, in the primordial purgatory, everyone was sacrificing their weapons. Because the material of Li Heishui's weapon was not good, it was used as powder. Yi Fan wanted to give him the diamond chakram, but Li Heishui was not used to it. He felt that it was better to forge his own main weapon. "I also lack main weapon materials," the large black dog called out. Duan De also rubbed his hands. Everyone looked at him with disdain. How could a great emperor who had followed Wu Shi lack main weapon materials? The other had half a sovereign weapon and was still complaining about being poor. He should be struck by lightning. Speaking of which, more than half a square meter of great luo silver essence can be used to forge a few weapons. Even a saint would be jealous. The monkey sighed. The godly materials that Brother Heishui can't use can be taken back to forge a few divine robes for little K, Tong Tong, and the others, Yi Fan said. So King extravagant. Even Duan De was slightly jealous. "I also feel that I lack a sovereign battle robe." The large black dog's skin was thicker than pig skin. "Hurry up in exchange for the ageless immortal puppet." Yi Fan put away more than half a square meter of great luo silver essence and left. Ji Ziyue's face was filled with a happy smile, and the little dimples that had disappeared for many days reappeared on her face. She ran forward like a cheerful fairy. "Did my eyes deceive me just now? Is it really more than half a square meter of great luo silver essence? CK, there's no justice in this world." In front of the pile of stone materials, a group of people was stunned and could not come to their senses for a long time. This strange stone street had caused a huge commotion, and many people surged over. When Yi Fan and the others returned, the ageless immortal puppet was still there. It grew in the earthen pot, sparkling and glistening, and was surrounded by rays of light. The flower bud was about to bloom. According to the request, Yi Fan took out a piece of silver essence the size of an infant's fist to exchange for this flower. The stall owner was dumbfounded. He did not think that someone would deliver a divine material so quickly, and this made him feel very awkward. Although he wanted to exchange, he was very wary of the far ancient imperial family. "According to the rules of the Heaven Square, I can take this flower away after I put down the great luo silver essence. It's useless for you to go back on your word." Yi Fan threw down the great luo silver essence and directly picked up the immortal puppet, giving it to Ji Ziyue. "So fragrant, as if I'm going to become a celestial." Ji Ziyue picked up the flower pot and was extremely happy. She smelled the fragrance of the flower, and there was an intoxicated expression on her face. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was beautiful and moving. Yuan Gu and the others returned. "Unfortunately, you're a step too late. We've already completed the exchange," Yi Fan said. "It's not over yet. According to the rules, as long as we bring more great luo silver essence than you, this flower will belong to us," Yuan Gu said proudly. He took out a piece of great luo silver essence that was twice the size of Yi Fan's. Tao patterns flowed out of it, and it was auspicious and dazzling, attracting everyone's attention. "What a headache," Yi Fan said. Put down the flower pot and leave immediately. I'll come and take your life in half a month. Yuan Gu sneered. I mean, why are you so troublesome? Yi Fan casually opened an artifact space, took out another piece of great luo silver essence, and put it on the ground. What? Psst. Not to mention Yuan Gu, even the old man behind him widened his eyes in shock. With a quick glance, they saw such a large piece of great luo silver essence. Their breathing quickened, and they felt a little dizzy. Not to mention the people present, even the ancestral king would be dumbfounded. How much was such a large piece of treasure worth? It was absolutely heaven-defying. One had to know that most sages couldn't leave behind their sacred weapons after they died. One reason was that it was difficult to refine, but the other was the lack of divine materials. Such a large piece was not cabbage, nor was it scrap metal. It was great luo silver essence, which was no less than the silver essence reserves in the imperial treasury. No one would take it out and use it. Only Saint Kings were qualified to refine it. It was a treasure reserved for peerless masters to use. Put away the silver essence and leave immediately. I'll come and take your life in half a month, Yi Fan said with a smile as he returned the same words. This was the first time the ancient sage's expression changed after he cut his path. It was too embarrassing, especially in front of Hualin. He was looking down on the other party just now, but the human race's sacred physique revealed more than half a square of great luo silver essence. His small piece was too shabby in comparison. Is there still justice in this world? Bringing so much with him. Are you trying to kill me? He cursed in his heart. He was furious and felt that he had lost face in front of Hualin. Brother Yi. The princess of the Fire Qilin cave was delicate and charming. She stared at the strange flower and didn't want him to give it up. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. There was no woman who didn't care about their appearance. Even the daughters of ancient emperors were no exception. The unaging immortal puppet was priceless to them. I've already given it to someone else, Yi Fan said. If you really want to stay young forever, you can come to my house in the future. This unaging immortal puppet might bloom again, Ji Ziyue said with a smile. She hugged the flower pot and wouldn't let go no matter what. Really? Hualin? Asked as her big eyes rolled around. Of course, don't fight with me over this flower. Ji Ziyue had a crafty look on her face. Where do you live, sister? Hualin also smiled slyly and went forward to ask. The people at the side were a little stunned. These two girls had actually built a relationship and were inviting each other. The most angry one was Yuan Gu. He stared coldly at Yi Fan. This battle will decide life and death. Only one will survive. That's right. That's what I want too. Yuan Gu and Yi Fan opened their mouths one after another, opposing each other with equal harshness. A cold, murderous intent filled the air, causing the sky square to turn cold. Chapter 854. Sunset Perch Plains in half a month. I'm looking forward to the moment your head flies and your golden blood splatters. Yuan Gu glanced at Yi Fan one last time before turning to leave. It's one of life's greatest regrets to not be able to fight against the primitive emperor in his youth. I'll just sever his bloodline to console myself. Yi Fan said indifferently. The scene became deathly silent after hearing this. Even Hualin and the others were stunned. Everyone was shocked and the silence reached an extreme point. How domineering was this? The ancient emperors were like gods in their hearts. No one had ever dared to compare themselves to them, yet the sacred physique of the human race dared to speak in such a manner. Yuan Gu suddenly turned around and said, "How arrogant! 15 days from now, when the sun rises from the east, I'll see you at Sunset Perch Plains and wash my hands with your sacred blood." The crowd was in an uproar and clamor. They were full of anticipation for this battle. This was going to be the strongest showdown. There was no gimmick, but a true blood-soaked battle on the Emperor's path. The sacred physique of the human race against the bloodline of the ancient emperors. This is too much. He dares to compare himself with the primitive emperors. Does he really think he can prove his Tao? I want to watch that battle and personally see the descendant of the primitive emperor kill the sacred physique of the human race. I'll show the supreme might of the ancient emperors. Many creatures were discussing in the sky square. After all, this place was dominated by the various ancient tribes. Naturally, most of them were biased towards the descendant of the ancient emperors. They felt that Yi Fan was being too disrespectful. Of course, there were also a small number of human cultivators who were excited after hearing this. They hoped that Yi Fan would succeed and kill Yuan Gu to show the might of the human race. A storm was coming. Everyone knew that 15 days from now, the eyes of the world would be focused on the northern region. An earth-shattering battle would shake the 5 regions and officially open the curtains. Sister, it's settled then. I'll be a guest at the southern region's Ji clan soon. You must take good care of this strange flower. Huolin smiled and bid farewell to Ji Ziyue. At the same time, he invited her to be a guest at the Fire Qilin cave during this time. Let's go as well. Our identities have been recognized. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. There will most likely be great trouble when we leave, Duanda said. He had many enemies and had dug up many people's ancestral graves. He was used to being cautious. Yi Fan nodded. This time, they unexpectedly obtained such a large piece of divine material, making them feel quite uneasy. They left along Wondrous Stone Street. Oh, there's a godly iron in that stone, but the price is too high. Wait, there's a divine source in front of us, and it's sealed with pure gold. Alas, what a pity, it's only a piece of violet copper and not a divine material. Yi Fan looked around as he walked. He wanted to cut out a few more precious materials before he left. This place was piled up like a mountain, but there really were good things here. It was just that the prices were ridiculous. The stone materials in this region aren't ordinary. There are materials everywhere, even though they aren't that precious. Yi Fan was shocked. Hurry! Chen's spirit stones of Mu Mountain in place. Ahead. King, in Chen in Puri, this place has produced many good things, but the master's requirements are harsh. Strange stones were sold here, but if there was a divine material, they had the right to buy it back. The price was fair. So many rules. Who would be willing to come? Li Tian mumbled. However, Yi Fan stopped. There was something extraordinary here, especially the stone he was staring at. It contained a divine source and had a living being sealed inside. Can we discuss with them and buy the stone directly instead of cutting it here? That won't do. I heard the master of this stone has a great background. He's the 9 Phoenix King. He might become a great sage in the future. He won't be easy to talk to. The others gasped. The 9 Phoenix King had appeared at the Jade Pool meeting. During the primordial era, the Emperor of Fighting had evaluated him as having good aptitude, and his name had shaken the world. What should we do? Yi Fan was in a difficult position because he had found something extraordinary. Brat, did you find a treasure? If you can't do it, let's just run after looting. The large black dog suggested. He had seen too many treasures here, and his eyes were red. He had made a few noises, wanting to do something big and then run. Scram. There must be someone waiting for us to make a mistake in the dark. If you want to loot, you can do it yourself another day. Yi Fan grabbed his neck, warning him not to cause trouble. Brat, did you really find something good? I wonder if they will be fair when they take it back. Duanda's eyes shone with a thieving light. The monkey said, Don't worry. The 9 Phoenix King's name shook the primordial era. He's a rare expert. The stone business under his name won't cause any trouble. We can't afford to lose that person. Fine, I'll go cut it open. I wonder what they will give me in exchange. I really found a treasure this time, Yi Fan said. Now, he had seen all kinds of good things. To be evaluated like this, it was naturally a rare treasure. The people beside him were all excited. Little Yi, what did you find? Even Ji Ziyue was curious. She tilted her head and asked. The corners of her mouth curled up, and a gentle smile hung on her face. Her entire person was very ethereal, with a kind of divine grace. A dragon? Yi Fan replied. What? The few people were tongue-tied. They could tell that he wasn't joking and looked very serious. The price of this stone wasn't heaven-defying and was completely affordable. Yi Fan bought it and began to cut it on the spot. Many people had been paying attention, and when they saw him make a move, They all surrounded him. I'm really looking forward to seeing what a hibernating dragon is. The Black Emperor's sect was drooling. He lay in front of this limestone, unwilling to leave even half a step. This was a meter-long limestone. It was very inconspicuous and was placed in a corner. Obviously, not many people paid attention to it. Even the people in charge of guarding the stone didn't care at all. The surface of the stone was scratched, and a dazzling brilliance shot out. No matter what, they had cut out a divine source, so they definitely wouldn't suffer a loss. There's a living creature inside. Someone with sharp eyes cried out. Gotcha. Yi Fan moved very quickly. He opened the stone in almost an instant, revealing a basin-sized divine source. There was actually a coiling dragon inside, and its entire body was golden and dazzling. Could it be that another divine silkworm came out? Li Heishui was bewildered. However, the others were stupefied. This couldn't be a divine silkworm. Its characteristics were obvious, and it was completely different from the form of the divine silkworm race. This is a true dragon? Why do I smell a medicinal fragrance? It's so fragrant, and I really want to take a bite. Many people cried out in alarm. They all opened their mouths wide and looked at the coiling dragon in disbelief. If it stretched out, it would be close to a meter long. It had a very special aura, not mighty but holy. It's dead, not alive, but this is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Many people had seen Yi Fan cut out the Daluo silver essence with their own eyes. Now that they saw such a divine object appear after he opened the stone, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. What exactly is this? It's so fragrant. It can't be a dragon-shaped divine medicine, right? What a heaven-defying treasure. These people are really blessed by the heavens. They've obtained precious treasures after opening the stone twice. How enviable! A large number of people surged over, all of them clicking their tongues in wonder. They couldn't recognize what it was, and some people suspected that it might be the corpse of a true dragon. Motherf **Ker, damn dog, you've made my shoes wet. Yi Fan kicked it. At this moment, the large black dog's saliva flowed down like a small river. Its large paws hugged the divine source, and it shouted, "It's mine, none of you are allowed to take it." Duanda also acted like he was possessed by a fiendish god. He pulled Yi Fan to the side and rode on the large black dog's body to fight over this divine source. He wanted to take it for himself. To make two of the most shameless and greedy bastards so excited, it was needless to say that it was a heaven-defying precious material. Obviously, the two of them recognized it and fought over it with all their might. Could it be? Yi Fan looked closely and came to a sudden realization. Just at this moment, the elites in charge of guarding the stone material appeared and said, "We want to take back this sect's heaven-defying treasure." "Take back my ass, what are you going to use to exchange for it?" The Black Emperor was anxious and immediately chattered with Fatty Duan, actually discussing robbing it on the spot. It's a rare dragon chimera, and such a large one is about the same size as a true dragon. It's even more precious and priceless, an old man said. It's really a dragon chimera. How can it be so large? It's really heaven-defying. It's a rare precious medicine. Many people exclaimed. In the present world, there wouldn't be more than 10 dragon chimeras, and the longest was only a foot long. Among them, 3 were in the Jade Pool, and 1 was in the Immortal Mansion world. Yi Fan had once been lucky enough to see it. A foot-long dragon chimera was almost on par with the Medicine King, let alone this one. It was close to a meter long, and its fragrance wafted out through the divine source. It's a pity that it died, and its blood coagulated, and its medicinal properties decreased sharply. Otherwise, such a rare dragon chimera would definitely be worth a small half of an immortal medicine. An old man who knew the ropes sighed. Even so, this dragon chimera was priceless, and few things could be compared to it. If it was refined as a main medicine, it could prolong one's life for 600 to 1,000 years. What kind of concept was this? It would make even the ancient saints bow down to beg. In this world, there was nothing more precious than lifespan, especially when it was about to run out. The 1-meter-long dragon chimera was golden all over, and lying in the source, it looked more like a true dragon than the 3 seen in the Jade Pool swamp. It was lifelike, and the golden dragon's body was bright, overflowing with spiritual qi. Every drop of essence and blood in its body was a precious life. In the end, the Black Emperor and Duanda's plan to loot failed. A large number of experts appeared around them, and each of them was full of blood qi. They were frighteningly powerful, and if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be able to break through. "What will you use to exchange for this dragon?" Yi Fan asked. He was very calm as he sat on a treasured chair that was specially brought over for them. Ji Ziyue also smiled and said, "This is a priceless immortal treasure. Do you have the immortal medicine? Do you have the great emperor's exclusive materials? Other than these, I can't think of anything else to exchange." The subordinates of the 9 Phoenix King were in a difficult position. There really weren't any treasures to exchange. "Can I have a word with you guys?" At this moment, a black-robed expert appeared, and everyone involuntarily made way for him. He found the 9 Phoenix King's disciples. He's the eldest grandson of the great sage Hunchuo, and he already has 1 foot in the ancestral king realm. Everyone cried out in surprise. They all knew why he had come. He had the 9 orifices psychic divine fluid, and he could exchange for this dragon chimera. The 9 Phoenix King's disciples didn't dare to slight him. How powerful was the great sage Hunchuo? He alone was enough to destroy the living beings of half an ancient planet. If they provoked him, there would be no way out of this world, including the 9 Phoenix King. "We need to report this matter to the 9 Phoenix King immediately. This dragon chimera is too precious, and we can't make the decision," the 9 Phoenix King's disciple said after the two sides talked. "Okay, I'll wait for the 9 Phoenix King's reply," the eldest grandson of the great sage Hunchuo said. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He knew that this would happen, but even if he didn't cut the stone, it would be discovered sooner or later. There was already a crack on the stone, and with a slight touch, it might split open. The fragrance contained within would definitely spread out, and any ordinary person would be able to discover it, let alone these powerful ancient races. Rather than that, it was better for him to cut it open, and he could exchange for some immortal treasures. For hours later, an expert returned and said, "The 9 Phoenix King has incomparable respect for the great sage Hunchuo. After learning that he wanted to borrow his life for 800 years to compete with the heavens, he is very impressed and is willing to give up the immortal treasure. Many thanks, I will repay you generously in the future," the eldest grandson of the great sage Hunchuo said. He then walked over and said to Yi Fan and the others, "I am willing to exchange the 9 orifices psychic divine fluid for the dragon chimera. Is that possible?" Chapter 855. Now that things had reached this point, there was no other choice. Although the gains were astonishing, Yi Fan still felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if he could see the great sage Hunchuo standing on this ancient star, overlooking all life and fighting against the heavens for 800 years. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? 800 years is very far away. Who knows, maybe the great sage Hunchuo has already passed away in advance, and you might have already become a great saint physique, the Black Emperor said. He was not worried at all. The joy of the harvest rushed into worry. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others were all very excited as they stared at this strange stone. It was a celestial treasure used to nurture heaven-warping geniuses. This stone was about a foot tall, and its stone skin was yellowish-brown. It had a human shape, and a small hole had been cut in its chest. 5-colored liquid flowed out, and a fragrance wafted through the air. The creation of the Holy Spirit was very mysterious. It was the product of the interaction between heaven and earth. The liquid was the essence of the Tao, and it contained the laws of heaven and earth. Once it turned into stone, it would form the inner skeleton of a stone man. It needed to be nurtured by heaven and earth for millions of years before it would appear. Because it was born from the interaction of the great Tao, once it appeared, the winds and clouds would change. It would stand at the peak of the extreme Tao, and could be compared to the great ancient emperors. This was the most primitive form of the Holy Spirit, and it could be said to be in harmony with heaven and earth. It was discovered by someone as soon as it turned into an egg, and its Tao essence was cut out. A drop of spiritual liquid falling into a bucket of water can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones of a young child once. Once a month is enough, an elder at the side said. Everyone's eyes were red. What kind of heaven-defying thing was this? If a clan obtained this kind of thing, what kind of genius could they nurture in the future? 3 to 5 young children would not be enough, and it could be used for 2 to 3 generations. If their aptitude was good enough, with this kind of assistance, what kind of glorious future would they have? It really made people jealous. Duanda rubbed his hands, very excited, and then he felt great hatred. Why was he already so strong? He said with a calm expression, "Actually, I feel that the bones and internal organs in my body are still very tender. After receiving the baptism of the Holy Spirit liquid a few times, there will be no problem at all." That's right. I also feel that you're very young. You're like a flower that has just bloomed, or a sprout that has just emerged from the earth's surface. You need spirit medicines to water you. The large black dog was also very thick-skinned. Yi Fan, the monkey, Li Heishui, and the others looked at them in disdain. One was a Tao ghost who had crawled out of some ancient tomb, and the other was a dog who had once followed an ancient emperor. How dare they pretend to be young? They sealed the 9 apertures psychic divine elixir and quickly left. They couldn't stay here any longer. It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes were watching this place. If not for the restrictions fighting and the unmatched archaic killing formation's intimidation, they would have long since fought over it. Everyone, there is a teleportation platform in the center of the Heaven Square. It can ensure everyone's safety. An old man kindly reminded them. The formation platform was very ancient and densely packed with Tao patterns. It could adjust the sequence of the patterns and change the direction and distance. Its existence was to prevent bad things from happening. In the end, they successfully returned to the heavenly village. When Qi Luo learned that they had obtained the 9 apertures Holy Spirit elixir, he was so excited that he almost offered them as a tribute. Clouds and mist rose above the mountain peak. Little K, Tong Tong, Gu Fei, and Gu Lin were baptized on that very day. All the bones in their bodies crackled continuously, and numerous blurry fragments of regulations were branded into their bodies. Ouch! The few little fellows cried out loudly and struggled violently. Even little Kay, resisted strongly. She directly smashed the milk bottle onto Qi Luo's head and waved her hands and legs to kick him. However, they were still pressed into 4 wooden barrels to be cleansed of their marrows and bones. This was a kind of transformation. I really don't know how lucky I am. I really want to return to my youth and cultivate all over again, Duanda said. I want to leave behind a portion of the Holy Spirit elixir. The large black dog couldn't forget the natural saint physique and wanted to nurture a second wuxia. From this day onwards, Yi Fan began to meditate, and he began to consider how to resist Yuan Gu. After meeting him in the Heaven Square, he realized how terrifying and unfathomable Yuan Gu was. Yuan Gu had inherited the physique of the ancient emperor, and this kind of bloodline power was unparalleled. It could be said that Yuan Gu's physical body wasn't inferior to Ling Han's. Now that he had also severed his Tao, he was 1 tier higher than Ling Han, which made him even more terrifying. The chances of victory were really not high. This was the conclusion that the monkey and the others had arrived at after deducing. They had all advised him not to fight, and it wouldn't be too late to go after he had severed his Tao. The scriptures written by the primitive emperor are difficult and profound. Once you comprehend them, you can pluck the stars and capture the moon, destroy a galaxy, and possess boundless divine might. The monkey explained the various powerful aspects of this technique. Yi Fan listened carefully, while Duanda and the Black Emperor helped analyze from the side. They cited some classic battles from ancient times, where the weak defeated the strong. How can we weaken ourselves before we even fight? Even if he has severed his Tao, he still might not be invincible, Yi Fan said. Although this was what he said, he still had to be extremely cautious. He analyzed all kinds of possible disadvantageous factors and thought about how to fight. You have learned several ancient scriptures. This is a type of hidden danger. When the monkey learned what Yi Fan had learned, he immediately frowned. Although he had 6 scriptures, they weren't connected at all. It was like a dragon that had been severed into several pieces, and it was difficult for him to unleash the invincible might of a dragon soaring into the sky. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He had already realized this problem now. It was useless to be the strongest in a certain secret realm. The key was the overall balance, and he understood this more and more when he reached the edge of severing his Tao. Tao scriptures, Western Emperor scriptures, and so on coexisted. Although the few secret realms were connected, they weren't as smooth and perfect as before. They lacked a kind of divine rhythm. Unless you can combine several ancient scriptures into one, cultivate your own technique, and create your own Tao, it's better to comprehend all the scriptures, Duanda said. This was the truth, but Yi Fan couldn't do anything about it. Back then, what he had obtained were all incomplete scriptures, and he had pieced them together by himself. He wasn't born in a holy land or a divine dynasty, so it was difficult for him to possess a complete scripture. Being the strongest in every secret realm made me happy in the past, but now that I've cultivated successfully, I've discovered the truth, and it has become a type of problem. Yi Fan pondered, but he wasn't afraid. If he wanted to prove his Tao, he had to create his own technique. The large black dog was embarrassed and said, "Although I also discovered the problem in the past, I felt that it was better to be brave and open up. If you gathered all the scriptures in one body, and in the end, you might be able to obtain the strongest scripture." The ancient scriptures left behind by the primitive emperors are very terrifying, especially the last forbidden scripture. It's a supreme technique, and even now, no one knows about it, because those who have seen it have all died, the monkey said. Before the great ancient emperors passed away, they would complete the scriptures they had written in their lifetime. The so-called completion was to add the last forbidden scripture. That was the core and essence of their Tao. This kind of secret technique would shock the gods and make the immortals weep every time it appeared. At the moment when the scripture was finally completed, all kinds of calamities would descend, and strange phenomena would burst forth. It was incomparably demonic. Every person who proved their Tao was like this. Before they passed away, evil winds would howl angrily between heaven and earth, and a great calamity would descend. They would leave behind the perfect scripture at the last moment, and there were countless legends about this. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Until now, he had never seen the last forbidden immortal text of any ancient scripture. This was a great regret of his. Ji Ziyuan nodded and said, "My brother only learned one forbidden technique in the past, and he never had the chance to use it. Now that he's going to become the patriarch, he has the chance to thoroughly see the last page of the secret text." Yuan Gu, with his special identity, had definitely seen the entire ancient scripture of the primitive emperors long ago. Presumably, he had already memorized the last page of the divine text by heart. This kind of secret text is very terrifying and very difficult to deal with. Those who fought against it in the past all died. The only fortunate thing is that you have the 9 secrets. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to contend against it, the monkey said. The celestial 3 slashes of Tao. Yuan Gu can already understand part of the essence of the last page of the scripture. "This is indeed troublesome," the Black Emperor said. "I just want to teach you a secret technique created by my father, and it will be difficult for you to learn it in a short period of time." The last page of the secret text is difficult and profound, the monkey said. Yi Fan thanked him, expressing that he appreciated his kind intentions. There was less than half a month left, so where would he have the time to learn the essence of an ancient scripture? Moreover, that was the Tao of the Battle Clan, so it was not good for him to really go and look at it. "I'll go and beg my brother to teach you the last page of the immortal text," Ji Ziyue said softly when there was no one else around. She was very worried, and felt that it was too difficult to defeat Yuan Gu. "There's no need to be like this. I will win this battle and return alive." Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her. He did not want Ji Ziyue to become a sinner of the clan. When everyone had left, and only Yi Fan was left, silently thinking about how to defeat his opponent, the large black dog turned back. "Forget it, I will teach you a type of technique, but you cannot mention its origin to anyone." Yi Fan was stunned, and he turned around. Then he came to his senses and said, "This is Great Emperor Wu Shi's profound technique?" Silence. The Black Emperor was like a thief. He stood on the mountain peak and looked around, afraid that someone was eavesdropping. Wu Shi's name was famous throughout the ages, and countless people coveted his scripture. However, since ancient times, no one had been able to obtain it, and everyone was very regretful. His strength was undeniable. Yi Fan resisted the urge to violently beat him up, and waited for him to teach him the scripture. In the past, he had interrogated the Black Emperor more than once, but this guy was too tight-lipped, saying that he had never read the scripture. This time, I really feel that you are in danger. Even those two spirit children were sweating profusely when they were divining, and they could not see anything. I had no choice but to save you this time. Of course, you have to understand that I was only thinking about the Tao embryo of the innate saint physique coming into this world. The large black dog jabbered on endlessly, and the more he spoke, the more irritating Yi Fan became. Yi Fan slapped the back of his head and said, "Stop wasting time, hurry up and teach me the technique." Woof, if *c. The imparting of the scripture failed, and the battle between the human and the dog began, causing the two silver blood emperors in the distance to tremble with fear. "Go, God's son!" On another mountain, little K held a pacifier in her mouth and walked unsteadily, waving her little hands as she cheered. When everything calmed down, the Black Emperor used his divine sense to speak directly into Yi Fan's mind, and said, "I really have not seen Wu Shi's scripture, but I have seen him practice some Tao techniques, and I remember some of them." According to the large black dog, those secret techniques were too profound, and even if a great sage were watching from the side, it would be difficult for him to completely master them and imprint them in his mind. Thus, this technique was definitely flawed, and he could forget about obtaining a peerless divine technique. However, it was undoubtedly incredibly powerful, and it would definitely help him avoid death. "I don't need you to teach me the specific technique. You only need to show me the scenes you saw that day, and I will comprehend them myself," Yi Fan said. "What do you mean? Do you think you are more powerful than me? Do you really think you can comprehend the flawless Wu Shi's secret technique?" The Black Emperor's expression was unkind. "I just want to give it a try. If it doesn't work, then you can give me some guidance later." Yi Fan tempted him, and promised to help him cut out a pile of godly materials from the heaven square next time. The greedy large black dog compromised, and then haggled for a while. Only then did he change his shameless nature, and his expression became solemn, as if he had changed his soul. "Watch carefully." At this moment, his expression was solemn, and divine light shone from between his brows, and a seal rushed out. Ancient memories were opened, and a series of frightening images appeared. A terrifying aura flowed, and a great emperor was resurrected in the images. A majestic figure appeared on a Tao platform, and he stepped on all the patterns of the great Tao. Chapter 856. This person seemed to be able to shatter the eternal. He stood on the Tao platform just like that, trampling all the Tao patterns beneath his feet. Even the great Tao had to submit. The natural laws of heaven and earth were unobstructed, all obeying his commands. Wu Shi. Was this Wu Shi? An unrivaled existence who could sweep through the heavens, someone who had been talked about for thousands of years. Who could actually see him? There were no portraits of him in this world, and no one knew his true identity. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently. This man on the Tao platform was too special. He had an extraordinary temperament. With me, there would be no heavens, and with me, there would be no Tao. He seemed to be able to represent heaven and earth, representing the eternal and the great Tao. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his figure was majestic and imposing. He was like an immortal monument that stood there, unsurpassable by anyone. Unfortunately, his back was still facing the world, and no one could see his true appearance or the expression in his eyes. This made Yi Fan feel incomparable regret. At this moment, the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. It was as if he had crossed thousands of years to arrive. It was as if he was truly looking up at a flesh and blood Tao corroborate. Why was it like this? Yi Fan had a misconception. Why was this unparalleled existence that was both man and God always had his back facing the world? This was the case in the Purple Mountain. The old Tao platform was engraved with the mottled passage of time, recording the life of the great emperor. He sat there alone with his back facing the world. What was he looking at? Great Emperor Wu Shi began to evolve. His laws, his techniques, and his Tao seemed to traverse the past and present, appearing before his eyes, appearing in the world of mortals. Strand after strand of Tao light flew out, and divine laws interweaved one after another. He became the center of heaven and earth, and even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. Wu Shi's laws, there was no need to talk about the mysteries, but this kind of aura alone was shocking. What kind of power was this? He seemed to be the center of the universe. A wave of aura rushed over, drowning Yi Fan. He was shocked. He felt as if there was a living person with his back facing him. It was as if Great Emperor Wu Shi was still in this world, right in front of him, evolving the Tao, corroborating secrets. Everything was so mysterious that his attention was drawn over. This was a type of technique. It wasn't Wu Shi's complete Tao, but it was enough for others to spend an entire lifetime comprehending it. Perhaps they would only be able to scratch the surface. It's very close yet very far. I can't see it clearly. I don't know how to operate it. Yi Fan's heart was as calm as still water, and he didn't panic. He opened his heaven's eye to see the essence, and his ear of the clairaudient also listened to the sound of the Tao, and captured the trajectory. I hear the wondrous sound of the Tao. A ripple appeared in his heart. His ears were ringing with the Tao, interweaving into tangible traces that appeared in his mind. Yi Fan moved his body. His body moved according to his thoughts, using his body as a magical imprint to merge with heaven and earth. He began to deduce again and again. He forgot everything else and didn't know where he was. There was only an imposing figure in front of him. That was his goal, the root of his pursuit. The boundless void, the eternal Tao. Yi Fan had forgotten about everything else. There was only the Tao in front of him. He kept chasing after it, wanting to grasp it in his hands. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, splitting apart this world and shattering this tranquility. It disrupted the order of time and space, freeing him from this state. Brat, you've gone mad. A large black paw rested on his shoulder, shaking him vigorously. What's wrong? Why did you interrupt my thoughts? Just then I was about to grasp everything in my hands, Yi Fan asked. Just then you were about to transform into the Tao. Even your body was about to transform into the laws of heaven and earth, the large black dog said solemnly. Transforming into the Tao was a terrifying phrase. Many powerful cultivators would eventually take this step. Their bodies would die, and their Tao would disappear, returning to the laws of heaven and earth. Is that so? But I'm clearly close to that divine technique, and I'm about to grasp it, so why did I transform into the Tao? He asked himself. That's because Great Emperor Wu Shi is too powerful. He can suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the laws he manifests are unparalleled in this world. You haven't reached that cultivation level yet you want to be like him? You're definitely seeking your own death. However, the large black dog was also considerably astonished. He hadn't thought that Yi Fan would be so invested and have this kind of comprehension ability. He had practically grasped the essence of that technique. You can't grasp it. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to do it, so you can't force it. No one knows the emotions that Great Emperor Wu Shi had when he created that technique. If you can't resonate with it, you'll never be able to fully comprehend it. Then, Yi Fan began to comprehend it again. He gazed at the figure with his back to the masses, manifesting the Tao in his heart, comprehending the secret technique, and forgetting about everything else. In the end, everything disappeared. The Black Emperor shut off that ancient memory, and only Yi Fan stood alone on the mountain peak. He closed his eyes, silently comprehending it. What did you pass on to him? Is it Wu Shi's Tao? Duan appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He emerged from a thief's hole, and asked the Black Emperor, "Woof, you dare to eavesdrop?" The large black dog chased after him and tore at him. Boundless celestial being, how could I be that kind of person? Besides, you were passing on the technique in your heart, so how could I see it? Duan said. The Black Emperor stopped and said, his comprehension ability in cultivation isn't bad, and he quickly understood the Tao and grasped the essence. Unfortunately, he isn't an innate saint physique. Who moved the heavenly village's ancient tomb's stone tablet away? Qi Luo's voice traveled over from afar, and then he roared angrily. He had discovered a thief's hole. I'll leave first. When the time comes, I'll go and watch a world-shocking battle. Duan De shrank his neck and then disappeared into the hole. A day and a night later, Yi Fan woke up. He faced the morning glow and stretched out his hands. His entire body was surrounded by the radiance of the sun, and his entire person became incomparably brilliant. Is this one of great Emperor Wu Shi's secret techniques? He muttered to himself. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck out with all his strength towards his left hand. Then he used Wu Shi's secret technique to defend himself, and a strange thing happened. Perhaps I've understood great Emperor Wu Shi's path. Yi Fan looked at his own hands, and his heart was shaken. In the distance, the Black Emperor's heart trembled violently. Yi Fan had used such a short amount of time to comprehend that kind of technique, and it felt extremely astonished. Being able to comprehend to this step is extremely remarkable. No one can obtain the flawless Wu Shi technique, the large black dog said in a low voice. Then he ran forward and said, the path that great Emperor Wu Shi has taken, as well as his Tao, is something that no one can see through. There's no need for you to think too much, and you should hurry up and consolidate it. Time passed very quickly. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 6 days left. A kind of nervous atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone in the heavenly village was waiting. Divine Sun will definitely win. Even little Kay knew about it. She hugged her milk bottle, and her steps were unsteady. She clenched her tender fist tightly as she spoke. In these past few days, the North region had become a place where powerful figures gathered. Experts from all over the world appeared, and they all wanted to watch this great battle. It could be said that this battle had far-reaching effects. It concerned many things. The battle between the saintly physique of the human race and the ancient emperor bloodline, from a certain perspective, was also a competition between the two great forces. It was a dialogue between the strongest. The great era had arrived, and the heaven and earth had long been dyed with blood. A few heroes of the younger generation had also died, but it was far from shocking enough. Talents like Hua Yunfei, the Middle Emperor, Yuan Gu, and Huang Shudao were the focus of attention, and no one had ever died before. And this time, it would be a terrifying collision, and the most eye-catching battle of the younger generation would occur. Regardless of whether it was the death of Yuan Gu or the death of the saintly physique of the human race, both would cause a great earthquake. The great battle had not yet begun, but waves had already been stirred up in the North region. All kinds of discussions soared into the sky, and it was unknown how many pairs of eyes were paying attention. Who would win, who would lose, who would be weak and who would be strong? This caused a heated discussion, and the entire North region was no longer peaceful. Everyone's attention was on it, and everyone was eagerly waiting. Yi Fan left the heavenly village and walked alone in the wild mountains. He strolled outside the Purple Mountain, arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and appeared at the edge of the falling Eagle Cliff. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others wanted to follow him, but he did not agree. He traveled alone and adjusted his condition in order to reach his peak. He walked through many primitive regions and arrived at many desolate mountain ranges that he had never set foot in before. In the end, he crossed the void and arrived at the southern region alone. Experts from all walks entered the northern region, and the ancient battlefield of Dawn Perch Plain was no longer silent. The clouds of battle were dense, and many people had arrived in advance. All of a sudden, it became much livelier. In the noisy northern region, experts continuously rushed over, and all of them were waiting. This battle affected everyone's hearts. However, at this time, Yi Fan entered the fiery domain alone. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and went straight to the 9th level. The temperature here was terrifying, and even saints would be afraid to take a step forward. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and began to frantically absorb it. 9-colored mist surged violently. This was the most terrifying flame in the world, and it turned into blazing light that entered the cauldron. One must not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard. This battle was watched by the whole world, and all kinds of dangerous situations might occur. The ancient tribes were filled with true experts, and if a strong person interfered, the consequences would be unthinkable. He did not know whether the saints of the human race would appear, and he needed to pave his own path of retreat. Even if someone in the dark reached out, he would be able to escape unscathed. Both sides had already agreed that they would not use their inherited sacred weapons, and they would fight with true strength. Yi Fan agreed. Otherwise, if Yuan Gu took out the primitive emperor's weapon, there would be no need to fight. This battle would be a true showdown of strength. He would not use his flames unless something unexpected happened and someone wanted to harm him. He would only use them as a backup plan. A rustling sound could be heard, as if there was a creature crawling about. Yi Fan was startled, and when he turned around he saw the ultimate immortal flame again. At the end of the fiery domain was a barren land without any signs of life. There were not even any flames, but it was rumored that an immortal had been burned to death here, and the ancient desolate tower had floated here for thousands of years. A small tree was moving, and the rustling sound came from it. The flames were throbbing, and there were many mysterious and unfathomable symbols that could burn down the heavens and destroy eternity. This was a terrifying place. Even saints would tremble when they saw this ultimate flame. No one could resist it, and anyone who came into contact with it would be turned into ashes. The ancient records were vague, and it was hard to say whether this tree flame existed or not. However, Yi Fan had come here twice, and he had personally seen it. He did not dare to act recklessly, and calmly waited for it to disappear. Gio Gio Gio, the tree flame flickered, and it was less than a meter tall. A small bird appeared on one of the branches. Its wings were beautiful, and it was chirping nonstop. Just like the flames, it was formed from symbols and laws. Immortal Phoenix. Yi Fan was shocked. It was shaped like a phoenix, vivid and lifelike. It was less than the size of a palm, and as it moved about while bathing in flames, it was mysterious and unfathomable. He had a bad premonition and quickly retreated. However, right at this moment, that dazzling bird chirped a few more times, and then spat out a speck of light. This speck of light was extremely fine. Before it even approached, the terrifying temperature already arrived. It was as if it could burn down the world, making one's blood run cold. This was the ultimate flame at the end of the fiery domain. Even though it was just a strand of weak light, it was still unbearable. It was difficult for Yi Fan to evade even if he wanted to. It was too fast, and it had already closed in. He brought out the Bodhi seed to block this strand of blazing light. It was clear that this was a symbol. It turned into a strand of hair, and it burned down the void. Suddenly, the Bodhi seed released endless light, but it could not block it. It was about to split apart. Buddhist light. Yi Fan was shocked. He never thought that this seed would contain Buddhist force, because he had never sensed it before. He used the rose symbol to retreat, but he couldn't break free from this strand of light. He used the all-life energy cauldron to block it, and at the same time he brought out all types of divine objects to defend. Chung. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. That strand of light was blocked. It was actually a divine ancient scripture. That was half a page of scripture fragments that were bright red like blood. It was brought back from North Star, but he had never been able to comprehend it. It was because it did not have any words, only incomplete Tao patterns. Dense mist rose, and it was incomparably brilliant. Scarlet multicolored light dyed his entire body red, almost translucent. There was a phoenix cry that was clear and ear-splitting. The half-page of divine ancient scripture forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold resonated with that strand of light. Chapter 857. The multicolored haze was dazzling, and the blood-red scripture was trembling. It was forged from phoenix blood gold, and with zheng-zheng sounds, it was as if an immortal phoenix that had been trapped for a long time was about to break out. The fine flame merged with it, turning into a jumping symbol. It released an even more resplendent light, and the two resonated in a mysterious and unfathomable manner. Yi Fan retreated backwards. His eyes were like torches as he stared rigidly in that direction, fearing that he would miss something. Chirp chirp. In the depths of the fiery domain, that bird leapt about, bathed in flames like a divine phoenix. It continuously cried out as it stood on top of the meter-tall tree flame, and the scorching heat assaulted his face. It flapped its wings and actually wanted to fly, but in the end, it didn't leave the tree flame. It opened its mouth and spat out a strand of light, and like a streak of bright lightning, it scattered down. What is this? It's all formed from symbols. Is it really the essence of an immortal flame? Yi Fan's expression changed. He was worried that this half a page of immortal text was exceptionally precious. If it was destroyed here, then it would be troublesome. This was something he brought back from the tiger's mouth. Buddhist light shone, and the Bodhi seed floated in the air. A type of Buddhist might surged, blocking the fine flame in front of it. The seed's outer shell was changing, and it seemed like it was going to crack and fall off. A great Buddha appeared, sitting cross-legged in the void while being roasted by the flame. There was a sorrowful expression on its face, and it didn't move at all. Its body erupted with endless light. Yi Fan was astonished. The Bodhi seed actually possessed this type of mysterious power. This was something he had never heard of before. It contained a Buddha image, so what exactly was so strange about it? Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. A rustling sound rang out, and that small tree began to move. That bird continuously chirped as it rushed into the air, overlooking everything. The Bodhi seed's strange transformation caused the mysterious flame to also change. It wanted to move over, and the temperature became more and more frightening. Even the void was being burned. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This thing was definitely impossible to defend against. There were records in the ancient texts that immortals had been burned to death in the depths of the fiery domain, leaving behind ashes. Regardless of whether this was true or false, it still proved how terrifying it was. He had no way of retreating. If that phoenix-like bird swooped down, then it would be a great disaster. There was no way to avoid it. Right now, they were in a delicate state of equilibrium. Once it was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiu-jiu! The palm-sized phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a faint light that sprinkled down. The Bodhi seed's Buddhist light flourished even more. The patterns on its surface were changing, and the fiery light was approaching. This won't do. The more I resist, the worse it will be. The flames formed from symbols have no consciousness and are merely being attracted by an external force. Yi Fan gradually understood the profoundness of the situation. If he fought against it, he would most likely die faster. If Wu Wei just stood there, it would not approach him. At this moment, the Buddha body's precious appearance was dignified. Endless light blossomed, attracting even more symbol flames. Even that small tree was almost right in front of him. The Bodhi seed seemed to be melting. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and sent a strand of his divine sense into the Buddhist light. It entered the Bodhi seed and tried to change everything. There was no divine will on it, only a fine imprint that was stirring up the Bodhi force, evolving into a great Buddha, becoming endless divine light. Yi Fan easily entered. The flames pressed on, and the previous imprint was almost erased. It gradually lost contact with the seed and was about to disappear in midair. The great Buddha grew dim and then slowly disappeared. Boundless light entered the Bodhi, but soon after, another figure appeared. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and he sat cross-legged in the void like a demon god, releasing millions of rays of divine light. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. The Buddha body disappeared, and he appeared to take its place. The tree flames closed in, and the phoenix cried. The terrifying flames burned. The seed floated up and down. Yi Fan felt as if he had fallen into the 18th level of purgatory and was being tormented. What happened? He didn't understand. He felt as if he was going to be turned into ashes. He calmed his mind and quickly adjusted his mood. He gathered all of the will that had entered the seed and submerged it. In midair, the demonic god figure gradually disappeared. The flames danced, and the seed seemed to have melted. The patterns on its surface had undergone a great change. The tree flames formed from symbols rustled. They no longer confronted each other and left this place. The seed fell to the ground, and Yi Fan became clear-headed. The will retreated and returned to his body. He then picked up the seed and observed it carefully. This. He was astonished. In the past, there was an innate Buddha on it formed from all kinds of natural patterns. Now, everything had changed. That Buddha had disappeared and turned into his form. Yi Fan was absent-minded. The seed originally had someone else's imprint on it, and it might become a great disaster in the future. That was because he had no secrets from the seed. Yet now, this cluster of mysterious talisman flames was pressuring him, putting an end to a type of latent danger and extinguishing it while it was still budding. This seed is quite miraculous. Only now does it belong to me. Yi Fan held the seed in his hand and felt that it was even closer than before. It was as if he could hear a mysterious sound coming from the distant past. He had long since stopped using this seed to comprehend the Tao. Right now, he wasn't trying to help it understand, but rather truly grasped a strange rhythm. It's half a page of immortal text. The tree flames disappeared, but that phoenix bird didn't retreat. It floated in midair and stared at the scripture cast from phoenix blood gold. It spat out many streaks of multicolored light. At this moment, the blood-red divine ancient scripture merged with the bright fiery light. Half of a flaming bird rushed out, but it looked like it had been cut in half by someone. Only half of its body remained. Half a page of immortal text, half an immortal phoenix. Yi Fan held the seed in his hand and stared forward. His eyes released two streaks of tangible light that seemed to connect to the injured bird's body and seize its secrets. This was produced from Tao patterns, containing the secrets of undying. Now, it resonated with the light released by the bird formed from symbols, and only then did it appear in the void. Who in this world could avoid death? Not even great ancient emperors could do this. Was this really a piece of immortal text? Yi Fan focused his mind and studied the Phoenix Tao patterns, wishing to seize the most fundamental secret. However, it was too difficult. The phoenix bird formed from half of the scripture was broken, half torn off. This type of damaged part wasn't connected at all, unable to form scripture meanings. Forcefully assembling it and continuously evolving it didn't work either. There was no way to produce scripture or great Tao. This made Yi Fan frown, at his wit's end. Even though the seed in his hand merged with him, becoming even more intimate, it still couldn't produce something from nothing, couldn't create a Tao. It could only seize Tao traces that truly existed. Jiu. The little bird in midair swooped down, dancing about the phoenix blood gold. It was graceful and moving, but the temperature became even more terrifying. Yi Fan's expression changed, truly fearing that it would melt away the patterns on its surface. Chung. A metallic sound rang out. The immortal text released an even more beautiful light. It was scarlet red like blood, dyeing the entire fiery domain in a dreamlike radiance. It was mysterious and beautiful. A small segment of perfect Tao patterns. Yi Fan's eyes stared into midair. When the phoenix blood gold merged with the faint light, the damaged phoenix bird that was produced had a segment of iron chain-like patterns moving about. His eyes released divine radiance, hacking over like two sharp swords. They passed through the dazzling multicolored light and landed on that chain of order, carefully engraving it down. Swoosh! Fine fiery light jumped about. Yi Fan backed up, and then he stopped moving. His entire body seemed to have lost all life force as he sat down. His divine senses were pulled into a deathly still space, forcefully shut inside. There was only a single chain of order moving about, terrifying beyond compare. Is this the secret of long life? Yi Fan's mind became empty. He concentrated all of his attention on comprehending it, staring at the divine chain formed from Tao patterns. He didn't know the flow of time, completely immersed within. Unfortunately, how many things could this half of the Phoenix Blood Gold book record? Meanwhile, the perfect Tao laws it contained couldn't even be considered a corner of it. However, Yi Fan was still deeply moved. This was actually one of the 9 secrets, the swordsman character secret. This was the so-called everlasting and undying technique. When he comprehended this chain of order, the other secrets began to operate on their own, resonating with each other, merging with the Tao together. What a pity, the damage is too severe. I could only obtain this type of chain of order from the broken Tao patterns, unable to obtain its essence. Despite this being the case, Yi Fan was still shaken. The swordsman character secret could heal injuries, refine oneself into divine medicine, and even if one's primordial spirit was shattered, it could be regenerated even if there was only a single drop of blood left. It truly made him feel incomparably regretful. He couldn't obtain this type of almost undying secret. There was only a single divine chain, and there should be at least 9 complete ones. No wonder there was a rumor in ancient Ziwei Star domain that if one obtained this ancient scripture, it would be hard to die even if they wanted to. It could repair the body, making it difficult for both the body and spirit to be destroyed. Of course, it wasn't immortality in the true sense. When one's lifespan dried up, even if one had this page of immortal text, it would still be useless, unable to prolong one's life. After an unknown amount of time, he finally retreated from the void and truly woke up. The half-page of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold book had long fallen to the ground, and the immortal flame had disappeared. This place was extremely quiet. Yi Fan picked up the page of scripture and slashed it on his shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out, but as soon as the swordsman character secret was activated, the golden blood that flew out immediately flowed in reverse, and the wound healed in an instant. This made him feel even more regretful. If he could obtain the perfect swordsman character secret, then he would truly be heaven-defying. He would practically have an indestructible golden body, invulnerable to all tribulations. Soon after, he smiled again. As a person, one had to learn to be satisfied. Being able to obtain a divine chain of order was already not bad. He didn't fall here and even obtain something, so he should rejoice. And now, he had obtained this divine chain. It shouldn't be much weaker than Hua Yunfei's Phoenix Tribulation Regeneration technique, right? His greatest asset was his longevity. Yi Fan put away the half-page of immortal text and then carefully sized up the Bodhi seed. His mind was completely clear, and he developed a strange feeling toward this seed. He had a feeling that something would happen because of it, and it would be unimaginably useful to him. I don't know what kind of unforeseen event happened today, but this Bodhi seed is making my heart palpitate. He muttered to himself. At the same time, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were in the midst of divination. Yi Fan had already left for a few days. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others from the heavenly village were afraid that something would happen to him, so they let the 2 spiritual children do the divination. Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers, and the sect is immortal. The 2 spiritual children opened their little mouths and coughed out a mouthful of spiritual blood. They immediately fainted, and after being shaken awake, they were at a loss and had forgotten what had just happened. What happened? Qi Luo and the monkey were both alarmed and ran over quickly. Immortal. Little K blinked her large eyes and said delicately while hugging the milk bottle. Don't let them do the divination. They are spiritual children and can mutually resolve disasters, but something like this still happened. It seems that it involves the heavenly secrets, the Black Emperor said in a deep voice. Yi Fan left the fiery domain and went all the way south. He arrived at Yen country, which was also the land where he first stepped into this world. Its central region was the forbidden ancient land. This time, he didn't want to take the risk to enter the forbidden area of life. Instead, he came to the small store where Uncle Jiang and little Tingting used to work. That was because Uncle Jiang said that he had come back once. An old neighbor told him that a beautiful girl named Lin Jia had come and asked about Yi Fan. Creak, creak, creak. After pushing open the dusty door, Yi Fan entered the store. Everything was the same as before, as if he had returned to the past. Suddenly, his eyes became sluggish. He saw a few words carved on the wall. They were written in characters from the other side of the starry sky, and they were very different from the ones in this world. Immortal Valley of Levitation. Yi Fan read out and then stood in silence for a long time. What did this mean? Did they want him to search for it? In the end, he turned around and directly crossed over to return to the northern region. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Everything had to wait until the curtains fell on this battle. Chapter 858. It was rare to see green mountains and clear waters in the northern region. The barren land was boundless, and the desert was bleak and cold. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a miserable scene. However, recently, this barren land gradually became lively. More and more cultivators could be seen, especially in the various ancient cities. The inns were almost full, especially the oasis near Sunset Perch Plain. It was overcrowded, and many cultivators had no choice but to leave. The battle between the human race's divine physique and Yuan-Gu is not only the most influential clash of the younger generation, but also the first confrontation between the two great races. We have to watch. This wasn't just a single person saying this, but everyone was discussing it. They were all waiting anxiously because the date was approaching. It was about to begin. Almost all the cultivators in the vast 5 regions, all the races, all the cultivators moved upon hearing the news. It was unknown how many experts had arrived to watch this great battle. The impact of this battle was too great. It was like a meteorite falling from the heavens into the ocean, stirring up a great storm that swept through the entire ancient star. It could be said that the entire world was paying attention to this battle. Everyone was quietly waiting for this battle to begin. The atmosphere in the northern region gradually became tense and suffocating. There were only 3 days left before the battle at Sunset Perch Plain would begin. Yi Fan had already returned. After pondering for a long time and comprehending all the techniques, he held the scepter in his hand and began to carefully study the ancient scroll of the Celestial Court. He and Qi Luo had worked together to complete the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Now, all the profound mysteries were revealed and no longer incomplete. The killing scripture had returned to perfection. Yi Fan held the Book of Time in his hand. His mind was calm and peaceful as he silently pondered. The great killing technique was somewhat at odds with his Tao, but it couldn't be denied that it had its own unique points. Using killing to prove one's Tao was displayed to the fullest. How are the human world and hell? Have they made any moves recently? It had been too quiet during this period of time, and this gave him a sense of foreboding. If the two divine dynasties were to suddenly launch an attack during the battle against Yuan-Gu, it would undoubtedly be devastating. The human world has encountered great trouble. Li Heishui laughed mischievously. The ancient godly dynasty had been targeted by the Silkworm Ridge. Last time, they had lost a grand completion king, and now they had lost another giant. The 1,000 feet secular world had been destroyed. The news was undoubtedly shocking. This was an unimaginable loss. There was a boundless secular world in the human world. This divine dynasty was said to be 90,000 zhang in size, and it had a total of 9 small world palaces. Divine Silkworm Ridge's experts used the silk unwrapping cocoon secret technique to follow them all the way to this important place. A small world was shattered, not a single person able to escape. It's still that old silkworm, the protector of Taoist god Silkworm. He single-handedly split open the 3,000-meter red dust palace. The news will soon spread throughout the northern reaches. The heavenly village had a special channel, so they received the news at the first moment. The news hadn't spread outside yet, but they already knew about it. Sure enough, not long after, the northern region was in a state of chaos. Such a disturbance before the battle between the human race's sacred physique and Yuan-Gu left everyone bewildered. Soon after, the divine Silkworm Ridge's matters were brought up again. This was the second great completion king-level expert they killed. Could he be considered the leader of this divine dynasty? They asked Yi Fan for the immortal divine medicine. Yi Fan replied, telling them to go to the divine city's Merak Stone Square to retrieve the source. The great completion king-level expert wasn't the leader of the human world. There was a saint-level killer? Everyone was astonished. It was as if a gust of autumn wind had swept past, making everyone tremble with fear. The old Taoist of divine Silkworm Ridge was silent, but he didn't want to give up because of this. Their 9 wonders immortal medicine had flown away, and now it had taken root in the ancient abyss. They wanted to use the Qilin medicine to make up for it. The restless northern region and restless people's hearts. A great battle was about to arrive, and a storm was brewing. Every wave made everyone's nerves tense up. Tell me the clues about the human world and hell. Yi Fan closed the Book of Time and looked at Qi Luo. What do you want to do? Qi Luo was astonished. I've comprehended a few wondrous techniques these past few days. I need to test them out and try them out, said Yi Fan. The heavenly village was a remnant of the former celestial court. They had grasped many clues about hell and the human world, but due to their limited strength, they had always endured and couldn't rise up. I'll go and clean up those branches and leaves. It doesn't affect the overall situation. Give me a list of those who can be killed. Yi Fan requested. That's true. You can go and experience the feeling of a life and death battle. Qi Luo nodded. At the same time, Yuan Gu was also on the move. He had passed through the 18 immemorial passes of the primitive lake in succession. This was a test set up by the primitive emperor's descendants, and he had passed it smoothly. Before the great battle begins, I need to make my blood boil. When the time comes, I'll destroy the human race's divine physique in one fell swoop. Yuan Gu also left the primitive lake on this day. On this day, the northern region was restless. Deaths occurred one after another. The number one of the living ghost race's younger generation was smashed to pieces with a single punch. The two heroes of the fallen winged race were beheaded, and the blood lightning royal race's young master was stomped to death. Yuan Gu attacked and killed everyone along the way. These people were all powerful and conceited. They had challenged his imperial dignity before, but now, they were all killed in one strike. Not a single one was left alive. Within a barren mountain, blood rained down once again. Yuan Gu had killed the 13th expert. His entire being was filled with a demonic nature as blood splattered all over his body. He had thick black hair, a tall body, and a terrifying gaze. He gazed into the distance and muttered, "My battle blood is about to boil. The human race's divine physique, I'll wait for you." Yi Fan walked out of the heavenly village with a life and death book in hand. He searched according to what was written on it. Everywhere he passed, blood rained down. He killed people from both hell and the human world, setting off a violent wave. The great battle was about to begin. With such an impact, the northern region's atmosphere became more and more tense. No one knew that the two protagonists who were about to fight were taking action. Who are you? Within an ancient Taoist temple within a barren mountain, a few old assassins whose hands were stained with blood died with remaining grievances. They had nurtured many disciples, but now, they had been uprooted. I am Yuan Shi. At this moment, Yi Fan had transformed into a young Taoist priest. He wielded his sword and went on a killing spree. Half a day later, within an ancient tomb, Yi Fan entered alone. He walked into the ground and once again started a massacre. Another secret area was chosen. Yi Fan used all sorts of wondrous techniques, turning this place into a world of blood. There were over 100 corpses lying on the ground. Dongfang Yi and Li Heishui, whom he had killed in hell and the human world, had nowhere to go. Pang Bo's whereabouts were unknown, and Lu Ko's head was separated from his body. Yi Fan's heart was filled with anger. He had been suppressing it for a long time, but it was already on the verge of boiling. In this battle, Yi Fan killed from the northern region to the central region. It could be described as a river of blood. The Killer God dynasty suffered heavy losses, and many secret locations were razed to the ground. This humble Taoist Yuan Shi represented death. With a life and death book in hand, he killed from the north to the south. The entire eastern wasteland was in chaos. A young man from the Killer God dynasty who specialized in killing ancient killers, a ruthless demon king, and a Taoist priest who spun the life and death wheel. His name was Yuan Shi, and he shocked the entire world. There was only one word difference between him and great Emperor Wu Shi. This Taoist priest called Yuan Shi stirred up a storm on this day. He was like a hot knife through butter. Everywhere he passed, corpses were piled up, and it was difficult for anyone to survive. Little Yi is getting excited from killing, don't be unable to hold back. Li Heishui was worried. Qi Luo said, "It's fine. This is a battle of life and death. Divine techniques and realms are not the final reliance." He has already realized this, so he read through the Celestial Court's Book of Killing. Today, he is looking for that kind of bloody instinct. Success or failure is very simple, it's only a matter of life and death. In the human world, the mortal world was bustling with people, accompanied by sorrow and joy, and there was no escape. The Killer God dynasty used this as a name, but it also represented a kind of concept. Once entangled with them, it was equivalent to the end of one's life. This ancient palace was said to be able to measure 90,000 feet of the mortal world. It was glorious for a time and overlooked the world. It was an immortal ancient watchtower built from the skulls of various kings. And within these 2 days, countless disciples and followers of the human world had died. This was a very big blow to them. A young Taoist priest called Yuan Shi had killed so many that they were unable to restrain their anger. In the end, Yi Fan stopped. Tomorrow was the day of the great battle with Yuan Gu, and he had also found that kind of feeling. At the same time, on a great mountain in the northern region, Yuan Gu stood bathed in blood. Even his hair was stuck together. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said to himself, "Human race's saint physique, I can't wait any longer." He was filled with the belief that he would win. The battle blood in his body was boiling, and his confidence was 100 times greater. His battle-intent soared. Killing a group of enemies gave him a kind of invincible aggressiveness, and he wanted to bathe in divine blood. There was only one more day before the great battle would begin. The winds and clouds of the world gathered in the northern region. Many people were waiting and silently counting down. The divine city was the center of the northern region. Now it was even more noisy. Too many people had come, and too many experts had come. Many people were placing their bets in this gambling city. They had already begun to bet on who would win. Today, all the large stone squares were deserted. No one was gambling on stones, and everyone was engaged in the battle between the human race's Saint Physique and Yuan Gu. Regardless of whether it was the tea houses or the inns, they were all overcrowded. In addition, formation platforms had already been carved one after another. Early the next morning, countless cultivators would cross the void and head towards Sunset Perch Plain. Without a doubt, this kind of gambling had also caused many discussions and arguments. There were even many bloody incidents. What is the human race's Saint Physique? How can it be compared to the archaic emperor's bloodline? This time, he will die without a doubt. The person who could say such words was naturally an ancient cultivator. Some human cultivators refuted and said, "Yuan Gu is no good. This time, he will definitely lose. The human race's Saint Physique has even broken the curse. Unless the young great emperor is revived, no one in the same generation can contend against him." How can the archaic emperor compare to the archaic emperor? As their descendant, I believe that Yuan Gu can split the human race's imperial prince in half, let alone a Saint Physique. This was a huge quarrel, and it was the same everywhere in the northern region. Many bloody incidents had occurred. The battle between Yi Fan and Yuan Gu had already escalated to a question of who was stronger between the archaic emperor and the archaic emperor. In the noisy northern region, the people were restless. The atmosphere before the great battle was extremely tense. This battle had far-reaching effects and involved many people. It would most likely be recorded in the history books. The imperial technique is world-shocking. It will definitely suppress the human race's mysterious techniques and kill the Saint Physique. The archaic emperor died early, but the great emperor of the human race might still be alive. It has long been clear who is stronger. This was no longer a duel between two people. The various powers behind them were also involved. Everyone was discussing and many people were quarreling. Which was stronger between the human race's Saint Physique and the archaic emperor's bloodline? The ultimate secret technique of the archaic emperor and the ultimate mysterious technique of the archaic emperor were going to compete this time. In this ultimate confrontation, who was stronger? Chapter 859. The air of the divine city was filled with the smell of blood. 41 bloody incidents had occurred on the day before the battle, and many people had died. All of this was because of the ultimate confrontation that was about to begin. I'll bet a piece of 9 heavens divine jade, Scarlet Jade King, that Yuan Gu will win. A world-shocking gamble had begun. The 9 heavens divine jade was a divine material that could be used to forge divine weapons. It was difficult to find in this world and could be considered priceless treasures. Even saints would be tempted. A piece of great Luo silver essence. The monkey arrived and gambled generously with that ancient race expert. It was also a rare divine material the size of a human's head that was rarely seen in many years. Sacred Prince, are you betting on the human race's divine physique to win? An ancient race expert was somewhat dissatisfied, but due to the other party's status, he didn't act out directly. Can't I? The monkey cast a sidelong glance and said in a domineering manner, could it be that all the ancient tribes belong to the primordial lake race? This world-shocking gamble was something that everyone could participate in. Of course, there were also private gamblers that only took place between two people. They were betting on rare treasures because no one else could take them out. On the other side of the gambling house, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, and Li Tian were also betting on Yi Fan to win and cut off Yuan Gu's head. However, it was difficult for them to bet privately like the monkey because divine materials were too rare. Even the ancient race's precious materials were not enough. Who would be willing to take them out? In another gambling house, the Heavenly Prince's appearance made all the cultivators nervous. He took out a sparkling and translucent pendant. It didn't emit any radiance, but it was enough to move people's hearts. The Tao Comprehension Tea Tree's core. When someone revealed the origins of this pendant, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people turned pale with fright. This was a priceless material that couldn't be exchanged for anything. It really is the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree's core. The gambling house immediately flared up. What kind of heaven-defying treasure was this? With it in hand, one's cultivation would be much faster. It could help one comprehend the Tao and was an immortal treasure that one could only dream of. Left behind by the undying heavenly emperor, very quickly, people thought of some ancient secrets. Back then, the undying heavenly emperor chopped down the Tao comprehension tree and refined it into a Tao coffin. He buried himself in the style of a god, and no one could compare to him since ancient times. It was clear that this Tao comprehension ancient tea tree heart was real, obtained after being refined, left for his son. It was difficult to find a second one in this world, a dreamlike level immortal material. The crystalline heart of the tree was only the size of a longan. It was warm and translucent, and it emanated strand after strand of ripples of the Tao. They interweaved into an expanse of mysterious and profound markings in the surroundings, and they were innately capable of resonating with the Tao. This gambling house was in an uproar, and news immediately spread. This pendant was too precious, and its value was almost immeasurable. I bet that Yuan Gu will win, and the blood of the human race's sacred physique will be sprinkled all over Qixia Plain. The Heavenly Prince's complexion was like jade as he calmly spoke. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. His body was sparkling and translucent, almost perfect. He could be considered a flawless man. Everyone in the divine city knew about it, and many people rushed there. I'll bet with you. A human race old cultivator brought out a damaged holy weapon. The Heavenly Prince shook his head in disdain and said, far from enough. You don't have the qualifications at all. If you want to bet with me, then you have to reveal your own stake. At the very least, you have to bring out a great emperor's ancient scripture. This poor Taoist will bet with you. Duanda immediately appeared. The grave robber couldn't remain calm, bringing out 2 stalks of ancient king medicine. This immediately triggered a huge commotion. King medicine? A single stalk can prolong one's life by several hundred years, yet he brought out 2 at once. What kind of background does this damn fatty have? This truly left everyone shocked. The drying up of one's lifespan was a problem that every cultivator had to face in the end. A single stalk of king medicine was hard to find, let alone 2 living stalks at once. Only a few people knew of Duanda's identity. They warned the people around them, saying, Shu, lower your voice. Don't slander him. This is someone who holds grudges the most. Be careful of your family's ancestral graves being dug up. 2 stalks of king medicine isn't enough. If you want to steal the Qilin divine medicine seed, then that's more like it. The Heavenly Prince laughed coldly. At this moment, everyone came to a realization. He came specifically for the undying medicine on Yi Fan's body. This was a bet of life and death. The Black Emperor growled, secretly hating that he couldn't find Yi Fan's whereabouts. Otherwise, he was prepared to throw caution to the wind and gamble. His large eyes stared at the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, his heart unable to shift. Meanwhile, the monkey, Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others also came. They stared at the heavenly prince and forcefully restrained themselves from rushing over to kill him. This was because he had a protector by his side. Of course, the people around him didn't dare to make a move against them. As long as the victorious fighting Buddha existed in this world, all those who went against him would have to be on tenterhooks. Sacred Prince, how about we make a bet? If you don't have a suitable stake, then pick out one or two of your father's scriptures. The heavenly prince said, "This bastard is provoking me." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. "Why don't we go to Sunset Perch Plains and have a great battle? If I die, you can take away the scriptures left behind by my father. If you die, I can take away the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's heart." The monkey opposed with equal harshness. "What's there to argue about? We are all members of the royal family that survived since the ancient times. We should get along with each other." An ancient race elder stepped out to mediate. In the end, the monkey and the heavenly prince both snorted coldly. The primordial royal family appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but when had they ever truly gotten along? They each controlled a few powerful tribes and rarely did they unite against external enemies. "This poor Taoist will make a bet with you." At this moment, a young Taoist walked in. In his hand was a page of scripture that flowed with Tao marks. Before anyone could see it clearly, he had already put it away. "Who are you? What are you going to bet with me?" The heavenly prince asked indifferently. However, his heart was shaken. That page of scripture just now was definitely not an ordinary item. "This poor Taoist is Yuanshi. I will use a scroll of Yuanshi scripture as the wager." The young Taoist revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and smiled confidently. "I've never heard of it before. You want to use a random scripture to compete with the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's heart?" A person beside the heavenly prince sneered. Swoosh! The page of scripture flickered once again. 9 mysterious ancient characters burst forth with brilliance and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a type of Tao rhythm in the air. This immediately caused all the experts to be astonished. How about it? There are 9 emperor characters on it. Is the wager enough? This Taoist was naturally Yi Fan. He had also come to the God City. Now that his origin technique was not far from the heavenly master realm, even if he had the heaven's eye, no one would be able to see through his true body. "All right, I will bet with you." A world-shaking gamble began. Sunset Perch Plains was an ancient battlefield. Not even a blade of grass grew here. It was vast and boundless. It had existed since the ancient times, and there were countless legends about it. According to the ancient records of the various races, the Yuan Emperor killed the strongest opponent in his life here. From then on, he walked on the path of invincibility and finally became an emperor. Yuan Gu chose this place for the decisive battle. His determination and meaning were obvious. He was determined to prove his Tao and walk on his own supreme emperor's path. Early in the morning, a ray of multicolored light streaked across the sky. The bright red sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the plains and making this place much livelier. At this moment, Sunset Perch Plains was not deserted. It was already densely packed with people. It was unknown how many cultivators had crossed the void and arrived. Moreover, it was still ongoing. From time to time, the domain gates would open. Everyone had been waiting for this battle for many days. This was originally a wilderness, but now it was filled with a sea of people. One couldn't see the end with a single glance, and it became a kind of wonder. The Southern Mountains' barbarian king had arrived. He rode on the back of the azure dragon and descended. Those who were attentive saw a small black turtle lying on his head, and their hearts were all shaken. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace have also arrived. A group of ancient demons descended, including the Southern Demon and Qi Huashui. They did not want to miss this battle. Amitabha! Buddhist chants rang out. Several golden arhats appeared, and behind them were more than 10 young monks. Buddhist light shone from the back of each of their heads, forming a wheel, mysterious and powerful. "They are from the Great Lain Temple." Quite a few people cried out in alarm. There were many ancient temples in the western desert, but in terms of their roots, they all originated from Mount Meru. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. The people from the primitive lake had arrived. They were a dense mass of over 1,000 people, and among them, there were no less than 100 from the Emperor clan. There were even ancient kings among them. Not to mention anything else, just this aura alone was enough to intimidate any opponent. With an ancestral king overseeing the formation, who wouldn't be shocked? On the contrary, Yuan Gu would definitely be more domineering. Can Yi Fan win? Ji Ziyue was filled with worry as she searched with her big eyes. Yi Fan had not arrived yet. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Haoyue, flanked by quite a few old-timers from the Ji clan. What right does the divine physique have to compete with the ancient emperor's bloodline? Why did you muster such a large force? We can kill him with our own hands. Over 1,000 people had gathered at the primitive lake, and quite a few radical young disciples were discussing. They didn't accept the divine physique at all and believed that there was no need for Yuan Gu to make a move. They were enough. Immediately, many people from the neighboring ancient tribes responded. In a moment, the atmosphere here was flourishing to the extreme. Yuan Gu hadn't appeared yet, but this place was already boiling over. Where is the human race's divine physique? A young man from the ancient race stood up and said with a cold gaze, "You want to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline? I don't think there is a need. I will kill you myself." This was a youth from the king race, one of the 8 great king races under the primitive lake. His cultivation had reached the great circle of Immortal 2 and was about to sever one's Tao. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was definitely arranged by someone. On one hand, they made Yuan Gu's aura flourish, and on the other hand, they attacked the human race's divine physique, continuously weakening his aura before the battle. It wasn't necessarily the royal family of the primitive lake who wanted to do this. It was possible that the powerful tribes under them had made this decision. That's right. What does the human race's divine physique count for? What qualifications does he have to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline? I think I should go out and kill him first. Another young expert from the ancient race stood up. A group of filthy brats. This poor Taoist will kill you all. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure stepped forward. Who are you? This poor Taoist is Tong Tian. I will kill all of you rotten firewood. Don't affect the real battle. The young Taoist who called himself Tong Tian strode forward. Since you dare to come, then it will be a battle of life and death. The few ancient race members who had been clamoring just now walked forward with a fiendish smile. This poor Taoist will send you all on your way. The young Taoist shouted loudly and unexpectedly attacked the few people at the same time. In an instant, all kinds of lights danced in the air. These people were all sucked in and began a battle of life and death. However, the battle didn't last for long. Very soon, blood splashed everywhere as several ancient race members were cut in half, dyeing the ground red with their blood. The dragon sparrow soared through the sky. The eastern wasteland's demon giants had arrived. The crimson dragon Taoist, the successor of the sky demon palace, Yao Yuekong, and a group of people descended. Among them was a woman who looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her style was peerless and could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She was the Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ryu. On the other side, the realm gate opened. Saint Child Yao Guang appeared with the identity of the successor. He had an indescribable temperament, and many old antiques guarded and respected him. The 9 Phoenix ancestor has arrived. In the distance, an ancient divine carriage appeared in the void with 9 terrifying archaic beasts pulling it. No one had thought that this battle would alarm such a peerless character. No one is allowed to be rude and cause trouble. Let the human race's divine physique fight against the ancient race. A cold voice came from the carriage. Chapter 860. The 9 Phoenix ancestor had appeared. He was the existence with the highest hopes of becoming the great sage. The carriage pulled by 9 ancient beasts stopped in the sky, causing many people to shudder in fear. The noisy dawn perch plains became much quieter. All sorts of clamor died down. Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that such a character would come to watch the battle. It's best if all of you shut up. Taoist Heavenspan was extremely tall and sturdy. His black hair shone and his bronze skin flickered with a healthy luster. He had an imposing aura. None of the younger generation from the various primeval tribes dared to make any more noise. After all, ancestral King Nine Phoenix had spoken, and no one wanted to provoke him. Many of the younger generation glared at this so-called Taoist Heavenspan. That looks like the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor. Yen Ruyu's expression changed. She was devastatingly beautiful as she gazed into the distance. Pang Bo! In the distance, Yi Fan was excited. Other people's clairvoyance couldn't see through him, but his heavenly eye could. He had never thought that Pang Bo would appear at this critical moment and return alive. Who are you? Pang Bo saw him approaching and looked over vigilantly. This humble Taoist is Yuanshi. Yi Fan smiled. Pang Bo immediately laughed and walked over in large strides. The two of them punched each other. They had gone through life and death together. They had come to this world together through trials and tribulations, and now they were finally able to meet again. It had been 12 years since they last saw each other. It really wasn't easy for them to meet again. Yi Fan had traveled alone in the desolate star domain while Pang Bo had experienced life and death battles in the eastern wasteland. What about the Ziwei ancient star domain? Are there any legendary ancients from Earth? It's the same as here. Figures have appeared before, but they all went down the ancient starry sky path. Where did you go? Why did you only appear now? I escaped into the immortal palace outside the ancient forbidden land. My harvest there wasn't small. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words. Their hearts couldn't calm down at all. To be able to meet again in this foreign land made them feel excited and close. They walked out of the battlefield together and merged into the crowd, disappearing from sight. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow sprinkled over the earth. The entire ancient battlefield was suffused with radiance, giving this barren land an additional auspicious aura. When the realm gate opened, the great sage Dian, Zifu, and Dao Yi appeared one after the other. There were many people, from the white-haired old man to the heroic young generation, all of them came to watch the battle. Among them, there was a purple-clothed young lady who was bright and beautiful. Many people were discussing in low voices, saying that she was an innate Tao core, a future heaven's pride goddess. She was exceptionally eye-catching. Not long after, the people of the Central State's Great Xia arrived on a cloud, like a group of heavenly soldiers and generals. Their armors flickered, and the one in the lead was Xia Yiming, who had now become the Great Xia Lord. Beside him followed the white-clothed little nun, who was full of mischief. The people from Divine Silkworm Ridge have arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. An elder walked over on foot, followed by more than 10 men and women. They appeared from the horizon, their appearances unremarkable and ordinary, but they made many king clans tremble in fear. This old silkworm was the Divine Silkworm Princess' younger brother. The clouds surged, and Jiuli, Guhua, and the other Central State Divine Dynasty appeared one after another in the distant sky. This battle had a great impact, and almost all the famous great powers in the world had arrived. Even the aloof Jade Pool had people here. The Jade Pool Saintess stood in the clouds, elegant like an exiled immortal. She watched from the distant sky, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. Dark clouds rolled, and an ancient ancestor king appeared. He breathed in and out at the end of the world, sitting cross-legged in the black mist like an ancient demon god, coldly watching the Qixia battlefield. The appearance of such an existence immediately made this place a bit more tense. Many people were trembling with fear, almost falling to the ground. Not long after, people found the saint of Tianxian Stone Square. He was stooped and holding a walking stick. He looked very weak, but his appearance immediately made many cultivators of the human race feel at ease. Time's up. Human race saintess, have you arrived? A loud roar resounded through Qixia Plain, like the roar of a demon god. The entire earth trembled. Yuan Gu had appeared. There was an uproar as everyone flew into the sky to see one of the main characters of this decisive battle. The person with the ancient emperor's bloodline stood there like a demon lord, frightening everyone. He was tall, and his black hair hung loosely down to his waist. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance that shot out dozens of meters of solid light, frightening people's hearts and souls. This type of expert full of demonic nature stood alone at the center of Sunset Perch Plains. There was a type of, if I can't do it, who else can I do it? I am the most supreme, extremely domineering, looking down on all directions. Human race saintess, are you afraid? Time's up, so why don't you dare come? Are you afraid of my ancient emperor's bloodline? He'll die without a doubt if he comes. His constitution isn't good enough, so how can he compete with the incomparable ancient emperor's bloodline? He's far inferior in terms of forbidden secret arts and realm. He'll die for sure if he comes. Many young experts of Primitive Lake shouted, and some even came out of the crowd to provoke the center of the battlefield. They wanted to weaken Yi Fan's momentum, and everything was for Yuan Gu to win. Just now, Taoist Tong Tian had mysteriously jumped out and killed them like vegetables. Moreover, the 9 Phoenix King had also appeared, so they couldn't be too excessive. Now that the great battle was about to start, they no longer had any misgivings. They knew that Yi Fan would definitely come, so they brazenly mocked him and wanted to stir up great waves in his heart. The human race's saintess is only SOSO. If you don't dare to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline, why don't I come out? I can still cut you down with my sword. Gotcha! At this moment, a golden streak of lightning tore through the sky, causing many people to close their eyes. It was too dazzling and bright as it streaked across the sky. Noisy! Yi Fan appeared. He turned into a humanoid lightning as he descended from the sky. His left foot stepped on someone's chest, while his right foot stomped on the face of an ancient race expert. Bang! Bang! The 2 young ancient race experts who were still clamoring just now were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. They were trampled down from the sky by Yi Fan and collapsed at his feet. In front of him, several ancient race youths couldn't help but retreat. They were terrified when facing the saintess of the human race. That terrifying aura caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Scram! Yi Fan shouted coldly. He exerted force with his foot and kicked out 2 people, causing them to collide with the people in front of him. They were prepared, but they couldn't block that kind of force. It was as if they had been hit by a great mountain. They all spat out blood as their bodies were torn apart. They flew out and fell weakly to the ground. The human race's saintess appeared. His entire body was bathed in divine splendor. He was calm and composed, and an aura that caused others to tremble pervaded the air. He walked forward step by step like an immortal divine statue that towered between the heaven and earth. There was no need to hide it. He was like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor that ruled over the world. Every pore on his body was emitting boundless light that submerged the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, his spirit, energy, and soul had become one. His battle intent could split the heavens as he pressed forward with an indomitable spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. The clouds in all directions moved. I was just waiting for you to appear. Yuan Gu roared and turned into a beam of black light as he rushed over. He immediately attacked without any nonsense. Boom! Yuan Gu's fist blasted out. A bright moon rose from the sea, creating millions of blue waves. A divine moon hacked down and covered the area in front of it, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Yi Fan raised his hand, attacking like a deity, grabbing a hidden vein underground with a single motion. It moved through the heavens as if he was brandishing a true dragon, smashing downwards. The earth and rocks shattered as the 2 of them violently shook. They were like 2 suns that erupted with millions of dazzling rays of light, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Is this the collision of the strongest bloodlines? The others really can't compare. Anyone who goes up will be turned into a bloody pulp. The collision between the 2 was like a collision between 2 worlds. Boundless light shone in all directions, causing the clouds to collapse dozens of miles away. The heaven and earth cracked like beautiful jade. This was a disastrous exchange. Everyone was falling back. They originally thought that they were standing in a safe area, but it seemed that it was far from enough. There was a kind of Tao transformation aura pervading the battlefield. The heaven and earth were illuminated, and there was a resplendent expanse. Two tall figures were fighting in the middle. Their appearances could not be seen, and only two resplendent silhouettes could be seen. Every strike caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if two deities were fighting. Everything else had disappeared, leaving only the two of them as the only source of light. Boom! In the final strike, they crossed paths and then stopped. They silently sized each other up from an endless distance. The endless brilliance disappeared, and the heaven and earth regained their clarity. The plains had collapsed and were in a state of desolation. It was as if a catastrophe had happened, and it was extremely terrifying. All directions were silent, especially the elites of the younger generation. They felt a chill from head to toe. The disparity was too great. It was truly a tragedy to be born in the same era as these two people. How could the others compete? Even if they were in the same realm, they would probably be killed by a single punch from these two without any suspense. What was a peerless bloodline? What was unrivaled among the same generation? These two gave the best interpretation. Even if they were at the same cultivation level and stood at the same peak, their battle prowess would still differ from person to person. "I'm still all right after stretching my muscles a bit," said Yuan-gu. Everyone's expressions changed. Was this still not a true confrontation? Was it just a probing exchange? How strong would they be in a true battle? "Then let's fight." Yi Fan roared and took the initiative to attack. His body was enveloped in a layer of divine splendor as if he was an awakening celestial emperor. His aura devoured the mountains and rivers, and his head of hair became resplendent as they danced behind him. He blasted a punch forward. Ho! Yuan-gu roared towards the sky like a demon lord crossing over. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he also rushed forward to attack. His eyes were frightening. Boom! The two clashed, and it was as if two parts of the sky had collapsed. A destructive aura rushed out as their bodies burned and blossomed with millions upon millions of rays of light. What? You don't even have any defenses? Do you want to die together? We've just started, yet we're already going to decide life and death? This is too fast. Everyone in the surroundings cried out in alarm. They all had their mouths wide open as they nervously watched everything unfold. Yi Fan's fist seemed to have pierced through the 9 heavens. All kinds of symbols curled around his golden fist and fingers, emitting a terrifying sound similar to the cry of the heavens. Boundless light illuminated everything. Yuan-gu was the same. The aftermath of his jet-black fist destroyed the mountains and rivers, turning everything within 100 miles into a great desert without any signs of life. Neither of them dodged and struck their opponent with the might of millions upon millions. Yi Fan's fist pierced through half of Yuan-gu's head and shot out horizontally, staining it with a large amount of blood. Meanwhile, Yuan-gu's fist also pierced through his chest, causing golden holy blood to splatter everywhere. This was a method of mutual destruction, and it was extremely shocking. Every single drop of blood, every single blast of wind from their fists was terrifying, destroying the great earth and collapsing the heavens. Endless Tao patterns interweaved, splitting the heavens and earth apart, forming a terrifying great Tao rumbling sound that was deafening to the ears. Yuan-gu was incomparably cold. He forcefully tore apart half of Yi Fan's chest. The ancient emperor's bloodline was unparalleled and surpassed everything. It was almost like the revival of the young Yuan emperor. However, the human race's saint physique was comparable to the deities. With a long roar, he struggled free and almost split Yuan-gu in half. Large amounts of blood gushed out from half of his body. Chapter 861. No one would have thought that they would engage in the cruelest and most primitive form of close combat. Blood was dripping everywhere. This was a scene that no one could bear to see. This was a contest between the ancient emperor's bloodline and the human race's divine physique. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Which of the two physiques was stronger? All of this was about to be revealed. Pooh! Blood gushed out. Yuan-gu's majestic body was cleaved into 2 halves, causing a rain of blood to fly outwards. The hearts of many people from the ancient clans almost stopped beating. How could this be? The Supreme Emperor looked down upon the ancient times. His physique was invincible, able to sweep through the 3,000 worlds and reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was nothing they couldn't do. His bloodline descendants were peerless. It was the same as the rebirth of the young Yuan Emperor, able to compete with the human race's divine physique. However, why was there such a terrifying scene in front of them? Yuan Gu was cleaved into 2 halves. Regardless of whether it was the ancient clans or the human race, they were all seething with excitement. No one dared to believe this. The Supreme Emperor could suppress the heavens with a single hand and look down upon the ages. After confirming the Tao, it was rare for him to meet someone worthy of taking action. He represented the strongest. The blood of the Yuan Emperor flowed within Yuan Gu's body. Everyone in the ancient race knew that his body represented immortality. No one could contend against him unless the other ancient princes took action. However, this human race's divine physique that they didn't know too much about had actually done it. Could it be that the human race's physique could compete with the young Yuan Emperor? Sunset Perch Plains was in chaos. All the ancient clans were panicking. How did the human race become so terrifying? They were far stronger than before. Were they still the weak race of the past? Suddenly, Yi Fan's body also exploded. With his chest as the center, it had been pierced through by Yuan Gu's fist. At this moment, it completely collapsed. Golden holy blood splashed out, creating a ghastly sight. Everyone cried out in alarm. Both of their bodies had been destroyed. This was too cruel. Both sides were injured. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, Li Tian, and the others cried out in alarm. This was a bit too cruel. His body had been destroyed right from the start. This was too worrying. One has to know that this was the human race's divine physique. The bloodline of the archaic emperor is truly incomparable. It can even shatter the sacred body of the human race. It's truly horrifying. The Black Emperor said to himself. Little Yi, Ji Ziyue exclaimed. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with tears. She was somewhat terrified. As a descendant of the ancient emperors, she knew very well how terrifying this bloodline inheritance was. This was because the records of the emperor in her family were very clear. Essence light reincarnation wheel, shine on my undying body. On Sunset Perch Plains, a low roar sounded. It was as if an ancient evil spirit was returning, breaking free from its shackles and slaughtering its way out of hell. A sparkling and resplendent treasure wheel appeared between the 2 halves of Yuan Gu's body. It was untainted by even a speck of dust and emitted an inextinguishable radiance. The 2 halves of Yuan Gu's body quickly merged together, and he was reborn in the blink of an eye. One of the secret arts of the primitive emperor, vital light reincarnation wheel. He borrowed the might of the heavens and earth to reconstruct his body and achieve immortality. He looked down upon the world and was invincible. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How were they supposed to fight like this? The most precious thing for cultivators was their life. Yuan Gu's bloodline was peerless, and with such a secret method, it was simply impossible to defeat him. On the other side, a divine chain of order appeared and connected all of his flesh and divine blood together. With walala sounds, they weaved together to form a Tao law of life. The golden blood that had spilled out flowed in reverse. Every piece of flesh and blood flowed in reverse and merged together. Yi Fan's body fused together and became one again. Divine splendor filled the air and rushed out from his pores. He had once again become a flawless body. Golden blood energy filled the sky as he recovered to his peak state. This similarly shocked the spectators. Both of them were unharmed. In the blink of an eye, they were full of vigor and their battle intent was even higher. They erupted with boundless light that was about to drown out the heaven and earth. The human race's sacred body, you truly exceeded my expectations. Yuan Gu shouted loudly. You didn't exceed my expectations. Yi Fan replied with equal harshness. A world-shaking confrontation unfolded. Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel. Yuan Gu's words were cold like the echoes of an icehouse. These words resounded throughout Qisha Plain. Above his head, that precious will appeared again and flew out from his body. It illuminated his body until it was immortal and illuminated his enemies until they died. This was one of the Yuan Emperor's divine techniques and was extremely difficult to break. Blood flowed from the eyes of many people wherever the origin light passed. They retreated in fright. It was already like this from dozens of li away, so one could well imagine how terrifying its power would be when it was closer. Swoosh! Yi Fan disappeared from his original location. The secret technique of the celestial court's killing scripture was unleashed and turned into a god of death. The entire heaven and earth turned blood red as murderous intent filled every corner. Yuan Guang treasure wheel, illuminate 10,000 realms. You can't dodge it. Yuan Gu shouted in a low voice. The wheel suspended above his head illuminated all directions, and the void was continuously annihilated. It was like an exuberant divine furnace that stood amidst the world of ice and snow. It melted away all the wind and snow, and only itself existed eternally. When have I ever dodged it? An ice-cold voice sounded beside him. Yi Fan's finger was like a sword as it slashed downwards. One of Yuan Gu's arms fell as blood gushed out. However, he didn't even blink as he said, Yuan Emperor's blood has never flowed in vain. The void trembled as the Yuan Guang treasure wheel fell and illuminated every drop of blood. It turned into a sea of blood that trapped Yi Fan within. One world in sand. This was a secret technique that only those with exceptional abilities could use. The drops of blood merged together and turned into a vast ocean. The entire Qixia plain became a sea of blood. Yuan Gu sat in the center with the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel above his head. He began to chant an incantation in an attempt to refine Yi Fan. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. A green lotus swayed and took root in the sea of blood, accompanying Yi Fan. He also sat down with primal chaos lingering around him. The three-leaf bitter sea green lotus was like an incarnation of Tao as it absorbed the power of the sea of blood to refine Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu snorted coldly and opened his eyes with a swoosh. He held the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel in his hand and shone with a deathly light that suppressed Yi Fan. The sky collapsed as rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Amidst the sound of Tao, an immortal king rose behind Yi Fan. He sat high up in the 9 heavens and looked down at the vast earth. He stretched out a large hand and pressed downwards to obliterate the Yuan Guang treasure wheel. Clanging sounds rang out as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords attacking at the same time. The deathly light shot out by the Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel was hundreds of meters long and slashed towards the immortal king. Yi Fan roared loudly as his body merged with the immortal king. He held a green lotus in his hand and took a step down from the 9 heavens. He brandished the 3-leaf Tao lotus and shattered the 100,000 heavenly swords. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. He held the green lotus in his hand and slashed at the Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel. A cracking sound rang out and the origin light dimmed as if it had disintegrated. Black deathly light splashed everywhere. However, the 3-leaf Tao lotus in Yi Fan's hand was like an incarnation of the Tao. Strands of primal chaos curled up around it and blocked all the black light. It became even more verdant and alluring. The Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel collapsed and cracks appeared on its surface. Then it exploded with a bow sound. It was formed from the Tao laws and could be formed and destroyed indefinitely. However, Yuan Gu's expression also changed. Pow! Yi Fan merged with the immortal king and continuously brandished the green lotus in his hand, lashing out at Yuan Gu's body. Even someone as powerful as Yuan Gu's emperor blood body couldn't endure it and was almost split apart. This wasn't an ordinary injury and was left behind by the Tao lotus. It was extremely difficult to heal and made him cough out several mouthfuls of black blood. He quickly retreated and used the reincarnation wheel to heal himself. Divine domain. Yuan Gu roared loudly and stabilized his declining momentum. His body emitted hundreds of millions of strands of multicolored light that turned into a divine domain. Within this space of 10 zhang, he was like a deity. The heaven and earth listened to his orders and everything was under his control. Swish! Yi Fan retreated and his body also erupted with boundless light. A golden circular domain appeared. His personal divine domain was opened and no techniques could touch him. He stood alone within it. The two of them each had their own domain. Hundreds of millions of divine splendor bloomed, covering every inch of the void. This illuminated the heaven and earth, making them incomparably divine and dignified. Boom! The great battle began once again as the two divine domains collided. The intense confrontation began as they turned into two streaks of lightning. Wherever they passed, mountains and rivers collapsed and became a scene of desolation. The mountain ridges were like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. They slaughtered their way into the desolate mountain range from Sunset Perch Plain. It was as if they were establishing a new world and destroying all the old order. Large amounts of mountains flew up and were shattered into the sky by the aftermath. The battle between the two affected a wide area and affected everyone's hearts. People were following closely and nervously watching from the back. This battle had already been fought from dawn to noon, and over 1,000 exchanges had already passed. Dazzling multicolored light, resplendent light, and mysterious Tao laws emerged one after another, dazzling everyone's eyes. The wondrous techniques were endless. Clang! A light sound pierced through all the light and sound. An inch-long divine sword appeared between Yuan Gu's eyebrows. It was dazzling and resounding. What? Is that a saint's sword or an ancient emperor's secret weapon? Everyone's expression changed because they felt a strange power. The divine sword had yet to be released, but the sword waves had already destroyed the endless mountains and rivers. In the wilderness, it was unknown how many mountains had been turned into fine powder and turned into a desert, never to exist again. The killing intent had extinguished all life and turned this place into a barren land. It's not a weapon. It's a secret technique from the scriptures written by the primitive emperor, the primitive emperor's Tao sword. An imperial family member of the primitive lake said coldly and confidently. This wasn't a weapon, but rather an evolution of a divine order law. After materializing, it had the shape of a sword, but its essence was the Tao, so it was called the primitive emperor's Tao sword. Its destructive power was world-shaking and terrifying. It's finally appeared. This must be a forbidden technique from the scriptures left behind by the primitive emperor. Those who have seen it before have all died. An ancient creature muttered to himself. As expected, nothing could stop it. The inch-long primitive emperor's Tao sword easily pierced through the golden sacred domain and entered Yi Fan's shoulder. It passed through and brought out a large amount of golden blood. Clang! The primitive emperor's Tao sword flew out and then turned around to hack down. Yi Fan reached out with both hands and caught the sword, wanting to break it. However, the inch-long resplendent Tao sword wasn't material. At this moment, it turned into a divine order chain and shattered the vacuum. It turned Yi Fan's hand into a part of the law and almost cut it off, causing blood to drip out. Army formula. Yi Fan put his hands together and emitted a radiance that filled the sky. With a clang, he became one with the Tao sword and held it in his hand as he charged towards Yuan Gu, turning into a beam of divine radiance. Yuan Gu roared. His hair was disheveled as he formed a seal and attacked outwards. You underestimate the primitive emperor's Tao sword too much. Yi Fan's hand melted under the Tao sword, but he also used his law. Not only did the army formula temporarily block the primitive emperor's Tao sword, but it also turned his body into a weapon. Yuan Gu screamed. Yi Fan's body was like a peerless heavenly sword that pierced through Yuan Gu's body, causing black blood to fill the sky. The Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel appeared, and Yi Fan reached out with a large hand to grab it. At the same time, a large foot stomped down. His body erupted with boundless light, not giving Yuan Gu a chance to reincarnate. With a pu sound, he stepped on Yuan Gu's cracked chest and landed on the ground, shattering his body into pieces. Chapter 862. Yi Fan's fingers covered the vital light reincarnation wheel and shot out tens of thousands of rays of light, shattering it inch by inch and turning it into pieces of law chains that disappeared into the void. He exerted force with his feet, wanting to obliterate the broken body and wipe it clean. In the end, this powerful enemy was about to melt him with the primitive emperor's Tao sword in his palm because he felt something was amiss. The pieces of the body on the ground all turned into a bloody paste, but they were still enveloped by the brilliance. Yuan Gu's angry roar was heard as he escaped into the ground. The vital light reincarnation will turn into a divine chain of order, gathering and extinguishing indefinitely. Although it was destroyed, Yuan Gu could continue to transform it within his body using this secret technique, allowing him to escape death. In the distance, the expressions of those at the primitive lake changed. This was not without a price. There was no one in this world who could avoid death. Every reincarnation meant the consumption of one source. How many times could he persevere? The strength of the human race's sacred physique exceeded everyone's imagination. It forced Yuan Gu to reincarnate twice, causing the royal family of the primitive lake to become worried. Clang. At the same time, the primitive emperor's Dao sword in Yi Fan's hand burned even brighter. Blood flowed from his palm and fingers as his hands fused together, emitting strands of Dao pattern fluctuations. There were actually terrifying signs of Dao transformation. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. The human race's sacred physique, which had the upper hand just now, was now in danger and on the verge of destruction. Dao transformation was a terrifying phrase. The stronger the cultivator, the more afraid they would be. Sooner or later, they would become a part of the law of heaven and earth and disappear. The tyrannical flesh of the human race's sacred physique was obvious to all. Even when competing with the bloodline of the ancient emperor, he would not be at a disadvantage. But now, an inch-long sword was about to destroy him. Everyone gasped. This was the mystery of the primitive emperor's forbidden secret technique. It could draw upon the power of Dao transformation. No matter how powerful one's divine ability was, it would be useless. Even the ancient emperors would have to transform into Dao when they passed away, let alone an immortal. "Open for me!" Yi Fan shouted. He frantically activated the Bing formula and forcefully operated the Dao sword. He wanted to break it from his hand and throw it into the abyss of the void. However, this sword was difficult to remove. It had almost fused into his flesh and became a part of his body and could not be separated. The Dao transformation continued. The terrifying power of the laws of the world constantly surged over, causing Yi Fan's hands to blur. They were about to disappear, and his soul was about to be drawn out. Bang! The Bing formula was unparalleled in the world. It was the supreme secret technique of controlling weapons. At the most critical moment, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was shot out and submerged into a dark crack. Yi Fan's fingers lost their luster as if they had lost their original qi and dissipated between heaven and earth. He operated the secret, swordsman, character to heal himself. All kinds of auspicious lights surrounded his body. The terrifying power of the Dao transformation caused Yi Fan to exhaust his origin energy to recover his hands with great difficulty. If he had taken another step forward, he would have entered the abyss of annihilation. It was too dangerous. Transforming into Tao, this is the true power of the primitive emperor's Tao sword. In the distance, everyone's bodies went ice-cold. Even Nine Phoenix King, Divine Silkworm Ridge's Lord, and the others who were watching the battle were silent. Their eyes were incomparably deep as they inwardly deduced. Since ancient times, almost all those who had seen the forbidden secret technique of the primitive emperor had died. The reason was very simple. This was a sure kill attack, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. Everyone was shocked. The human race's divine body could actually forcefully strip away that kind of power. This was a terrifying powerhouse who could resist the secret technique of the primitive emperor. His future achievements were limitless. Boom! In the distance, black light lingered and Dao cries rang out incessantly. A demonic body reappeared in the world. Yuan Gu's face was somewhat pale. The two reincarnations had cost him quite a bit. "I admit that I underestimated you." He spoke in a low voice, but his killing intent became even stronger. His thick black hair danced chaotically as a Taoist sword in the center of his brow flickered and shone. Clang! With a sword cry, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword flew out again. It turned into a dazzling rainbow and shone with eternal light, drawing on the power of the Dao transformation. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a forbidden power that transcended one's own body and used the order of heaven and earth to refine a person. Who could resist it? The eternal light and immortal power arrived in an instant. Yi Fan's hands moved about, evolving many methods in the world to resist the power of the Tao transformation. Radiance burst out from his palms from time to time, colliding with the Taoist sword. However, it was also dripping with blood. No one could resist this kind of forbidden power. It's useless no matter how much you struggle. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword can destroy all cultivators. As long as it's a living creature, it will be difficult to escape its attack. Yuan Gu sneered. Clang, clang, clang. The essence of the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was a divine chain of order. It turned into a tangible light and clattered. It was the resonance of the laws, shattering everything in the world and destroying all vitality. Yi Fan contended against it and continuously revolved around it. After hundreds of exchanges, he was still struck in the end. His waist was severed, and his torso was separated. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword could cut through everything in its path. Yuan Gu followed up and swung his fist fiercely, bringing about a monstrous black mist. His battle prowess was terrifying. Qixia Plain and the surrounding barren mountains were all destroyed. The two halves of Yi Fan's body quickly retreated and wanted to reassemble. However, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword pursued relentlessly like a shadow, making it difficult for him to escape. Even if I had the primitive emperor's blood, I would still have a grievance if I was struck by it, let alone you. Yuan Gu was very cold. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from between his brows and resonated with the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. The chain of order let out an even more terrifying sound. Walala! The divine chain of order fell and split Yi Fan in half. It was almost the same as dismembering him. Fresh blood was dripping, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Little Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue cried in the distance. The expressions of Li Heishui, Li Tian, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, and the others also changed. This divine chain was too terrifying. It contained the laws of the archaic emperor, and an irresistible aura pervaded the air. The faces of the Jade Lake Saint, the Middle Emperor, the Jade Lake Saint, Yen Ryu, and the others were also filled with shock. Everyone finally understood what the forbidden secret technique on the last page of the scripture written by the archaic emperor was. It was unparalleled in killing. As long as it was used, the enemy would definitely be killed. There was simply no way to contend against it. Walala! The primitive emperor's Taoist sword was an inch-long divine sword at one moment and a divine chain of order the next. It cut off all enemies, and all living beings were afraid of the Tao transformation. Yi Fan used the secret character of swordsman to repair his body with great difficulty. He evaded the Taoist sword and used the army character formula to resist it. He wanted to distinguish the sequence of the Taoist patterns and turn them into his own Taoist sword. However, he failed and suffered serious injuries. He fought continuously and narrowly escaped death. This was the most thrilling battle he had ever encountered since he started cultivating. He was almost about to transform into the Tao. Hold on! Someone shouted from behind. It was Pang Bo's voice. Yi Fan calmed his heart and concentrated. After his body was cut open 9 times, golden blood sprayed everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Even the flesh shell of the powerful divine body weakened a bit. The primitive emperor's secret technique was terrifying. A battle of life and death, a difficult moment. He muttered to himself. No one had cut him open 9 times before. Clang, clang. In the end, Yi Fan used the army character formula and found some traces. He felt out some changes and began to counterattack. Terrifying. That is the power of the Tao transformation. After being cut open 9 times in a row, even an accomplished king would have become a part of the rules of heaven and earth. It is impossible for him to exist, but he is still alive. People were not only terrified of the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, but also shocked at the tenacity of Yi Fan's life force. He should have died 9 times, but he still persisted. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword was not a real weapon. Yi Fan could not completely control it with the army character formula, but he was able to observe some of the rules. At this moment he launched a fierce counterattack. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. With great difficulty, he used the swordsman's secret formula to cleanse the power of the Tao transformation and restore his body that was cut open. With a cold expression, he charged forward. His entire body was surrounded by divine splendor, and all types of symbols flickered on his fists. Ding! The golden fist smashed into the Taoist sword, producing a deafening sound. Drops of blood dripped down, but it did not cut off his fingers. What kind of power is that? He blocked the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. Everyone cried out in alarm. Regardless of whether it was the various ancient tribes or the human race, their faces were full of shock. There was actually someone who used a pair of fists to block the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. The sound was unending, and it was as if streaks of golden lightning were hacking about. Yi Fan's fists were surrounded by endless symbols, and they were invincible. They smashed the void until it collapsed, and even the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was trembling. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It really is this matchless fist technique. It has appeared in this world again. Some of the old cultivators of the human race were excited. They saw some clues and were indescribably shocked. This was a secret technique that had been lost for a long time. They originally thought that it would never appear again. It was rumored that when the last person who learned the 6 paths of reincarnation fist passed away, he left behind his last words. He engraved them on the path to becoming an immortal, and he turned into ashes after he finished speaking. How did he get it? This was the question in many of the old cultivators' hearts. Yi Fan was still far from becoming an immortal. How did he take that step and step onto the path to becoming an immortal? In Sunset Perch, there was one person with the most special expression. It was the saint from Tianxian Stone Square. His lips trembled non-stop as he muttered to himself, "We didn't open that path. Senior brother, junior sister, everyone else died. Only you brought out the 6 paths of reincarnation fist." Clang, clang, Yi Fan's entire body was shrouded in Tao markings. A mysterious radiance flowed as he used his fists to forcefully take on the primitive emperor's Tao sword. 6 blurry ancient worlds flowed between his palms and fingers. A power that could split the heavens and the earth filled the air. It dispelled the power of Tao transformation and was about to destroy the Tao sword. Yi Fan's palms and fingers were bleeding. He was injured by the Tao sword. However, the power of Tao transformation couldn't erode it. At this moment, his heart was empty as he was immersed in an invincible fist intent. I am invincible, reigning supreme in the world. Even the great Tao couldn't suppress me. This was the true meaning of this fist. It struck down the 9 heavens, reopened reincarnation, and reversed the 6 paths. Yi Fan used the Bing formula to figure out the trajectory of the primitive emperor's Tao sword. Now that it couldn't escape, he waved his golden fist and smashed it down with the 6 ancient worlds. Bang, bang, the heaven and earth trembled. The Tao sword turned into a divine chain and wailed. In the end, it was about to break and couldn't break free. Everyone's expression changed. The primitive emperor's forbidden secret technique had an enemy. Now, it was actually going to be broken by someone. This was a different kind of contest between the great ancient emperor and the immemorial emperor. Boom. In the end, Yi Fan's fist shattered the divine chain. Yuan Gu let out a loud cry as blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. He almost fell to the ground. Yi Fan moved forward. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were all concentrated into a pair of golden fists. His life's cultivation and unyielding willpower transformed into a pair of Tao fists. At this moment, he advanced to a strange, wondrous state. It was as if he had become one with the Tao. He broke through the 9 layers of Yuan Gu's defenses and shattered his physical body. With a flash of light, Yuan Gu's flesh was reborn not far away using the vital light reincarnation wheel. His face became even paler as the veins on his forehead bulged. Yi Fan didn't say anything and attacked again. His body and mind were peaceful, but his attacks were boundlessly domineering. His fists seemed as if they were going to smash down from the 9 heavens. The wind from his fists caused the mountain ridges in the distance to fly and collapse in the horizon. Yuan Gu roared. His black hair danced in the wind as the primitive emperor's Dao sword appeared between his eyebrows once again. The light was even more dazzling, but a strand of black blood flowed out from his immortal platform. Ding. Another terrifying battle ensued. Yi Fan shattered the primitive emperor's Dao sword for the second time and broke the divine chain. At the same time, he killed Yuan Gu's physical body with a single punch. At this moment, Yi Fan was like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. His hair fluttered in the wind as he exuded an aura of supremacy. His voice was sonorous as he said, "I'll let you be reborn. I'll kill you every time you come back to life until I crush your unyielding willpower." Chapter 863. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Yi Fan's imposing manner at the moment was worrying. His heart was definitely filled with an unrivaled belief, which was not a good sign. "I'll resurrect you and kill you every time you come back to life until your will collapses." It was easy to imagine just how confident he was. Everyone's expression changed, and quite a few people became restless. This was the bloodline of the archaic emperor, yet someone dared to face it with such an attitude. What did he think he was? "This is the way to prove that I'm invincible. I don't care if you are a king or an ancient prince. Even if you are a young archaic emperor, I'll kill all who stand in your way with one punch." The path of the archaic emperors has always been forged with bones and blood, the saint of the Merak stone square said to himself. Yuan Gu was resurrected. The veins on his forehead bulged and his hair flew up in anger. He had been killed several times today, which made him feel suffocated. He was such a proud character, yet he had been killed again and again today. He let out a long roar that caused the 9 heavens to rumble. It was as if the sky was about to fall down. He used all kinds of secret techniques, but they were all unable to stop the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He was blasted away and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! In the end, the primordial emperor's Dao sword was shattered once again. The divine chains of order collapsed and fell to the ground like pearls, drawing out streaks of light. Yuan Gu screamed. This was the 3rd time he was killed by Yi Fan along with the Dao sword. He turned into a bloody light and escaped hundreds of meters away before being resurrected by the origin light reincarnation wheel. In this world, all techniques had a price. He had resurrected himself, but he had consumed a portion of his origin. His face lost a few strands of color and became a bit dimmer. Strands of black blood flowed out from between his brows, dyeing his face red. The primordial emperor's Dao sword flashed and disappeared, no longer appearing because it was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was useless to use it again, and this forbidden technique had been completely broken. At this moment, every single one of Yi Fan's pores was connected to heaven and earth. Endless spiritual essence surged, entering his body, making him shine with endless brilliance. Every time he brandished his fist, it was as if he was controlling the will of the great Tao. It was incomparable, and the entire universe moved along with his fist. Yuan Gu's expression abruptly changed. Although he had an endless stream of secret techniques, he still couldn't block it. This fist technique was too tyrannical and invincible. The stronger one's willpower and belief was, the more terrifying the fist power would be. This was especially true for the 6 blurry ancient worlds. Every time they rotated, there was a kind of earth-shattering force that almost broke Yuan Gu's bones. Pooh! Blood rained down as Yuan Gu was sent flying by Yi Fan's attack. He flew hundreds of meters away as his golden fist shattered the vacuum. Nothing could stop it. "You really surprised me." Every inch of Yuan Gu's bones was crushed into powder. He slowly got up from the ground. He realized that he had to break Yi Fan's mental state. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. With this kind of invincible belief, he would even dare to slay a god. This was a type of attitude where he was the most supreme. Thud, thud. Yuan Gu walked slowly like a black specter. He moved left and right, leaving only the sound of his footsteps. The sky and earth darkened, creating an extremely strange scene. A black shadow wandered back and forth like a 10,000-year-old evil spirit. It continuously circled around Yi Fan as if it had just escaped from hell and could pounce forward at any moment. Swoosh! Yi Fan followed the instructions from the Celestial Court's killing scripture and began a round of attacks that resembled the return of the Grim Reaper. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared in an instant to launch a terrifying attack. Bang! The unparalleled 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed through the void. Yuan Gu's bones broke and tendons snapped. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying several times. He was almost instantly killed. I've actually been forced to this step. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself coldly. He then suddenly raised his head as his eyes became incomparably frightening. His eyes were as deep as the sea. His left eye turned into a black sun while his right eye turned into a blood moon. They swallowed people's primordial spirits as if they were moths flying into a flame. He calmly stood there like a black demonic mountain. It was as if he could crush the heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. A strange aura pervaded the air, causing all the spectators to tremble in fear and involuntarily take a few steps back. Yuan Gu's aura was completely different. It was as if he had been reborn and became a completely different person. It was as if a demonic god had been resurrected and was facing the common people. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. Yuan Gu's eyes blossomed with electricity as if a divine weapon was softly humming. The heaven and earth became as dark as ink in an instant. His physical body could no longer move. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they still felt this way. They were unable to move a single step and were frozen in place. What had happened? This was the question in everyone's heart. Go. Among them, some unparalleled powerhouses made a move. With a sweep of their sleeves, they brought those who could not move away from the plains and sent them far away. Only then did they regain their freedom. The scripture written by the primitive emperor before he passed away, the last forbidden secret technique. At this moment, everyone almost suffocated as they thought of this possibility. It was impossible for Yuan Gu to only cultivate the primitive emperor's Dao sword out of the 3 slashes of the immortal path. There must be other divine techniques. Of course, the last secret technique of the primitive emperor was the core essence of his life. Even the great sage would find it difficult to comprehend it completely. He could only learn 2 or 3 techniques, and it was impossible for him to learn more. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Yi Fan felt that it was very difficult for his body to move. He was imprisoned by an indescribable force and an ominous aura was surging. Is it another of the primitive emperor's forbidden techniques? He muttered to himself. He did not panic because his opponent's physical body had not moved a single step. Only his eyes were becoming more and more terrifying. The sky became darker and darker until one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Even the heavenly eye could not see through everything. It was a blur. This was the Tao laws distorting the space. Yuan Gu's cold and emotionless voice sounded in the distance. You can be proud of yourself even if you die after forcing me to use the ancient emperor's forbidden techniques. His left eye turned into a black sun and flew out. It was as oppressive as a great mountain. His right eye turned into a blood moon and rushed out. A strange power surged forward. Yi Fan was shocked. He was restrained and could not move a single step. How could he face the attack? Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. The heavenly eye of Yuan Gu opened and he saw strands of Tao laws densely covering the area. They sealed everything, including Yuan Gu's physical body. Only his mind energy could move. Yi Fan let out a cold snort. The heavenly eye of Yuan Gu's dazzling light engraved strand after strand of Tao laws in the sky, drawing the Genesis Qi under the ground. Boom! The confined void shook violently. Endless light flames soared and refined the black sun and blood moon together, attacking Yuan Gu's physical body. Yuan Su realm. Yuan Gu's voice was still indifferent. He spoke these 3 words in a steady manner. Each word was sonorous and sounded like metal splitting the sky. The surroundings suddenly became even darker. The Genesis Qi disappeared and was isolated from the earth. They appeared in a primitive void that was hazy and endless. This was like the ruins of a world, one that was covered in desolation. There was only ruin, cold, and quiet, and there was nothing else. Yi Fan noticed that he really was standing in a different world. The ancient emperor's final volume secret technique was indeed strange and unpredictable. He was still unable to move even after being taken to the Yuan Su realm. Yuan Gu, are you afraid? You lost to me in a battle of physical strength. Now you want to fight with my divine will? I will fulfill your wish and crush your will. The battle has just begun. When have I ever lost? You can't shake my belief in the Tao. You will die under my forbidden technique. Yuan Gu said. Boom. A black sun appeared, accompanied by a blood moon. They rushed over together and burst forth with endless light and divine energy, forming a pair of figures. The black sun cracked, and a man in a black battle robe walked out with a black iron spear in his hand. His demonic might was matchless and domineering. The blood moon cracked, and a young man in a blood-red robe rushed out. There was a large red bell above his head that was ringing in a drawn-out manner. Blood-colored chaos swirled around it as he pressed forward step by step. This was a manifestation of his divine will. His eyes, which were normally nurtured, had transformed into two gods. No one knew that they were gods nurtured by the primitive emperor's secret technique. Yi Fan sneered without fear. He was also quite experienced in the cultivation and understanding of divine will, so he was very confident. A splendor flashed between his eyebrows, and a small golden man stepped out. He held a 3-foot-long 4-edged divine whip in his hand. There were a total of 26 segments, and each segment had an extreme Tao rune. Using the flesh shell as a relay station, the heavens as a journey, and the gods as the foundation, this was the secret technique recorded in the Valley of Gods. It gave him great inspiration. The small golden man that appeared between his eyebrows transformed into the divine striking whip. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and rushed over to attack Divine Will and Yuan Gu. Ding! The large red bell vibrated in a drawn-out manner, emitting ripples that destroyed Divine Will. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his primordial spirit became unstable, almost collapsing. He couldn't help but be horrified. The opponent's Divine Will attack was indeed unique. After stabilizing himself, the small golden man brandished the divine striking whip and rushed over. Its power was peerless, and this was the result of countless tempering. Back then, his divine will couldn't even touch this whip because it was extremely harmful to his divine will. Now, it had become a special weapon for his primordial spirit to use. In front of him, a demonic godlike figure walked out from the black sun. His black battle robe flickered, and the iron spear in his hand flickered with black light. He blocked the divine striking whip and released a sonorous sound. What? You also have a primordial spirit weapon? Yuan Gu was startled. Yi Fan was also extremely shocked. The iron spear in the hands of the black-clothed Yuan Gu and the large bell on top of the red-clothed Yuan Gu were actually weapons refined to deal with the primordial spirit. They were secret treasures just like the divine striking whip, but their ranks were unknown. Monstrous waves surged in Yuan Gu's heart. This kind of secret weapon was extremely difficult to refine, and only a few people knew how to use it. It could often be said that it could kill people in one blow. Yi Fan was frightened and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been turned to ashes in one blow. Yuan Gu had prepared a killing technique for him. That was because he clearly knew the terrifying consequences of a weapon like the divine striking whip striking the primordial spirit. Even the great firmament immortals would find it difficult to save him. The two fought fiercely. Yuan Gu transformed into two deities with a single thought. One held a jet-black iron spear, while the other had a large red bell on top of his head. One attacked while the other defended. Dang! Yi Fan was having a hard time. The weapons in the hands of the two deities were inferior to the divine striking whip, but the opponent had a special primordial spirit secret technique that could increase its power by several times. Comprehending one technique, comprehending all techniques. Yi Fan smiled coldly after retreating a certain distance. His mind was clear as he used the army formula with his primordial spirit to seize the opponent's weapon. Clang! The iron spear clanged and the large red bell rumbled. Yuan Gu let out a strange cry as he almost died from the backlash. He said in a deep voice, "Your secret technique is indeed special. All weapons can be seized. Fortunately, I was prepared. He suppressed the two primordial spirit weapons, and the two deities turned back into a black sun and a blood moon. They collided with each other and interweaved into divine chains that densely covered the Yuan Su realm. Yi Fan cried out in alarm. The little golden person turned around and fled. The divine striking whip in his hand entered the space between his eyebrows and hid inside. Inside the Yuan Su realm, divine laws of the order were densely covered, and all of them were targeted at the primordial spirit. This was equivalent to setting up a deadly formation that was boundlessly terrifying. One had to know that this was a secret technique created by the Yuan Emperor. These divine chains were definitely the pinnacle of the Tao. Once such a killing formation was formed, who could contend against it? If one's primordial spirit was trapped here, death was certain. The Yuan Emperor's final secret technique was indeed more powerful and terrifying than the previous. This special secret realm was equivalent to purgatory. Let's see how you will survive. Human race's sacred physique, I will refine your sacred skull into a sparkling wine cup. It will be my eternal collection, Yuan Gu said coldly as he hid inside the Yuan Su realm. Actually, I also feel that the battle should end. There are many corpses on the great emperor's path. Today, you will be the first person of the ancient emperor's bloodline to fall under my feet and forge my path to the Tao, shouted Yi Fan. Chapter 864. The Yuan Su realm was a scene of desolation. It was dark and desolate as if it was a wasteland at the end of the world. Numerous divine chains of order rattled and interweaved to form dazzling lines. This was the tangible form of the Tao. As long as one's primordial spirit came into contact with it, it would be instantly killed. Yi Fan's flesh shell did not move. The golden little person was sitting on the immortal platform. His entire body was resplendent and many symbols were flickering on the surface of his body. He was holding a small cauldron in his arms that was surrounded by the source energy of all things, protecting it tightly. Time seemed to have stopped. The heaven and earth seemed to be in an eternal state of stillness. Both of them were preparing a world-shocking attack to completely eliminate the other party. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head. The golden little person finally rushed out with the small cauldron in his arms and charged forward, avoiding the divine chains of order. It was too fast. Yuan Gu's expression changed. His two deities had already fused into one and were standing on the other side. Divine chains of order were beneath their feet, sealing the void as they began to suppress and kill the enemy. Walala! The two seemed to be separated by a starry sky. The chains of laws all trembled and emitted boundless light that illuminated the mountains and rivers. All kinds of Tao sounds rang out and all kinds of lights danced about in a dazzling manner. The Yuan Su realm was no longer dusky. Divine laws were everywhere like flourishing fireworks. It was beautiful and dazzling, but it also contained a peerless murderous intent. Any chain was a great killing weapon, and even the primordial spirit of a king would die upon coming in contact with it. The Tai Chi turned into the endless and reverse direction. The golden little person fused with the Tao and turned into the escaping one. It flew out from Yi Fan's body and turned into an eternal light. At this moment, Yi Fan was hugging the cauldron and moving forward. The source energy of all things fell down and blocked the power of laws. He locked onto a point in front of him and rushed towards Yuan Gu. Time was frozen and space was shrinking. Everything seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only he hugged the cauldron and emitted divine splendor. The Yuan Su realm was trembling. Yuan Gu's deity seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the divine radiance approached and finally let out a loud roar. Boom! The entire Origin Ruins realm was in an uproar. He had finally regained his freedom under the suppression of the small golden person. Rumbling sounds rang out above his head as a large bell appeared, releasing deafening bell waves. A battle halberd appeared in his hand as he stabbed it into the sky to resist the great enemy. Clang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out. The large bell above Yuan Gu's head took a direct hit and almost collapsed. Cracks began to appear on it. The battle spear in his hand collided with the myriad chi cauldron and finally blocked the fatal blow. Your technique has been broken. Let me see what other techniques you have. Yuan Gu shouted loudly. His feet glowed as he stepped on the chains of order. The entire void began to sparkle. The chains of laws were like translucent true dragons that pierced toward Yi Fan, wanting to bind him in the Yuan Ruins realm and kill him. The Tao is boundless. This is just the beginning. There's no need to talk about breaking it or not. The small golden person was very calm. The cauldron in his arms rose up and floated above his head. Silk ribbons fell down to protect him. This was the first time someone had escaped unscathed from Yi Fan's attack. Yuan Gu's cultivation was extraordinary, but he didn't panic. Clang, clang. Every chain was ringing as they pierced through the void to strangle Yi Fan. The divine flames of order were burning and could destroy all primordial spirits. There was no such thing as immortality. Buzz. Yi Fan quickly dodged and then secretly used the army formula to make the large bell and iron halberd counterattack. However, the Tao chime only shook a few times. Those weren't primordial divine weapons, but rather the divine chains of order. It seemed that Yuan Gu was very wary of his weapon control technique. Crush. Hundreds of chains of laws appeared. This was Yuan Emperor's forbidden secret technique. Every divine chain of order was sparkling and translucent, containing a peerless murderous intent. These chains of laws formed the immemorial order killing formation. This was an extreme imperial technique. It was too difficult to escape after falling into this formation. There was almost no way out. This was a sure kill technique of the immemorial emperor's final secret technique. Of course, Yuan Gu was limited by his cultivation and realm, so it was impossible for him to lay down a flawless immemorial emperor's magical chain. However, this was still extremely terrifying because it was difficult to survive after being trapped in the killing formation. However, Yi Fan didn't suffer a calamity. He was like a specter moving about. The small golden person used the line formula and walked through the Tao laws of the myriad threads to avoid all the calamities. Yuan Gu turned pale with fright. He had once tried to fight against a king at the grand completion of his race and trapped him in the Yuan Ruins realm. The line formula shone brilliantly and flickered amidst the interweaving Tao diagrams. Yi Fan continuously turned danger into safety as he closed in. How could this be? Yuan Gu felt that he couldn't use this power. How many people could activate these divine chains? Even those at the Tao severing realm couldn't use it, especially when there were so many of them. This should have been a fatal blow, but the other party easily avoided it. The destructive force tore apart the void, but it couldn't injure the other party in the slightest. Boom! The small golden person's entire body was burning with golden battle intent. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and had a treasure cauldron on his head. He crossed the Tao laws and rushed forward. The fierce battle between their primordial spirits surged as the two turned into bolts of lightning. Yuan Gu withdrew all his laws and covered them densely around his body. However, he still couldn't change the situation. He was restrained by the god-beating whip in Yi Fan's hand. He had an origin weapon, but he didn't dare use the army formula. One side pressed forward with indomitable will while the other was apprehensive. This battle was naturally one-sided and could come to an end at any moment. Boom! In the end, Yuan Gu still used his origin weapon. The large bell and iron spear appeared once again, but they were wrapped in divine chains instead of being activated directly. Clang! The small golden person became braver as he fought. He swung the god-beating whip and shattered the large red bell, causing it to fall to the ground in fragments. Clang, clang, clang. The iron spear collided with the god-beating whip, causing sparks to fly everywhere. In the end, it broke and was completely destroyed. Yuan Gu screamed as the divine chains of order around him were forcefully torn apart by Yi Fan, turning into streams of light and dissipating. Buzz! The primordial spirit fused with the path. Finally, the small golden person hugged the cauldron again and moved forward. It turned into the escaping one and turned into an eternal light. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The small golden person hugged the cauldron and turned into a transcendent Tao point. It shattered the remaining half of Yuan Gu's primordial spirit into powder, turning it into a rain of light that dissipated. Yuan Gu let out a mournful cry as the remaining half of his body quickly retreated. The divine chains of order that filled the sky all exploded and turned into a sea of Tao. The small golden person could only retreat and quickly go far away. It rushed into the space between the body's eyebrows and sat cross-legged on the immortal platform to protect its body. Boom! The Yuan Ruins realm collapsed and could no longer confine Yi Fan's flesh shell. He found himself once again standing on Xixia Plain while Yuan Gu was holding his head and rolling on the ground. It was unknown how many thousands of rounds had passed since the battle started. At this moment, the red sun had already set in the west and the sunset glow appeared as if it was dyed with blood. What? Yuan Gu lost? The space between his eyebrows is cracked. It's obvious that his primordial spirit has suffered a destructive blow. Everyone was stunned. Just now, Yuan Gu had displayed a secret technique recorded in the Primordial Emperor's final chapter. No one would have thought that he would still lose and even injure his primordial spirit. It was obvious that this battle was coming to an end. Little Yi. Ji Ziyue cried tears of joy. She was extremely worried just now and was now jumping around in the distance with tears on her face. Good, I'm finally going to kill Yuan Gu. So what if he has the bloodline of an ancient emperor? In the end, he was still defeated. Li Heishui clenched his fists. He had almost died in the past and had finally vented his resentment. Victory! Sacred child Yao Guang's hair was sparkling and he was dressed in white. He looked otherworldly as he muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. On the demon race's side, the Crimson Dragon Taoist revealed a gratified smile. Yen Ryu was also quietly watching with a strange expression. Under the sunset glow, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Many experts of the Holy Lands were moved. This battle had been witnessed by everyone. Yuan Gu's secret technique was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Yi Fan breaking it, anyone else would have died. Even a king would have died. Even the people of the Jade Lake, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, revealed strange expressions at this moment. The Jade Lake Saintess' beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance as she stared at the figure on the battlefield. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on Xixia Plain and was illuminated by the sunset glow. His entire body was suffused with waves of divine splendor, making him look even more divine and awe-inspiring, like an emperor descending to the mortal world. All the ancient races were shaken. Was the human race's sacred physique powerful to such an extent? Even the bloodline of an ancient emperor had been defeated. This caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spine. The people of the primitive lake were the most shocked. Every single one of them stood there in a daze. Even the ancient king who came with them was stunned speechless as he stood there in silence. In the past, the Yuan Emperor killed the most powerful enemy in his entire life here. Today, you can also walk on your own invincible path because you are the descendant of the Yuan Emperor. The people of the primitive lake suddenly shouted, their voices shaking all directions. The various tribes of the ancient races all roared. It was unknown how many people in the surroundings followed suit. The entire Xixia Plain was drowned out by this heaven-shaking sound. This was a cry that caused everyone to tremble. The entire Xixia Plain was shaking. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, Yi Fan laughed uproariously. His entire body, including his hair, was shining with a sparkling light. This was especially so when he stood under the setting sun. His physique seemed to be inlaid with a golden edge, making his silhouette appear even taller and more majestic. There was an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Everyone stopped shouting, and Sunset Perch Plain immediately quieted down. Countless gazes stared at him, and there was absolute silence. I haven't severed my Tao yet. Yi Fan calmly spat out these words, his voice reverberating throughout the plain. He hasn't severed his Tao yet. It was unknown who said this, but it immediately caused everyone to be shocked. That's right, Yi Fan used his immortal second body to fight against Yuan Gu and ultimately won. The bloodline of the ancient emperors was merely SOS. Was this what he didn't say? Everyone was dumbfounded. If the human race's Saint Physique can sever his Tao, killing Yuan Gu would be like slaughtering a dog. Pang Bo roared from the crowd. It was as if an active volcano had been ignited. the Xixia plane immediately flared up. All eyes were on him. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the heroic and tall young man. Everyone was moved and filled with shock. It was as if they were looking at a deity. Every pore on Yi Fan's body was gushing out auspicious light as he was enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. He walked on the plain, approaching Yuan Gu step by step. The sound of his footsteps resounded in the hearts of everyone, full of rhythm, like the rumbling of heavenly drums. Chapter 865. Woof, woof. The barking of dogs came from the crowd, waking many of the ancients up from their previous shock. The dawn perch plain was in a state of chaos, and it was full of noise. The young Taoist who called himself Skirich had his arm, which was thicker than a normal person's thigh, bitten by a big black dog. He bared his teeth and scolded. "Whose dog isn't on a leash? How dare it bite people? Woof! Dog demon, I have no enmity with you, so why are you biting me? What did you say just now? You said that after the human race's Saint Physique severed the Tao, you could kill Yuan Gu like a butcher." The Black Emperor bared his teeth, his white teeth gleaming with a cold light. "Butcher the dog. I'll poke you, it hurts so much, let go." The tall and sturdy Taoist Skirich stomped his feet and swung his arm. The big black dog pounced on him and bit him, barking incessantly. The people around didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The battlefield was extremely tense, but here, the dog barked incessantly. A battle between man and dog had broken out. The sunset shone down, and the dawn perch plain was full of potholes. There were deep valleys and ravines everywhere, looking desolate and cold under the blood-colored setting sun. Yuan Emperor killed the strongest enemy in his life here to prove his Tao. You are his 8th-generation grandson, and his royal blood flows in your body. Why can't you stand up and kill your enemy? An ancient king from the primeval lake roared. His voice resounded through the entire plain, making everyone tremble. These words contained the power of thunder, like the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. The human cultivators, in particular, were all terrified. Although the convention of the 10,000 races had already agreed that the saints wouldn't show their abilities, who could guarantee that they wouldn't make a move? At this moment, there were some ancient kings watching the battle on the dawn perch plain. Those who paid attention to Yi Fan and had high hopes for him felt their hearts sink as they had a bad premonition. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was the ancient king from the primeval lake trying to awaken Yuan Gu's fighting spirit? Or was he trying to warn him not to make a move? Was this a death threat? This was a battle of life and death. Before the battle, there was an agreement that no one could interfere. Everything would be decided by strength. Only the winner would live, and the loser would be king. The light of the setting sun elongated Yi Fan's shadow. The sound of his footsteps traveled far and wide on the empty battlefield, like the echoing footsteps of the Grim Reaper. "Ah!" Yuan Gu screamed miserably. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stood up. The center of his brows had split open and blood flowed out unceasingly. His immortal foundation was almost shattered and half of his divine sense was destroyed. "I've lost, but I can't accept it." His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, covering half of his face. His eyes were like black suns, looking hollow. He was like a dormant demon lord. Even if you're unwilling, you can't change the result. Yi Fan approached. His entire body was wreathed in radiance. He was like a celestial emperor descending upon the mortal world. His aura was extremely imposing. "I've failed on the path of proving my Tao, and there's no hope for me in this life. However, I can still kill you with the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao." Yuan Gu laughed mournfully. Everyone was stupefied, not knowing what he meant. Why did he say this? There seemed to be a hidden reason. Yi Fan was also startled. As the 8th-generation descendant of the Yuan Emperor, I was still defeated by you. Do you think I'm too weak? Yuan Gu's voice was gloomy and full of disappointment. "I want to prove my Tao and challenge you to a decisive battle. How could I suppress you with my cultivation level? The blood of the Yuan Emperor flows in my body, and I have my own dignity." Everyone was stunned. Was Yuan Gu suppressing his own cultivation level? Was he fighting a fair battle against the human race's divine physique with the perfect immortal realm? Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. Yuan Gu regarded this battle as a crucial step on the path of proving his Tao. Did he not use the power of the Tao? Although he was cruel and unfeeling, he also had this kind of perseverance. I gave up everything, forgot all my family and friends, and came back to life in this world just to prove my Tao. It was the only hope and goal in my heart, but now, it's no longer here, Yuan Gu murmured. Tears rolled down his face, carrying a trace of sorrow. The path of proving one's Tao was emotionless. Cultivators needed to let go of too many things, and for someone like him who had only been born since the ancient seal, he definitely had more stories to tell. There is no hope of proving my Tao. Death is my only destination. Yuan Gu's words were cold and decisive. His black hair fell down and covered his entire face as he said, "However, I want to drag you along with me. I don't want to leave too much trouble for my clansmen." Yi Fan calmly said after listening, "Let me put an end to your life. The ancient emperor's bloodline will shine forever. As a descendant of the Yuan emperor, I will let you experience the true power of the Tao." Yuan Gu put away his sorrow and swept away his dejection. His essence energy rose sharply as if he was a completely different person. Clang, clang. At this moment, divine chains shot out from Yuan Gu's body. Everyone could clearly see that they were dazzling and dazzling. These were divine orders and divine laws. This was the true power of the Tao. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn from the ashes. All the divine chains were connected to his body like phoenix feathers, mysterious and demonic. Voila! The divine chains rang out and connected into one. Yuan Gu's internal energy surged like a child of a god, emitting millions upon millions of rays of light. There was no hope in his heart. He missed the ancient era and no longer had any attachment to this world. He recalled his loved ones and the most precious feelings he had. He was filled with the will to die in this final glorious battle to kill his enemy and end his own life. Let's fight without holding anything back. Yuan Gu let out a sorrowful roar. The heavens and earth trembled as his hair danced in the wind. He was like a demonic god as he rushed over. As you wish, the final glorious battle. Yi Fan also shouted. His battle prowess was raised to the limit, not holding anything back. Boom! Their fists collided. Brilliant light flooded the heavens and the earth as an earth-shattering sound rang out. The aftermath of the collision swept across the earth. One could see waves rushing out in all directions. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the desolate mountains on the horizon collapsed, turning into powder and scorched earth. This was a true Tao-severing battle. They fought with their lives on the line without holding anything back. The two of them fought until blood flowed, the sun and moon lost their radiance, the heavens and earth lost color, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Yi Fan fought with all his might against Yuan Gu. All kinds of divine energy and laws were unleashed in this life and death battle. The blood in his body was boiling. The Tao-severing Yuan Gu was much more terrifying than before. Divine chains of order moved with walala sounds, resounding through the heavens. Every time they pierced through, it would cause Yi Fan to spit out a mouthful of golden holy blood. This was the power of laws. The two of them fought a great battle that darkened the heavens and earth. It was much more intense than before. Blood splashed everywhere as they fought while bathed in blood. The divine chains made walala sounds as they connected with Yuan Gu's body. He was like an immortal phoenix with scarlet multicolored light revolving around his body. He stood under the eternal divine light. He constructed his own world of laws in the void, forming a cage that became increasingly resplendent. Every divine law chain that was created was emitting Tao cries that resounded through the heavens. My Tao revolves once, 100 years of glory. Yuan Gu shouted loudly as he finally unleashed his own Tao. A bloody light flashed, and there was no way to avoid it. A scarlet divine chain penetrated Yi Fan's body and nailed him to the void. Golden blood sprayed out. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a type of life force rushing out from within his body and receding along the divine chains. It was as if he had lost 100 years of his life in an instant. In the sky, a rain of light danced about. That was the most primordial essence of life. It made the two of them look like immortal deities fighting against each other. It was resplendent and beautiful. My Tao revolves once again. 1,000 years of glory no longer exists. Heroes turn to dust after 1,000 years. Yuan Gu shouted again. This time, the 10 scarlet divine chains rushed over. There was no way to retreat or dodge. The 10 divine chains pierced through Yi Fan. Every single one of them was stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he had been nailed to a cross and was unable to move. Only blood was flowing out. Time seemed to be passing quickly. Yi Fan was astonished. He felt that he was aging. Was this the power of time? He didn't believe it at all. The earth has cut off my path and the heavens have cursed my body. None of them can erase me, and neither can your Tao. Yi Fan shouted. His body blossomed with boundless light as a golden Taiji circle appeared. This was his divine form, and it was suffused with the aura of the great Tao. At the same time, the green lotus, the immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the beautiful mountains and land, the golden divine sea, and other phenomena appeared at the same time. They turned into a diagram of the heavens and the earth as if a new world had been opened. Boom! The world collapsed. The 10 divine chains of order shattered one after another, turning into streaks of flowing light that were extinguished in the void. Yi Fan broke free from the shackles. He released a crazy roar, mountains and rivers moving. Spiritual essence from all directions frantically surged over, replenishing his exhausted essence energy. His divine form appeared, and his phenomena temporarily merged together. Yuan Gu was sent flying as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The divine chains had all been severed. Everything became deathly silent. Everyone was shocked. The power of the ancient emperor's Tao had also been disintegrated. Yuan Gu was defeated in the end, and he couldn't do anything even after using all of his strength. However, Yi Fan wasn't feeling good either. His origin had been injured by Yuan Gu's Tao, and he needed a period of time to recover. Just now, he had almost been obliterated by the other party. This is the final battle. If I lose, I'll die forever. If I win, I'll drag you down with me into the Tao. Yuan Gu walked over step by step without any expression. However, it was difficult to hide his desolation. He actually still had a trump card. Summon the Yuan Emperor, awaken the bloodline. He spoke word by word. His voice resounded through the heaven and earth like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. No! The people of the primitive lake cried out in alarm. This was one of the Yuan Emperor's final secret techniques, and Yuan Gu was still unable to activate it. If he forcefully used it, he would be crippled. The blood of the Yuan Emperor flowed within their bodies, and it contained fragments of his great Tao. It could be forcefully extracted and turned into divine laws to attack. Yuan Gu cried out loudly. His black hair shot towards the sky, and every inch of his skin was overflowing with blood. This was the essence of his life, and it condensed into a shadow behind him. At this moment, the supreme aura of the archaic emperor filled the air. It was as if he had crossed through time and space from ancient times to once again descend upon the earth. Yuan Emperor! Everyone was terrified. A terrifying power was circulating, summoning the Yuan Emperor. The bloodline awakening was a success, and a strand of imperial might had once again appeared in the world. Yuan Gu's roar shook the mountains and rivers as he charged forward. The indistinct figure behind him moved in unison with him. There was an unstoppable aura that made many people kneel down on the spot. Although it was only a shadow, it contained a strand of the Yuan Emperor's might, as well as his fragmented law fragments. It was terrifying to the extreme. After using this move, all of Yuan Gu's bloodline spirituality had been exhausted. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, there was no way for him to survive. Yi Fan found it difficult to move. The indistinct shadow of the Yuan Emperor was oppressive, and it came from the heart. This feeling was indescribable, and it was a terrifying Tao might. In the end, he released his own Tao voice. His tongue was like thunder. Facing the oppressive might of the Yuan Emperor, he immediately thought of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin to resist it. His hands were moving as he displayed the battle saint technique. 9 true dragons soared from his hands, and their cries shook the 9 heavens. They pulled an ancient coffin into the boundless sky and stopped in front of the Yuan Emperor's shadow. He blocked it. He displayed the supreme might of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin to stop the archaic Yuan Emperor. This was an indescribable atmosphere as the two of them confronted each other. This was a shocking scene. 9 giant true dragons traversed the sky while an ancient bronze coffin emitted Tao cries. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, standing side by side with the Yuan Emperor. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of missing out on something. However, Yi Fan was too engrossed in it. The battle saint technique was displayed to its limit, bringing out all the might of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin as if it had been resurrected. Boom! In the end, the 9 true dragons swung their tails and pulled the ancient coffin up into the heavens. They disappeared into the heavens and went to the outer realm. Everyone was in a daze, especially Pang Bo. After coming to his senses, he punched his fist. This was truly going too far. Boom! Yuan Gu approached, and his murderous aura engulfed the boundless land. The Yuan Emperor's shadow behind him followed suit, suppressing the 9 heavens. It was difficult to resist, and the ancient emperor's might swept everything away. Yi Fan cried out in alarm, but he didn't panic. His eyes flashed with cold lightning as he began to display another secret technique. It was the technique passed down by the Black Emperor, and the aura of an ancient great emperor spread out. Boom! At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into Great Emperor Wu Shi. He had never been defeated in his life, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he looked down on the world with disdain. Yi Fan's large hand pressed forward and collided with the Yuan Emperor's shadow. This was a battle between an ancient great emperor and an ancient emperor. It was a different kind of contest. Everyone was trembling with fear as they felt a strange aura. It was as if 2 supreme existences, separated by thousands of years, were facing each other in a great battle. Rumble! Shocking collisions occurred continuously. Yuan Gu and Yi Fan coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as all kinds of lights danced between them. Those were the fragments of the Tao collapsing and shattering the heaven and earth. Buzz! The Yuan Emperor's shadow dimmed and was about to disappear. Yuan Gu's face was ashen as if he was about to lose his vitality. This Wu Shi technique was one of the foundational laws of the Wu Shi scriptures. Just like its name, it could turn all power into nothingness and return all power to the beginning. Boom! Yi Fan used this secret technique to repel the Yuan Emperor's shadow and then merged it into Yuan Gu's blood. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. Summon the Yuan Emperor, awaken the bloodline. Yuan Gu shouted, wanting to repeat this forbidden technique. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. His left hand used the Wu Shi technique to suppress the Yuan Emperor's shadow. His right hand used the 6-path reincarnation fist to unleash a tyrannical attack. Blood rained down as Yuan Gu's body shattered inch by inch and disappeared from this world. A complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, it was filled with sadness. I abandoned everything, forgot my family and true love, and came to this world alone to prove my Tao. However, hope is no longer here. In the end, Yuan Gu revealed a trace of sorrow as tears rolled down his face. He opened his arms and reached towards the void without any light. He faced the darkness alone and said, "Family, true love. I've returned to the ancient times." He turned into specks of light and dissipated in this world, disappearing forever. A gust of wind blew past, and nothing was left behind. Chapter 866. Yuan Gu died. His ambitions, his loneliness, and his regrets all turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. In the end, such a powerful man severed his Tao, yet he couldn't sever his emotions and emotions. He carried a heavy burden and came to this world alone to prove his Tao. He had blood, flesh, and tears. When the light rain disappeared, so did the glow of the sunset. The sky darkened and a cold wind blew across the desolate land. Everything came to an end. Yi Fan won, but he didn't feel the joy he should have. Yuan-gu actually spoke in a sorrowful voice before his death. He stretched out his arms and faced the darkness alone. Those words had touched him. For the sake of the hope in his heart, he had given up everything, but in the end, it was all for naught. How many people in the world were like this? They had struggled, experienced joy, sorrow, loneliness, and in the end, it was all for naught. Everyone was the main character in their own life and had their own story. Yuan-gu was strong, but because of their different standpoints and paths, he fought a life and death battle with Yi-Fan. There was no right or wrong, but in the end, he became a pile of scattered bones on the road to becoming an emperor. His love and hatred came to an end just like that. This was the merciless path of proving one's Tao. To give up, to let go, to throw away one's loved ones and emotions. But in the end, there might not be any results. Using one's own blood and bones to forge another's path to becoming an emperor, leaving behind only a sad song. In the same place, a similar thing happened during the supreme ancient immemorial era. Two heavenly geniuses had a life and death battle. It could be said to be a battle between young sacred emperors, causing the heavens to boil. The Yuan emperor won that battle and defeated the strongest enemy in his life. From then on, he walked on the path of proving his Tao. 1,000,000 years later, a new cycle began. However, his descendant was defeated and died. The Dawn Perch Plains was destined to be an extraordinary place. Maybe 100,000 or 1,000,000 years later, there would be another pair of young emperors fighting for supremacy, leaving behind another legend. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone watched as the light rain disappeared. Yuan-gu's final wish was to return to the supreme ancient immemorial era, but this was obviously impossible. It was unknown who let out a sigh first. Yuan-gu was a true person, but in the end he had such a sad ending. This caused the hearts of those who wanted to prove their Tao to be moved. After a short period of silence, the people of the primitive lake let out roars of unwillingness. Many people rushed up with killing intent, turning into a torrent that swept towards Yi-Fan. The vast plains were filled with killing intent, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Black mist surged and killing intent surged. Many people in the primitive lake felt their hearts drip blood. This was the 8th-generation grandson of the primitive emperor. He only lived to prove his Tao, yet he died just like that. They felt as if they lost a treasure, throwing away tens of thousands of years of heavenly luck. Bzzz. A streak of cold light flew out, shooting towards Yi-Fan's head. This was a small silver spear the length of a chopstick, an archaic treasure. It aimed straight for the space between his brows, about to impale him to death. Yi-Fan moved sideways, not going to receive it. It was because this small silver spear that was the length of a chopstick had ripples everywhere, carved with endless patterns. It wasn't something a normal person could produce. Light flashed from the center of Yi-Fan's brows. The violet golden hammer produced a ripple. This was a damaged sacred weapon. It shattered the small world on the spot, turning it into ashes. Kill him. A light flashed from the center of Yi-Fan's brows. The violet golden hammer produced a ripple. This was a damaged sacred weapon. It shattered the small world on the spot, turning it into ashes. Kill him. It was unknown who shouted. A large green claw stretched out from the void, covering the entire sky. It actually emitted the might of a saint, wanting to destroy Yi-Fan. The center of Yi-Fan's brows flashed again. A strand of violet golden ripple shot out like a soaring dragon. It flickered with brilliance and blocked that large claw while he himself rapidly retreated. What are you still staring blankly for? Kill the human race's saint body and take revenge for Yuan-gu. Someone shouted from the Dawn Perch Plains. At the same time, several large hands reached down from the heavens. They came from different people, and they all possessed the might of a saint. They were incomparably terrifying, and their auras were intimidating. They were all experts with one foot in the ancestral king realm. These people could sweep through a region and wipe out several clans. They all took action against Yi-Fan. I will fight a decisive battle against Yuan-gu. Life and death are up to fate. What is the meaning of this? Yi-Fan looked towards the sky. You dare kill the ancient emperor's descendant? Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for your crimes. How can you live? Pay with your lowly life. In the end, a total of 6 large hands reached down. They weren't true ancestral kings, but they were still close. The space between Yi Fan's brows blossomed with violet golden ripples. They split into 6 in total and shot towards the 6 large hands. Each of them contained a strand of 9-colored divine flame from the fiery domain that could burn everything. Chi! In the sky, the 6 large hands all trembled and quickly disappeared into the void. No one understood what was happening. What are you all waiting for? The human race's saint body killed the ancient emperor's bloodline. This is a great crime that cannot be pardoned. Let's kill him together. Someone hooted and instigated in secret. Yi Fan watched with cold eyes. Regardless of whether it was those who took action or those who were hooting, none of them were from the primitive Lake Emperor clan. There were people who harbored unfathomable motives and were purposely stirring up a dispute. This is a fair battle. This battle has a result. You all are bewitching people's hearts. Do you want the primitive lake to start a war with the human race? Someone shouted. At the same time, a dazzling streak of light surged. Great Tao patterns filled the sky and blood energy surged like a sea. The barbarian king walked out and continuously flicked his fingers. People continuously cried out miserably. There was a black tortoise on his head. Within the crowd, more than 10 figures turned into bloody light. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. They were precisely the people who had instigated trouble in the dark. Not a single one of them survived. When did the primitive lake fall to such a state? Even some stray dogs and cats want to order them around and fight against the human race? The barbarian king spoke. The people of the primitive lake finally expressed their stance. Endless killing intent surged as a group of people pressed forward. There was an ancient king at the center whose blood energy reached the heavens. Many people couldn't help but kneel down as they couldn't endure the pressure. This was a group of murderous death gods. Yuan Gu was the hope of their clan, yet he died just like that. This was an immeasurable loss. However, it could be predicted that in the next 10,000 years, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Fire Qilin Cave and others would become even more prosperous. This was because the ancient emperor's 8th grandson had fallen, so the primitive lake situation was worrying. Whether or not we are going to be used isn't something you can decide. An elder from the primitive lake had a cold expression. He waved his sleeves and swept towards the barbarian king. It was clear that he didn't come with good intentions. This was especially the case for the ancient king at the center. Every single pore on his body was flowing with killing intent. Strand after strand of killing intent flowed out from his pores and crushed heaven and earth. Even his clansmen didn't dare to approach him. His white hair was scattered and his eyes were terrifyingly empty. This ancient king stared at the black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head and said, "The Jade Lake meeting has an agreement that the saints cannot display their divine abilities. Are you trying to break this rule? You cannot speak irresponsibly." The one who took action just now was the little barbarian and not the great black tortoise. I know that your heart is overflowing with resentment. After the ancient emperor's bloodline died, you only want to find an excuse to take action, said the black tortoise. Pang! In another direction, a powerful aura covered heaven and earth as it arrived. Another ancestral king appeared, dressed in azure gold battle clothes. He was like a war god as he walked over from the horizon, arriving in just 2 steps. The human race's divine body is so amazing. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness, even killing the descendant of the primitive emperor just like that. It was clear that he didn't come with good intentions. Even though he didn't come from the primitive lake, it was clear that he came for them. In a battle of life and death, I will be killed if I show mercy. It's a fair battle. Do you still need to repeat the great principles here? Yi Fan spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had long since prepared his heart for such a thing to happen. The myriad chi cauldron flew out and floated above Yi Fan's head. Strands of divine force fell down and protected his body. The 9-colored flame within was ready to be unleashed at any time to kill everyone, regardless of whether they were ancient kings or royalty. Incredible! Now that you killed the descendant of the primitive emperor, will you also trample on us in the future? The third ancient king appeared. He wore a violet gold crown on his head and had his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step down from the night sky and actually stomped towards Yi Fan's head. He wanted to trample him to death. You all are going too far. It's a fair battle, life and death will be decided by fate. The black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head spoke. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light, blocking the ancient king's foot and forcing him back a few steps. Kill him. Many people in the primordial lake couldn't bear it and couldn't accept this fact. Many people surrounded Yi Fan together. The black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head spat out a ray of light and said, "Do you all really want to break the rules and force the great black tortoise to take action?" Its words were like thunder, shaking these people to the point that they couldn't approach. The white-haired ancient king from the primordial lake snorted coldly. He took a step forward and faced the black tortoise, blocking its aura. An inch-long divine sword shone resplendently between his brows. Everyone was horrified. That was the primitive emperor's Dao sword. Yuan Gu had used it not long ago and its power was obvious to all. Not everyone had the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to defend against it. The primitive emperor's Dao sword was the ultimate forbidden secret technique. It had the power to transform into the Dao and could kill all enemies. Almost no one could resist it, especially when it was used by an ancient king. If the saints don't show their divine abilities, will they really become empty words? The black tortoise spoke with a grave expression. In the sky, the purple gold-crowned ancient king revealed a cold smile. He stepped down once again and stomped on Yi Fan's head, wanting to trample him to death. Buzz! The void trembled. He retreated very far in the sky, but this time, he still couldn't stop because a stooped and skinny old man appeared. The saint from Tianxin Stone Square stood beside Yi Fan and said calmly, "This battle has ended. Everything ends here." "You think you can end it just because you say so?" The purple gold-crowned ancient king sneered in the sky. "I believe that the people of the primordial lake have their own bearing," the old saint from Tianxin Stone Square said. Then, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the purple gold-crowned ancient king. Thud. He couldn't help but take a few steps back with a shocked expression. The white-robed divine king had made a name for himself in the Jade Lake meeting, but the ancient race didn't know much about the other saints of the human race. At this moment he couldn't help but be shocked. They were equally unfathomable. The saints of the human race are really daunting. But do you think you can keep your holy body? The purple gold-crowned ancient king put his hands behind his back and sneered as he looked into the distance. At the end of that direction, 9 primordial ferocious beasts stopped in the sky, pulling an ancient carriage in the void. It exuded an ancient and majestic aura. The 9 Phoenix King, who had once been praised by the sacred battle sovereign, was there. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, "Not every ancient king is as broad-minded as you. Don't you want to get rid of me? I'll stand here and see how you can touch a single hair of mine." Chapter 867. Qixia Plain was dead silent. No one had thought that Yi Fan would dare to challenge the ancestral king. He was fearless and dared to oppose him. Human saint physique. You haven't even matured yet and you're already so arrogant? The ancestral king with the purple crown was clearly going to attack. The night sky was dotted with stars. The sky had long since darkened and the great battle had ended. However, the situation was even more tense since there were saints in confrontation. "I'm not being arrogant. You're the one who's going too far. A fair battle has ended, yet you've come to interfere. What are you trying to do?" Yi Fan shouted. "Your courage is commendable, but you're still lacking the corresponding strength." The ancestral king with the purple crown finished speaking. His entire body shone as he stepped towards Yi Fan. This time, he had come prepared. In reality, Yi Fan really wanted to attack. He might not be able to burn his opponent to death, but he would definitely be able to heavily injure him. This kind of flame was too tyrannical. However, before he could attack, an aurora broke through from the distance. It was like thunder, dazzling and resplendent. It struck towards the ancestral king with the purple crown, containing the power of thunder. Even a saint couldn't avoid it. Human-shaped lightning. Someone cried out in surprise. This was a person in white with electricity all over his body. His entire body was overflowing with light and was curled up by blazing electricity. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. Bang! The humanoid white light flashed. He raised his foot and stepped on the body of the ancestral king, causing him to cough up blood and fall into the dust. Divine King! Yi Fan cried out in surprise. The fair battle has ended. You're so aggressive. What do you think the peace talks at the Jade Pool are? Jiang Taishu's figure appeared here, blending in with the electricity. He was mysterious and unfathomable. In the distance, many people's expressions changed. This was the method of a saint. His true body might very well be tens of thousands of miles away. This was an incarnation formed from the condensed essence of heaven and earth. The ancestral king's expression changed. He was furious to be in such a sorry state. However, when he raised his head and saw that it was Jiang Taishu, he swallowed the rest of his words. In the battle at the Jade Pool, Divine King Jiang had killed so many corpses that the ground was covered in blood. He was invincible, making all the kings extremely fearful. Who dared to fight him alone? He was truly invincible. No one had thought that the Supreme God King would conjure a clone to protect Yi Fan at such a crucial moment. Everyone could not help but change in expression. He's of the same generation. Even if a Grand Completion King came to find trouble with him, I wouldn't care. But you, a dignified ancestral king, actually acted after their fair battle. What is the meaning of this? The Divine King roared. His voice was filled with a supreme might as he stared down at the ancestral king below. Boom! There was an uproar in the Dawn Perch Plains. Everyone was shocked. First, the demon saint, the Black Tortoise, appeared. Then, the saint of the Merak Stone Square appeared. In the end, even the Supreme Divine King came. They were all standing up for Yi Fan. The saints will not reveal their powers. This is the result that was agreed upon not long ago. If you want to break it, I have nothing to say, but I will definitely find you first. Jiang Taishu's white robes fluttered in the wind. He did not continue to pay attention to the ancestral king who was trampled on the ground, turning into the chi of heaven and earth and disappearing. How about we call it a day and drop everything? I believe in the magnanimity of the Dao brothers of the primitive lake. The old saint of the Merak Stone Square spoke. The eyes of the primitive lake's ancient king flickered. He did not feel indebted to the person wearing the violet gold crown. If a war really broke out, it would undoubtedly be his race that would act. The war between the royal clans was a huge matter. Dao brother, are you not satisfied with me? The eyes of the ancient king flashed. He stood up from the dust. His face was dark and he felt a burning sensation. The people of the primitive lake were very cold. They did not reply. The primitive Emperor Dao's sword on the forehead of the white-haired ancestral king flashed and disappeared. He retracted it back into his immortal platform. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Let's go." Dao brother, what do you mean by this? I'm standing up for you all, even willing to fight against the human saints. The violet gold crown spoke. After that, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Are you sure you want to act? The old saint of the Merak Stone Square took a step forward. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out. Boom! He did not launch a fierce attack, but this ordinary kick caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The majestic ancient king of a generation was sent flying like a scarecrow, falling into the dust once again. The violet gold crown ancient king turned pale with fright. After that, he stood up with an ashen expression. Today, he had completely lost all face. The other ancient race experts also felt a chill from head to toe. This human saint who had aged beyond recognition was truly intimidating. What realm was this? It was definitely not inferior to Bai Yi. The unchanging Wei Yi. An old human cultivator in the crowd sighed. He had guessed the identity of the Merak saint according to the ancient records. He was one of the 3 heroes of Merak back then, the youngest junior brother of the crazy old man. What? A great sage or even the junior brother of the quasi-emperor? The moment these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. Even the ancient race members were stunned. This old man's origin was too terrifying. Wei Yi, a name that had disappeared for 6,000 years, was once again imprinted in everyone's hearts. Although the Merak saint had died in name, from this day onwards, he became even more revered. Forget it, it's just a fair duel. There's no need to create such waves. Even the Dao brothers from the primitive lake don't care, so why are you all doing this? Peace in this world is not easy to come by. At the end of the horizon, the 9 Phoenix Kings' voice came from the carriage pulled by 9 ancient beasts. Everyone was startled. They didn't think he would say such words. Since such a giant had spoken, who would still want to fight? The human race's holy physique, Great Sage Hunchuo asked me to convey many thanks. If you have free time, you can take a stroll around the Heaven Square. No one will stop you, said the 9 Phoenix King. His voice resounded through the sky as the carriage pulled by the 9 ancient beasts disappeared into the horizon. The experts of the ancient races were even more shocked. They were all dumbfounded. What did this mean? Even the great sage Hunchuo wanted to protect the human race's holy physique? Yi Fan smiled bitterly. This was an ancient dragon chimera that could prolong his life for 800 years. He didn't know whether or not he would become a great disaster in the future. The great sage, who could destroy half an ancient star with a wave of his hand, made people tremble. The starry sky was bright and the moonlight sprinkled down like thin smoke on Yi Fan's body. It made him look extraordinary and refined. He became the focus of all the race's gazes. Without a doubt, the human race's holy physique's name shook the world in this battle. He had defeated the ancient emperor's bloodline and killed the most impactful person of the younger generation at the severing path. He had taken the most solid step on the path of the great emperor. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yen Ruyu Huang Shudao Huaqinzi, the Jade Lake Saint Girl, the Central Emperor, the Divine Silkworm Taoist, the Purple Mansion Saint Girl, the Imperial Prince, and the others all looked over. Some had eyes as deep as the starry sky. Some had eyes with extraordinary splendor, some were expressionless, and some even revealed killing intent. The younger generation was contending for supremacy, and it was unknown how many people would fall in the future. There was no right or wrong on the path of proving one's Tao, only ruthlessness and cruelty. Stepping on the blood and bones of the divine children, in the end, only one person could stand at the peak. They all have hope of proving the Tao. These people really shouldn't have come to this world together. If they were born separately, each one of them would be destined to shine brilliantly and have their names spread through the ages. Opportunities are fleeting. The path to immortality might open in this world, so who is willing to miss it? There might even be an emperor who hasn't died yet. In the dark, there were 2 old ancestor kings discussing. Then, they silently disappeared without a trace. After that night, the world was shocked and the 5 regions were in an uproar. Yuan Gu was killed, and the human race's holy physique won. News of this spread to every corner of this ancient star. The battle that attracted the attention of the world came to an end. The impact was great, and news spread to every sect. Even the great Thunderclap Temple sent out Buddhist chants. The victorious fighting Buddha personally inquired about the results of this battle. Once the news spread, the bells of all the ancient temples in the western desert rang out. Many old monks chanted Amitabha. The southern mountains, northern plains, central plains, eastern wasteland, and various other lands of the great sage were discussing this. The human race's holy physique had matured and was unstoppable. If he didn't fall, even if he couldn't prove his Tao due to the limitations of his physique, he would still be able to challenge the ancient emperors in the future. He could rule the world for 10,000 years and become an uncrowned king. This battle affected all the ancient races, making them truly realize that the human race had changed and could already coexist with them. The name of Yi Fan spread to every tribe. Divine City, inside the Jade Stone Square, the water on the stove was already boiling. Yi Fan placed 3 enlightenment tea leaves into the pot, and immediately, a fragrance filled the air. This time, he didn't come to drink tea from a saint. He had bought 3 divine tea leaves at a heaven-defying price from the Sky Fiend treasure tower just to thank the old Saint Wei Yi for protecting him. How fragrant! A group of people sat around him. They were all here to drink tea, including Pang Bo, Li Tian, Monkey, and Li Heishui. Duanda was very tactful and didn't dare to show himself. This was because he had wandered around the Jade Holy Land's cemetery and dug out a treasure. This was the so-called guilty conscience. Immortal Palace. Yi Fan put down his teacup. After hearing Pang Bo's experience, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Pang Bo was chased to the point where there was no path to heaven and no door to the earth. He fled to the vicinity of the forbidden ancient land and mistakenly entered the Immortal Palace. He had quite a good fortune, and at the same time, he found traces left behind by an old friend. Zhou Yi and the others entered the Immortal Palace and had a great fortune. I saw some clues. Lin Jia might be in the southern region. She left a message for me on the wall. I want to see how she is now. Yi Fan looked towards the south. The sacred physique of the human race appeared in the divine city. Everyone paid attention to it. Even the ancient creatures avoided it. The younger generation was in awe of him. How many people dared to compete with him? Ever since he killed Yuan Gu, Yi Fan's name was like the sun in the sky. Everywhere he went, the sect masters would bow their hands and receive him with great respect. He had a power that could intimidate an area. On this day, Yuanshi and Tong Tian appeared and waited for the heavenly prince to appear in the divine city. They wanted to ask for the enlightened T-Heart. However, they didn't see him even after waiting for a long time. Heavenly Prince, a man can't live without trust. Please send me my enlightened T-Heart as soon as possible. Pang Bo turned into a megaphone and used Tongtian's name to shout throughout the divine city for half a day. I am Yuanshi. I believe in the Heavenly Prince's character. I hope it won't be too long before I come to collect the wager. In the end, Yi Fan said that he didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to go to the southern region as soon as possible and find out what was going on. On this day, they crossed the void and arrived in the southern region. However, many people they asked didn't know where the immortal Ascension Valley was. No one had heard of it at all. Let's go to the big-eyed girl's house and ask. Isn't her home in the southern region? The monkey said. He himself was very active, but sometimes, he liked to act like an old man and call Ji Ziyu a big-eyed girl. Right, let's go to the Ji clan and ask. Li Tian nodded. He really wanted to visit the clan where an ancient great emperor had appeared before. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others crossed the void and arrived at the banks of Jishui. On the other side of the river was the ancient clan of the ancients, the Ji clan. Boom! In the Ji clan, clouds and mist surged. The heavenly palace's gate that was suspended in the sky opened. Many important figures of the Ji clan came out to welcome them personally. Among them were their clan masters who were about to go into seclusion, as well as some living fossils and elders. This kind of treatment wasn't something everyone could receive. It could be said to be extremely rare. Today was completely different. Back then, when Yi Fan came here, he was just a small cultivator and was threatened by everyone. Now, he was on equal footing with a sect's leader and was respected by everyone. Little Yi, are you here to see me? Ji Ziyu smiled happily in the crowd. Her bright eyes and little dimples appeared, making her look very playful and moving. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. If this was in the past, some of the elders of the Ji clan would definitely be angry and wouldn't allow Ji Ziyu and Yi Fan to get too close. But now, everything had changed. The stubborn faction was happy to see this scene. Even some old undyings were smiling while stroking their beards. This river is called Jishui. Why is it exactly the same as the one recorded in the historical records on the other side of the starry sky? Pang Bo muttered and asked Yi Fan beside him. I asked Ziyu, but she doesn't know. Yi Fan said. Oh, you are saying that there is a Jishui on the other side of the starry sky? Don't tell me it's the mysterious place where our Void Emperor once stayed? One of the elders from the Ji family flicked his ears and heard their whispers. What? Yi Fan and Pang Bo both cried out in shock. Chapter 868. It was very likely that the Void Emperor had been to ancient China. This secret shocked Yi Fan and Pang Bo. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a name appeared in their hearts at the same time, Yellow Emperor. This existence that was both human and god was born at the banks of Jishui. Was there some cause and effect? However, after thinking for a while, They shook their heads and denied it. The time didn't match at all. Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 years ago, and the Void Emperor had passed away for hundreds of thousands of years. Elders, can you tell us in detail? We're all ears. Pangbo went forward and grabbed an old arm to support him. Be gentle, it's falling apart. The old man from the Ji clan grimaced. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy Pangbo's arm that was 3 times thicker than an ordinary person's. He said, I saw this in an ancient book in the scripture pavilion. The records aren't detailed and I've almost forgotten about it. This isn't the place to talk. Everyone, please come in. The Ji clan's holy lord smiled. Ji Haoyue followed beside him and would officially take over in a few years. The Ji clan ruled over the southern region and looked down on the eastern wasteland. Few lineages could compare to them. They had once produced a human emperor and their foundation was incomparably strong. Clouds and mist lingered around. All kinds of palaces were suspended in the air. Spiritual birds danced in the air and orchids floated in the air. It was like a fairyland. It was a magnificent scene. Pure lands rose and fell one after another, suspended above the clouds. There were even more tens of thousands of zhang tall mountains towering, and great white waterfalls cascaded down. It was incomparably majestic. Roar! A loud roar came from afar. A black mountain towered in the clouds and a black flood dragon as thick as a mountain was tied to it. The group was quite shocked. A clan that had produced a great emperor was indeed different. That flood dragon was majestic and had a pure bloodline. Its roar was accompanied by the cries of the Tao and its realm was unfathomable. Ji Ziyue said, that is the holy region and is connected to a small world. The black dragon guards that place and can't move half a step away. It can only live in front of the black dragon swamp. It's very pitiful. My brother and I used to accompany it when we were young. It was obvious that this was a secret place that was of utmost importance to the Ji family. Those who were not direct descendants would not be able to enter. Their foundation was indeed unfathomable. On the way, Yi Fan met a familiar person. It was Ji tribe's 8th elder. He was an elder with an illustrious status. Back then, he had stood on the side of Northern Plains Wang tribe and made things difficult for him. The two of them stared blankly at each other. The light in Ji family's 8th elder's eyes flickered, and in the end, he sighed inwardly. He cupped his hands and left just like that. The present was different from the past. Northern Plains Wang tribe had already been flattened by Yi Fan's cavalry. The situation was stronger than him. If he wanted to do anything, he would probably be killed by the Ji tribe themselves. The central void heavenly watchtower was grand and lofty, as if it was the ancient heaven. Red-crowned cranes danced about, colorful wands cried out, circling above. Only the most esteemed guests could enter, yet now, it was wide open. The Ji family was very courteous. Yi Fan's battles had shaken the world and attracted everyone's attention. He had even severed the ancient emperor's bloodline, so how many people could stop him? The Ji family's elders had investigated in detail and learned of the relationship between Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan's group. Naturally, they wanted to pull Yi Fan into their camp. In the past, a portion of people objected to Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan being too close, but now, almost all of them had changed their minds. If the Ji family could have another great completion Saint physique because of this, they would not have to worry for the next 10,000 years. Before Yi Fan and Pang Bo could ask Ji Shui, a living fossil went straight to the point. I heard that you came from the other side of the starry sky. Is this true? Now, the mystery of Yi Fan's identity was no longer a secret. Many people already knew about it, so it was no big deal for him to ask like this. That's right. Yi Fan nodded and admitted. The starry sky is boundless. There are too many secrets. No wonder even the ancient emperors had to travel so far. There are many secrets in the universe that we don't know about. An old man sighed. A graceful and beautiful maid walked into the palace and served tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. It was actually the Tao comprehension tea. This kind of divine tea was rarely served to people. I didn't expect to be able to taste this kind of divine tea so often. The Black Emperor stood up and stretched out a pair of huge claws, scaring the maids so much that they almost covered its face with the tray. Not long later, an elder of the Ji family personally went to fetch an ancient book and flipped through it with Pang Bo and Yi Fan. They wanted to find out about the mysterious place that the Void Monarch had been to. Oh, speaking of which, our Ji family is not a native of the northern Dipper Star region. In fact, the ancient emperors seem to have crossed over from the star region. Those who truly belong to this world might not exist, a living fossil said. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both surprised. Only the Black Emperor stretched out his huge head and shook it. Ruthless and Emperor Wu Shi were born in this world. They came here to prove their Tao. Maybe. The living fossil of the Ji family smiled and didn't argue. Maybe our race's emperor came from your world. The old man who flipped through the ancient book with Pang Bo said, Impossible, tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors were still living in places like Zukudian and Yuanmo. How could there be cultivators? Pang Bo shook his head. Then he was stunned again. How could he understand everything in this world with the thinking of Earth? He couldn't deny the theory of mysteries. Since there were people like Laozi and the Qi practitioners of the Pre-Qin dynasty, then the ancient era might be different from what he knew. There might really have been a war of gods. There were too many myths and legends on Earth, and some of them were related to this world. Some of them could even corroborate each other. Did they really exist? Found it here. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the two old men carefully read the ancient book that was sealed with Tao patterns. It mentioned the Qi practitioners and the ancient path of the starry sky. However, there were just too few records, only a few key words. This was recorded when the imperial prince passed away in his later years, something he heard when he was young. As for what exactly the Void Great Emperor said, he couldn't remember it clearly, only having vague memories. It must be Earth. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were stunned. And the battle of the Celestial Court. Even the Black Emperor was dumbfounded. He stared at the last word and was lost in thought. The people of the Ji family laughed. Many of the old antiques shook their heads and told them not to take it seriously. The emperor had heard it when he was young and it had long become blurry. It was only when he passed away that he muttered it to himself, and it was remembered by the later generations. Some of them had already been confirmed. Many of them were stories that the Void Emperor had heard when he was young, and they weren't true. The Battle of the Celestial Court. Yi Fan muttered to himself. His thoughts didn't waver because of them. There were definitely many unknown secrets on Earth that had disappeared in the river of time. There is also an incomplete map. At the end, they saw a map of mountains and rivers. There was a huge mountain carved on it, but there were no words. Looks like Mount Tai. Yi Fan and Pang Bo glanced at each other. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it was similar. This is the mountain map that the emperor drew according to his blurry memories before he passed away. Mount Tai was known as the #1 mountain in the world. In ancient times, it was seen as the place where the sun was born and where all living things grew. There were historical records that stated that no mountain was greater than it and no history was greater than it. Laozi left Hangu Pass and rode on an ox. This is enough to prove that many of the legends are true. Pang Bo said, The Laozi you are talking about is an old man riding a green ox. The Ji family master suddenly asked. Yes. I have seen him before. The Ji family master said. Yi Fan and Pang Bo spat out the enlightenment tea in their mouths and revealed expressions of disbelief. They were truly shocked. The beautiful maids hurried over to clean up the mess. When I was young, I saw the elders welcoming such a person. They were extremely respectful. The Ji family master said. That was more than 2,000 years ago. He was still young, so he could only watch from afar and couldn't say much. Later on, he learned that the guest was an unfathomable person who had come specifically for the Void Emperor's inheritance. Speaking of outsiders, there have been a few of them. A living fossil said, if it was in the past, they wouldn't have spoken of these secrets. Now, Yi Fan was on par with them. Moreover, he himself came from the outer realm. That was why they had so many things to say and wanted to investigate. Several ancient books were sent over. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues. They didn't know which ancient star region those people came from. They didn't seem to be related to Earth, so it was difficult to find any clues. I really want to return to the other side of the starry sky. Yi, do you think we can dig out the fragments and remains of the celestial court? Pang Bo asked. This is really hard to say. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered. In the end, Yi Fan and the others asked the Ji family where the immortal Ascension Valley was. They were told that it was a very mysterious place in the Great Wastelands. In the past, a divine king of the Ji family had entered the immortal palace outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity and obtained a fortune. In the end, he was sent to the immortal Ascension Valley, and only then did he know about that place. Ziyue, you can go with him. With me at home, you don't need to worry. When there was no one else around, Ji Haoyue said to his sister. A living fossil of the Ji family passed by and heard their conversation. He didn't object and instead said that if they could really go to the other side of the starry sky, there would definitely be a way to return. The group left the Ji family and headed for the immortal Ascension Valley. Yi Fan wanted to see Lin Jia. He didn't know how she was doing and couldn't forget some things of the past. A group of people came to this world, but why didn't the others appear? This made him suspicious. He really didn't know what they were doing and where they were scattered. Back then, how many of us came to this world? It should be 16, Pang Bo muttered to himself. Yes, in the ancient coffin on the Mars star, more than a dozen people died. Only 16 came to this world alive, Yi Fan said. Among them, Lu Yunji, Li Zhangqing, and Wang Yan failed to harm us. As soon as they came to this world, they died in the tiger's den outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Pang Bo nodded. They were taken by the 6 blessed and heavenly abodes of the Yen land to cultivate. Among them, 3 died a few years later. One had a problem with his cultivation, one was killed when he went out, and one was torn to shreds by a strange beast while gathering herbs. Now, only 10 people truly survived. Li Xiaoman turned against them and became a great enemy. Zhang Wenchang was in the humble peak, Lu Yi entered the Jasper pool, and Kai was taken away by an old monk to become a Buddhist guardian Vajra. As for the others, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Zhang Xiling had never appeared. No one knew what happened to them. Are you sure that, other than us, the people in the ancient bronze coffin on the Mars star and the others who came to this ancient planet are all dead? Yi Fan asked. Pang Bo pondered and didn't reply immediately. I still feel that there's a ghostly shadow standing in the darkness watching me, Yi Fan muttered to himself.